All right, chat. Can y'all hear me? Let's hold on. Do I have the right thing? Oh, I gotta get my headset going here. Chat. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, we're gonna do something we don't usually do here. We are going to do food reviews because it is America's 250, and Pringles has put out limited edition things. I don't really like Pringles, but I saw it for the 250, and I wanted to try something. And guys, you know what? I'm gonna be honest. I need some more content that's not politics for TikTok, so just check it out. But we're gonna try this out. So we got three. We got the Pringles Miller Lite beer braised steak, the Pringles beer battered onion rings, and Miller Lite, right? All these are limited edition, and Pringles beer cheese burger Miller Lite edition, right? All limited edition. So we're gonna try each one. I'm gonna tell you each one they taste like because I tried them earlier. I'm gonna be honest, they were surprisingly very good. I'm not a huge Pringles fan, and damn, very impressed. Pringles did a good job on this one. All right, so let's try this out here. We're gonna start with the braised beef. Look at through. Very good. Kind of like it tastes like a little bit like a roast with like a hint of sweetness. Pretty good. Pretty good. Very, like I said, can't really taste the beer. But if you cook with beer often, you're going to know that's not that surprising. Let's try the beer battered onion ring now, okay? That is amazing. It tastes like a Funyun on steroids. Like all the good parts of a Funyun without that bad aftertaste. We're going to eat one more. Very good. Let me get a quick wash out. All right, folks. Now we're going to do the Pringles Beer Cheeseburger Miller Lite Edition. Okay? We're going to do two. Let's start with one. I don't do this shit. Like, this is really good. Like, so the first taste you taste is like, the Pringle kind of flavor. But then you get this beer cheese flavor, and then all of a sudden you get that hint of sweetness that is like the like onions and tomatoes, right? It really tastes like you're biting through a burger. This is crazy. It tastes like a pub burger. This might be the best one. This is really good. I mean, this one is really, really good. I think this might be the best. I think I'm going to eat more of these in the city because it's like a traditional, like, funny flavor. This one might get a little rich after a while, but like, as for like a one bite, couple bites, that is a really unique flavor. Really enjoy it. And also, the braised beef was not bad either. It's just these other two are just outstanding. But yeah, that's what we're going to be going to come to conclude our food review of the Pringles 250 Miller Lite edition. Things here. They're very good, surprisingly. All right, we're going to switch over to primes now, and we'll get going here on that.
And after that, we only have one other person that'll be joining us.
Clearly, he takes compliments well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But yeah, we'll get started soon. But,
that sneeze and indigestion is coming.
Yeah, it's all over the. I don't know. I was sneezing pretty hard previously, so I don't know. But well, fellas, what have you guys been up to? I watched again. I'm just gonna be watching House of the Dragon before like the rivalry starts.
Well, I'm halfway through episode 2.
Yeah, I haven't got to watch episode 2 yet.
I still got to finish Game of Thrones.
Better get on that.
Yeah.
I won't spoil it for you.
I'm on the last season. Got 4 episodes left.
Oh, okay.
The best season, right? You know what I'm saying?
The best
for
season.
sure. Nothing wrong with it at all.
I think you'll be really happy with the outcome,
Yeah.
as everyone else was.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I mean, I know it's like cliche to say, but like the books are really better. Like you should check out the books. The books are really good. Now books are incomplete. So there's that. But like there's so much that was like left out of the original show. And so much that diverged. The books are just so much deeper. Oh my god, so much deeper. So
phrasing maybe? Like I don't know.
What do you mean crazy?
I said phrasing maybe. You're like it's so much deeper. I was like, whoa, Papa.
I meant there's a lot of penises and they like go into holes.
That does happen in Game of Thrones, from what I can tell from the show.
Hey, that's what Southport told me. So
yeah.
And they're always right.
And look, I mean, honestly, like but there's a lot of sexual assault in that, and one of the biggest differences between the books and the show is that the victims they're older in the show. So
well, one of the biggest differences is Lady Catelyn comes back to life.
Well, yeah, and then there's a whole other Targaryen that's like taking over shit.
Comes back to life. That's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. You're talking about the young, what's it called?
She doesn't just come back to life. She comes back to life and wants to kill all of her own fucking kids.
Yeah, she's wild.
She becomes a zombie. Yeah.
What?
She was in the waters too long. You know what I'm saying?
That's a definite pivot shift. I dare say.
Yeah. I forget. I now it's killing me. He was called something. The young something.
He's like working with the golden cloaks or some shit. Like, and they like come over them in the hawk bats or something. And they're like, maybe I'm confusing two things, but like, yeah.
I don't think it was the gold cloaks, but it was another faction. No, it was like the faction from across the sea.
Yeah, it was one of the
why you're thinking of yellow.
Yeah, it's the overseas. Yeah,
oh, like the Golden Company. Is that
there you go.
Yeah, I think the Golden Company.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, it's something like that. And then it's them, and then they have like a couple houses there that like immediately team up with them, and they're just like they're this other Targaryen that suddenly appeared like in what last book or some shit. You know, they kind of like allude to him a couple times the other ones, but
so there's like there's so many more dynamics that are missed. So like I would definitely suggest the books. That being said, I haven't.
Although the books haven't ended, right? As in, like,
I said that before. Yeah.
No, but as in, like, from what I remember, like, the creators of the show had to come up with their own ending because George R. R. Martin. But I'm curious, how disappointed would you be if George R. R. Martin just eventually just comes out with the books, but he just copies the show because he can come up with something on his own?
I did tell that to my friend. Hey, what if everything that happened in the show is what Martin wanted to happen?
So
I don't think it's possible.
No. George R. R. Martin was one of the writers on the show for the first 3 seasons, and the show goes off a cliff in season 4. That's when he stopped being a writer on the show.
I also think it's not possible because like there's too many storylines that combine in the show that like there's characters that don't exist, and I don't think it's possible to do it.
Well, hold on. So there's multiple things. One, yes, he stopped being the writer on the show, but also like they were running out of material, right? Maybe if he had kept on writing for the show, he might have been able to direct.
It was both. They ran out of him and books.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But two, right? George R. R. Martin like made a statement about this, And like, yeah, like the show was going in the general direction of where he wanted the books to go. And I mean, it is what it is. And I'm curious if one of the reasons why the books haven't come out is because he kind of lost confidence in that ending, because of what happened in the show. But like, you need to understand, like the show, and I'm trying not to spoil anything from our friend Riddell here.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I as these motherfuckers know, I have a problem with spoilers.
A
right?
big problem, a huge problem.
I have a
in
big
fact,
fucking
in
problem
fact,
with
it disproportionately affects your life.
I think that's a valid opinion to have. I'm be honest. Stop spoiling. What's wrong with you?
Damn right. See, I like this guy for a reason.
Oh wait, no.
Um,
Wait. Does Riddell know the lore? Does Riddell know the lore?
I
You
don't
should
know,
fill-
he doesn't know anything
Okay,
about me.
I'm gonna fill you in. As in, like, he has not watched the Last of Us series because he's in the middle of the game, and since he hasn't beaten the game yet, and he's stuck on the game, he cannot watch the Last of Us.
I feel like
Makes
there's a
sense.
reasonable take.
Yeah. Thank you, Gibbs.
I think
Pretty
that's
reasonable.
unreasonable.
That's extremely reasonable.
Yeah,
And Hunter made fun of me before.
It
It
was
hurt my
something
feelings.
dumber than the way that it's being explained. Hold on. It was because what he did say did sound reasonable, but I'm like, no, there was something that was like, there was something about it that was dumber.
No, but he's like stuck on like the beginning of the game. As in, he cannot
on.
get past a certain point.
oh, and it's you. I feel like it's been like a year for you.
It's been more than a year. It's been like
okay.
2 years.
It's been
at
a lot
least.
more
Yeah,
than
okay,
that.
then that's pretty. Yeah, you got to get over that, man.
No.
Okay,
But,
those are some pretty key details there.
Yeah.
Where I was trying to go. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, to our friend here, right? Is that like what's happening in the 8th season is this is a fault of two things. One, there's a general ending they were trying to get to, right?
Mhm.
But they didn't allot enough time. And it's something I don't understand. I don't understand, and no one has explained this to me. I don't get it, right? So there was the showrunners, right? David Benioff and David Weiss, right? The Davids. Benioff and Weiss is how everyone called them.
But
right?
I haven't heard this. I heard the exact opposite. I heard that like the production team was trying to get them to do more episodes for the last season, and they were like, "Nah, we only want 6."
This is
It's
what I'm
because
trying
they
to get to.
because they wanted to do
okay.
Star Wars. What I was reading,
Top-
but then that didn't
guys,
happen.
I'm integrating all of these things. I'm integrating all of these things in my response here. So yes, David Benioff and David Weiss, those two wanted to go off and do other projects, right? They got hired, as our friend Gibbs just said, for Star Wars. There was going to be a Star Wars thing for them because they were such big, directors and whatever, writers. But like, yes, HBO wanted more, and George R. R. Martin wanted more. He's like, hey, I'll come back. I'll try to help you, right? To like, to have a smooth landing for this. Those two wanted none of it, right? And so you see this in the later seasons, but especially for 7 and 8, right? They're speeding to this ending, and like you got 4 episodes left. Like the pace increases to like get to where they're trying to go, right? And doing that undermines a whole bunch of characters and a whole bunch of storylines, and it becomes a complete mess. The thing that no one has ever like explained to me though is why the fuck we needed David Benioff and Weiss to do this, right? HBO wants more seasons. The cast wants to do more seasons at the time, right? They love the characters. They're getting paid buco bucks. I mean, right? Like a fucking Brinks truck is being backed up into their
There's numerous battles that could have taken numerous episodes that they put into like half an episode. That was like,
yeah.
Wait, really? That's
Yeah,
it? We're done?
and then it was like you had the whole battle, and then like something like MacGuffin thing happened, and I'm like, bro,
Yeah.
like this
Or
was
they
terrible.
they're
Like
teleporting around Westeros, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
it's
pretty
crazy.
bad. I'm not gonna lie.
But, like,
especially like Varys just be teleporting from Dorian to King's Landing, and like
Yeah, but again, why David Benioff and David Weiss? They could have just done more with another director, another lead writer. They could have just done that.
yeah, it's not like
No one's
HBO is
explained this
broke.
to me.
Like
HBO's not broke.
yeah, that's
HBO's
what I'm
not
saying. Like, yeah, it's not like
Yeah.
the hurt.
Well,
This is like
I-
the number one
I-
show in the world too. Like,
Just to be
why
clear-
would you not spend the money? Like, I don't get it.
Leading up to the
Yeah.
end, I had predicted like everything for like the last season. Like
Well, yeah.
going into it, I had predicted everything. I knew everything that was going to happen except for one thing, and it's literally like I was like, yes, I got everything right. I know that it's leading to the thing that I said it's leading to, and then the screen goes black and credits roll, and I was like, wait, what? No fucking way. So then when I heard all of this, I was like, all right, so that's the difference, is that they're leaving that for the fucking books. I want to get into it, but Radell's virgin ears cannot hear it. So,
Well,
but
no,
yes,
I don't
I
think-
was. I think
Right.
there is. I think it's like fairly close to what he had.
Yeah, I
but,
think he had like a vision.
there is
but-
something specific that I had predicted that
Well, I
was
agree
like
with
what
you, Tom.
everything was leading towards.
I think it was like, yeah, like some of the general stuff is there, but since he doesn't have these other plot lines, I think it just didn't make sense. Like it's just like people complain about one thing, like one of the big twists, and you're just like, oh well, if anybody read the books, you knew that was coming, and then it's like there are like hints at it throughout the beginning of the season, other seasons. It's like, okay, this is making sense, but like I said, I think there needs to be this like. I think that other Targaryen guy, I think, is going to play a role, right? Like in the books, that's going to drive the fucking, some of the decisions later.
I only read
Yeah.
the first book.
Yeah, I mean, there's other shit that happens too. Like, I mean, in the books that like the Lady Catelyn thing, I think is going to make sense, like for turning some of these characters more because like in the TV show they're kind of like happy characters, and I think like some of the decisions like later make more sense if like they run into her, right? Like, and there's other people too,
Mhm.
and I think it'll make sense, especially like with the Lannisters specifically. Like, I don't know. I think that there's just like little things that missed, and since those aren't in the show, it's like you're like, why did they do this? This seems out of character. But if it's like,
Well, they decided to give Arya some of that to make her a bit more of a
Yeah.
badass.
that's
Arya
true. too.
is a demon. I fuck with Arya. She's a demon. So
Yeah.
Is that a
Um,
good thing or a bad? I don't know.
It's cool.
Yeah.
No, but is calling someone a demon is a compliment or an insult? I'm ignorant.
that's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Calling someone a demon is a compliment.
Okay,
Compliment.
I'm
So-
totally ignorant on these things.
It's all good. It's all
Um,
good.
Like a beast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I just like looked it up because it's killing me, right? But I was correct. His name is Young Griff.
Yeah, there you
He's
go.
a young man who was introduced to Tyrion as the son of Sellsword Griff aboard the Shy Maid, a ship. The company is headed for Volantis to await the expected arrival of Daenerys Targaryen with the Golden Company and more ships for her cause. But yeah, his real name is Aegon Targaryen. And they just call him Young Griff. Another Aegon, another fucking Aegon.
Well, yeah, they
Targaryen,
actually like invade.
Not to be
I think.
confused with Aemon.
I think in
or
the last
whatever.
book they actually
Yeah.
invade like a portion. They're like that's the start of their thing is they're invading.
Yeah, they're landed somewhere in Westeros.
Yeah,
like,
some like a little small area, but like
Yeah, but like no one like knows exactly where like the not everyone's like up in arms, nothing. Like
yeah,
they-
nobody
they
knows.
got there.
It just happened. Like yeah.
Yeah. It's a good book, and I hope it's finished. And I don't know. I was just saying that what started all this is that House of the Dragon is like really good actually, as it is now. Like great, fantastic acting. Oh my god. So if you haven't watched House of the Dragon, I'm gonna keep bringing it up like every week because I'll have just watched that before I start stream, so it's gonna be on my mind.
Oh, can everybody
Um,
do me a favor? Last week I got a lot of complaints about the fact that everybody's volume was drastically different. Can you go to your audio settings and turn on automatically adjust mic volume? Because I was even like during the panel last time, kept trying to I kept raising the mic volume on my OBS, and then other people would talk and they were way too loud then, so I would lower it. But it's also that sometimes
Mine's on.
people are getting-
Yeah.
Okay, that is actually
mine's
you
on.
are louder now.
Yep.
Okay.
Mine is on.
Mine's on as well.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it is by default. So I don't know what's going on.
And then the stream
Okay.
together link is in the back chat now if you want it.
Oh, okay, great.
yeah.
Fantastic. But yeah, all right, thanks for that. I'm going to we can I guess get started unless there's something someone else wants to bring up before we jump in.
Well, I do
now's
want to
the time.
ask how proud Gibbs is of the memorandum of understanding.
Oh, you talking about the Iran thing?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're not even aware of the memorandum?
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be honest. I was in. You might remember the reason I wasn't here last week was I was in Vegas shooting. So and then I have been a degenerate since then. Because I wanted to celebrate.
Oh,
and
just
so-
starting this past week.
Yeah, well, not starting.
Well, it's extra celebration.
Listen, I am a very much an advocate for being who you are. And I know after I do good things, that I gotta go be degenerate. And so I have taken part in that ritual, per se, for the last few days. And I'm only getting back to fucking shit today. So, no, I mean, I knew kind of vaguely that we whooped their ass and we are gonna facilitate the money to them, but we're not giving it to them. And I was laughing about that very much so, because I'm sure y'all put quite the leftist propaganda shill spin on there.
True,
But,
Lactoid did.
totally.
He did.
Yeah,
Lactoid
Lactoid was
leftist
cooking.
spin, as
I'm
you would
sure.
expect.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they can. I mean, I wish that we would just go back in there and bomb them some more personally, but we can't all have everything we want.
So you think the memorandum is a win?
Very base.
I think it was pretty win. Yeah, pretty good win.
All right, cool.
Good job. Hell yeah.
Massive W.
Obama 2.0.
I mean, I did like Obama's
You
foreign
wish
policy
it.
sometimes. Like when he was blowing people up overseas, mainly.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. So we'll leave it alone for now. Don't worry. We're going to touch on
I'm
our
sure.
eventually again. All right. So thanks all for being here while we get started. If you enjoyed our conversation on House of the Dragon, also Silo season 3 is coming up. Just putting that out there. Silo's amazing, guys. The new people here don't know that I talked about that. Tom, do you know about Silo? Ever heard of that show?
It's on Apple
It's a good
TV,
show.
I believe.
Apple TV and Vidal. Yeah, it's on
That's the
Apple
only thing that prevents
TV.
me from watching.
What's it
is that
about?
I don't want to subscribe.
I told you before.
I know,
you
I
were
know.
definitely here. You were
Happened to my
I'm
ancestors.
I'm
No,
sure.
I-
I'm
sometimes
sure
we
it was.
tune
I
you
was
out,
talking to Ali,
don't-
but yeah.
I
I got
have
Apple
a
TV
very
just for
small memory.
Severance,
I have
and they
no
got rid
room
of
yet.
it.
That's the only Apple TV show I've seen. Season 1 of Severance. That's it.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
it's-
only season 1. It ended.
All of Severance
it's
is
time
good.
to. It's time to do it. Yeah.
Wait, season
Yeah.
3 come out? Isn't there? is
Season
there-
2
Yeah.
It's
came
the
out.
it's the whole show is done, man. It's time to
What?
to.
Oh, I gotta
Okay.
lock in.
Click
Okay,
that
okay,
bitch.
bad.
No, they're doing a season
No,
3.
it's-
Am I crazy? What are you talking
No, it's
about?
not. Yeah,
Well,
it's
Tom
season
just
2
Season
got
four.
done.
right now.
They're
that
doing
it's
a
done.
season 4. They released
think-
the 3rd season, I thought.
Wait,
Oh, you
No,
might be
wait,
right.
no,
They
the
released
whole
season
thing is
2.
done. The season. I'm almost
it's not.
positive the series
Okay,
finale.
everyone is
It's
wrong
not.
except for me. Okay, and maybe Prime. I think Prime was also on my side.
Yo, is it 2
there
seasons?
are
or
2
3?
seasons.
Oh,
The
nice.
third season is coming out
Oh,
in a
hell
year
yeah.
from now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
technically right too, because I said I'm waiting for season 3. So
Yeah.
That's
good.
you're not technically right. You are right.
We have a
Oh.
shared golden kappa,
Honestly, you're
by the way,
technically
going on,
wrong
so that's
because
good.
you invoked technically.
Shared goal.
yeah.
Who?
Hold on, we have a
True.
shared golden kappa hype train going on, guys. So that's
Yeah,
good. So thank
it's a-
y'all. Gift
it's
gift
not
all your
something
subs now, because that will promote us extra on Twitch because it's a golden kappa, and that only happens a couple times a day throughout Twitch in general. So if you were ever going to give subs ever to any channel in the shared stream right now, this is the time to do it because we will get the most bang for our buck promotion wise. So check that out right fucking now. And so
Gold
thank you
Kappa.
guys.
Woo!
Yeah.
Considered helping out the channel if you can. Helping out, Prime Kai if you haven't done so before. Consider subbing to the channel. If gifting bits or gifting, gifting bits or gifting subs. Yeah. Now is the time. Yeah. If there's a golden kappa, we haven't had one of those in a long time. So consider helping out to be awfully kind of you if you could. But to our friend Ali, right? Silo is about it's like a post-apocalyptic. These people like living literally like in something that looks like almost like a missile silo. And it's like underground. And this community like they've been told there's a disaster that happened, right? They don't even know what it is, right? Just that something bad happened and the environment is like poisonous and they can't leave. And then something happens to get the story started. It like maybe is it actually true? Is the outside actually poisonous? Who knows? You start to understand like this little world that's there. Like they believe they're all of humanity, right? All of humanity
Yeah.
is in this silo. That it's not exactly what they thought it was. And shenanigans ensue.
Is
And
it
it's really good.
is it
It's
based off
based
of
off
City of Ember?
no a trilogy of books called Silo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's a children's book I read when I was like junior high or something that has a similar premise.
No,
Anyway.
direct from a book series. So this is adopting the third book in this season, and it's good. You should check it out. Anyway, it's coming out too. Season 3 is coming out soon. There are other ways to watch it, right? Some people like to sail the high digital seas, right? Whatever that is, I wouldn't know. But if you fancy it, give it a try. I think the first season is actually pretty dope, and just watch a few episodes and see if you like it. All right. Any which way, let's get to it. Did I get something here? Okay, fuck, my computer's being so slow. I'm sorry, everyone. Okay, let's just.
That's what you get for sailing the high seas.
Okay. I'll read the topic then. A couple deliberately had children with the understanding that their kids would likely have a debilitating, painful disease. The father was born with multiple hereditary exostosis. I don't know how to pronounce that. Exostosis. MHE. This is a bone disease in which tumors sporadically develop on the skeleton. Most are benign, but some can become malignant. There is no cure for MHE, and a lifetime of surgeries are required to remove the problematic tumors. What do you think of people who make the deliberate choice to have children who will likely suffer from painful, possibly lethal conditions? Is it unethical to make such a choice? Should society somehow discourage it? For instance, should the parents have to deal with higher insurance rates with full knowledge they make if that they made the decision? Yeah, this is a video that I sent these gentlemen. Which his father talks about this. He discusses it. And he has additional disorders, right? But like the MHE is what he passed on to his kids. Yeah, so like there's like lumps that form on the skeleton, and those lumps, like I said, they could be benign, but another problem is like where those lumps form. So I just like did a bit of a googling on this and looked at the Wikipedia page stuff. Like those bumps can form in all kinds of places, and for instance, it can form in between the joints, which lowers your mobility. But they can also like form on nerves. It's like a hype train. Hype train ended. Okay. Shout out, we got a level 2 hype train. Hey, thanks so much for everyone who participated, no matter where you supported. So thank you so much for anyone who bothered. So anyway, yeah, they can form like near like nerve clusters and be extremely painful. And there's also effects like how your body grows, and like yeah, your limbs and all that. It's unfortunate disease, really unfortunate. And so this was passed on to the children, and I wanted to say, like, yeah, is that ethical? Now, there's two things I gotta say. All right, one, I kind of designed this with lactoid in mind. That's why that whole insurance thing was at the end,
So
right?
he's running. Just for the big time running.
Yeah, he ran indeed.
I was saying this is a lactoid topic for sure.
Yeah, I know, and he won't be here today. So that's unfortunate. So we'll just have to go with that. But two, I kind of got baited. So the father, the guy who was within this video, he responded, right? So like some other channel, his name is Truly, right? TRLUY. They created this video, this like mini like documentary about this person, right? Like just talking about their lives and stuff, right? but they kind of advertise it incorrectly. So I'm going to read a comment that the father made within the video, and then we'll go from there.
On
So the
YouTube?
father said on YouTube, yeah. So he commented on YouTube about this. Okay, so the father said, "We did not know they would inherit it. I noticed the title, at least temporarily, was I knew my kids would inherit my rare condition." That was the title. I knew my kids would inherit my rare condition. And it is false. We understood there was a 50-50 chance, so we wanted to do IVF. And we had been told by my wife's doctor she may not be able to have kids. To our surprise, after 2 years of marriage, she was pregnant. Second child happened despite contraception. When we found out she was pregnant both times, we knew the odds were in our favor that our daughters would not have a severe presentation of the disease. The cancer is also so rare, a lot of doctors don't recommend the radiation of regular scans. They will not face the same concerns I have in life, as I have multiple conditions simultaneously. They will not use prosthetic legs because he has to use one. That's unique to my non-genetic condition. Like I said, he has a bunch of different stuff. Yeah. So he says that, like, unlike the title, that he absolutely knew it was going to happen, that it wasn't the case, that there was only a 50 chance. And he does say that in the video, that there's a 50-50 chance. However, in a later comment, right? And the reason I clicked on the video is because of that title, right? So, they baited me. But he does say in another comment, a separate comment, right, that people with MHE, like, do specifically have kids knowing this is going to happen, right? Who don't follow his path. And like, he was trying to avoid it. But according to him, other people engage in that. And we also know separately from this condition altogether that people with other debilitating, painful diseases, like specifically pass it on. Sometimes, like, because they want their kids to have it too. That's something we can talk about as well, right? So I just need to be, transparent with everyone about, like, the stance on this person, but we can still talk about, like, the general topic itself, right? Like, hey, like, if you have a disease that is debilitating, should you reproduce? Is it irresponsible to do that, to pass that on knowingly, obviously, to your children? And what should society's response be towards that? Okay. So we'll do opening statements, starting with our friend Hunter.
Okay, I'm excited to go with me because I feel like I've got the hottest take on the panel. This is
You're playing the role of
100
Lactoid.
This is I don't know Lactoid's usual. I mean, he's a libertarian, so I assume he's gonna agree with me. Not that I'm a libertarian, but yeah, this is 100% ethical. I think it's 100% fine to have kids. I think very often, I've got some here's some of my takes here. If you think that it's bad or you think we should be discouraging this from society, that's like mild eugenics, but eugenics nonetheless. I think people who say that this kid shouldn't be birthed are Malthusian, solipsistic, nihilistic, depressed losers. That's maybe a little more aggressive than I actually mean, but I do think I stand by the brunt of that. I think a lot of people just sort of assume that these people can't have a happy life. And I think that those people haven't met a lot of disabled people. That's going to be my main ethical standpoint.
Go ahead, Gibbs.
I think that's it. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, one, I guess I've been sitting here and been pondering this since you sent me this topic. And I really, the only crime I can come up with is, I guess, the knowledge, right? So I guess in this situation, they're playing God, right? So I guess they ate the fruit of knowledge here, and now they know there's a possibility that their kid is going to be disabled. Like, if you had told them that if they didn't know at all, none of us would be questioning whether it's ethical, right? There would be no question, oh, you might pass it on. So I guess the only crime here is just knowing that you have a chance. Listen, I like to have sex. At any moment in time, one of these people could be lying to me, and I could catch fucking AIDS and die, right? But I'm still going to fuck. Like, it's just really that simple. So, like, we're going to apply this to bad habits too? Like, no, I don't think we're going to do that. I mean, we might, but whatever. Also, I'm very, like, anti-eugenics. So I'm with Hunter on this one. Like, you know, as not a Nazi, I don't think that we should have eugenics. Maybe in some sci-fi capable way, we might need it one day. But, like, if we're really talking about having designer babies, like what they're talking about with genetic, like, engineering in the thing, this might be avoided whole within, like, a couple of years anyway, right? I mean, maybe not a couple of years, but it seems like we're on that path where they can like avoid problems in the womb by editing out genes and all sorts of shit. So I think that's like one thing. The other thing is you know, also mutation can be good, right? How does evolution happen in general, right? It's, you know, you have a mutation and then this natural selection decides whether or not it's a good mutation, right? So if we start, you know, by fucking eliminating all these things, how do we know that we don't kill off a gene we might need in 10,000 years or 20,000 years or whenever we need this? I'm just saying these are all possibilities. Like, you know, who are we to judge? And also, furthermore, humans as a modern species, as far as I'm aware, are only been around for 300,000 years, right? So, you know, I think that if you're, yeah, well, 6,000 to 300,000. I know it keeps getting pushed back, right? You know, but what I'm saying is if your lineage has made it this far, I think it's actually unethical to not continue that shit because your ancestors didn't escape lions and tigers and bears, oh my, just for you to fucking be like, I'm a pussy, I'm afraid that I might give something to my children. No, your ancestors want you to go and breed. Like, that's what you're designed for as a human. You're an animal. You're designed to eat, live, breed. So, I mean, you don't got, I'm not, no judgment people don't have kids. But you probably should, just for the sake of proving your ancestors correct for continuing their lineage. But that's it.
Okay, two quick things. Right? Okay, one, yes, there's a possibility that these kids might, you know, one day, you know, breed X-Men into the world. So
you never know.
You have to keep that in mind. And two,
well, is that
two, you know, you could just like wear a condom when you're having sex to help.
Yeah, but that's no guarantee, right?
That's gay. No, fuck all that. No condoms.
Yeah, that's what he meant.
Like a 99%.
That's a better statement than what I said. I take
more
back.
scientifically grounded as gay.
Let's go to our friend. Guy, you can wear everyone else. You can wear condoms too, right? That's the thing you can do, right? Okay.
You could do that. But who wants
our friend Corey, who was in the opposite square that you just.
No, seriously. Oh my God, it happened. I didn't touch it. Okay, whatever. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm largely in line with what Hunter said, minus maybe some of you know, the charged language. But I'm a little bit conflicted myself. And Gibbs did bring up sort of what I wanted to bring up, and am going to bring up in terms of like throwing in a wrench of this aspect of genetic engineering, where it's like, okay, with this technology on the horizon, it's like, well, in this scenario, or if someone has the knowledge that their child is going to be born with some sort of condition, is it mandatory for them to undergo genetic engineering to eliminate that? You know, I'm sort of on the fence, or I'm not sure I have a solid answer to that question. But all that to say is, as of now, do I think this is an unethical choice? My answer is no. Do I think society should discourage this as of now? My answer is no. But with the insurance aspect, well, I'm Canadian, so less applicable to me. But if I was an American, I would not necessarily be opposed, like if these individuals have to pay, you know, higher insurance rates. That seems somewhat reasonable. I'm not fully opposed to that. And the last thing that I'll say is, not to open a can of worms, just very briefly. So Gibbs, you would agree that if we are designed to breed, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean that would be one of the purposes of an animal.
So arguably, we would be poorly designed due to falling birth rates, correct?
Yeah, so go out, fuck more, boys.
Okay,
fuck
so
wider.
We're designed for something, but we're not doing it. Makes a lot of sense. But either way, I'll move on. I'll leave it there for now.
Hey, listen, that's on them.
That's on who?
Get good, scrubs.
Who? Okay.
How do you get good at something you're designed at?
Yeah, exactly.
The design.
We're not doing it, but we're designed
natural
for it.
selection.
It's like yelling at a computer that it's not functioning correctly. It's like, okay, well, clearly
we can get into it. We can get into it. Don't worry. We'll talk about it. Don't worry.
It was designed poorly, probably.
Okay,
Riddell, I think you're muted, I believe.
Yeah, you're
Riddell.
muted. Riddell.
You're muted.
Riddell, you're muted.
I think
Am I
his
pointing in
whole
the right
headset
direction?
is.
You fool.
I was
Yeah,
just
yeah,
cooking,
now
and you guys
that is
didn't
me,
hear me.
yeah.
That's crazy.
Dude, all of the attitude while muted, it was fucking.
I know, right?
The attitude was brilliant.
Just imagine what I was saying, and it was amazing. Just imagine it. So is it my turn? My turn?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of co-sign the idea that I prefer a societal, especially a governmental pressure to decentivize childbirth as a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want the government saying, "Yeah, you don't have kids." I don't want society trying to decentivize people to not have kids. I do think there is probably an interesting conversation, especially if you do know that this can be transferred to your children and potentially have them in a, pretty unfortunate upbringing, to consider an option of adoption as an option. I think that raising that as a doctor potentially is fine, because at the end of the day, these people want to have families, and I think they deserve the right to have a family, of course. But ultimately, I kind of co-sign what a lot of other people are saying, because once we start stepping over that line where society slash the government is determining whether people have the right to have kids. And ultimately, I actually agree with Gibbs. One of the most important aspects of humans is to have kids. So it's to continue our species. So I think it's problematic, and we are entering that eugenics territory.
Tom.
I mean, yeah, I think that it makes sense to probably recommend adoption for a scenario like this. It's probably best, but I even sometimes, when I think about the fact that like some black kids might have to grow up with systemic racism, I think maybe black people shouldn't have kids either, because that's just going to be a really hard life for those people to live. And then same with like anybody with ADHD or diabetes in their family. Like, I think a lot of people should stop having kids, and we need to rise up the Aryan race a lot quicker. People like this guy is kind of fucking that shit up.
That clip out of context is gonna go crazy. That's gonna go crazy.
They're just gonna be like, "Wow, did they have counterpoints on your 2 weeks in a row?" I'm sorry.
No one would ever clip anything out of context. Doesn't happen.
Yeah. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with everyone. The adoption thing for sure. I think the issue with when you get into like discouraging it, whether it be shame, whatever you do to discourage it in the aftermath, is only just going to affect the kid, right? Either you shame the people, the kids they're going to have the effect. In this question, raising the insurance rates on them. The kid is the only one that suffers, especially if the parent can't afford the insurance. Like none of this is like discouragement. I think, you want to have the kids, that's fine. If they end up having the disability, that's fine. Take care of them. To Hunter's point, you can have a good life if you have a disability. It's not like the end all be all. However, I think the only thing it would be is if these people, like, let's just say, find out their kid has a disability, have the kid, and then put the kid up for adoption. Then I'd be like, well, no, you can't do that. I don't know what the punishment would be on that, but I think that should come with like a reprimand or a punishment or a stipulation that, like, if you're going to take this risk and if you're going to have this child, well, then that's fine. That's a risk you're taking, but then you don't get to put that burden on the state. And I don't know how you enforce that. This is just a feeling, once again, just based off like the question, but like, no, I don't know if we really can discourage it right now. And I don't know if that does anything other than hurt the child. So
I want to push you guys on this. So
I have some disagreement already. So
go ahead. No, you go ahead.
With what I said?
No. Prime, if you want to take it in a different place.
No. Hunter, Corey, you go first.
It's our panel.
Hunter goes first, and then Corey. Is that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ali, that I don't understand what you're saying at all. You're saying no, wait, hold on. Let me just frame the question.
Well, I can clarify if you don't understand.
No, but could I I'm going to show my misunderstanding, and then maybe you could clarify if that's okay. Okay, cool. Because maybe this isn't what you're saying, but this is what I heard. Yeah. I heard if you're a parent and you got told that your kid has Down syndrome, and you're like, shit, man, I don't know if I could deal with that, but I do believe that abortion is murder. And everyone's like, dude, don't worry. Adoption is always available. And then they have the kid. You're like, adoption is a no-go. You have to take care of that kid.
I am a little bit on the adoption is no-go type situation. However, obviously, I'm not applying it overall, right? I'm taking it to the situation. In this situation, if you have a disease that's genetic that can be passed on, and then that's a choice you're making, I guess I'm being specific to this situation. Maybe if you extrapolate it out, I deny it, or I go negative on it. But in terms of like what I'm hearing right now is like, if you do have like this genetic disease that can pass on, that can severely affect your kid's life, well, then I don't know if it's like, if like I'm cool with you like taking that risk and then like just passing the buck. Like you're just like playing with life at that point. And I don't know if I'm okay with that.
Is the issue that you see adoption as like maybe a negative, like I don't like.
Being put up for adoption, our adoption system isn't the greatest, especially if you're probably like a kid with a genetic disorder, right? I don't think you being in like a hospital or an adoptive home or whatever it may be, like you're gonna have like a good life. I don't know if you're gonna be taken care of properly or like to the best of the to the best of your needs.
What if the parent was mandated? I don't like the term mandated when we use this as a placement term, to pay for fees for the kid while they're adopted. It's kind of similar to like when
like child support payments, essentially.
I'm still a little bit. I'm still not okay with putting like a child, especially like an infant with like a genetic disorder, in just like the hand of essentially workers who are going to be like drawn thin, right? He's not going to get the proper care that they're not going to get the proper care that they individually need that you would get from your parent.
So
if the parent wants to give them up for adoption, I doubt they're going to get the proper care from them either. Like if it's somebody who doesn't want them enough,
and that's why I said like. Once again, that's why I said like I don't know like what punishment means. I don't know really what you would do.
Sure.
This is more of like a feeling I had. It's just, to me, if you're someone who has a genetic disorder and you're passing it down to you're willing to risk passing it down to your kid, then I feel like you have more of a duty or a responsibility to then like take care of that kid if they come out with that same disorder that you have.
I'm gonna push back on two different things. The first is I don't know if we're talking about adoption actually, because you continue to say like there's a distinction between adopting and like being a ward of the state. And a ward of the state is like you drop someone off at like a firehouse.
Oh, sorry. If you find a family to take the infant
that's
immediately,
chill.
It's just that's fine. But like what I guess is putting like in an orphanage or whatever it may be, or like ward of the state, so on and so forth.
Sure.
Surrendering the child.
Maybe I'm not okay with the transitionary period between being adopted and not being adopted.
So you're gonna send people after the guy that drops the kid off at the fire station?
Sorry, say that again.
So like, wait, just to be clear, how far are you willing to take that, Ollie? Because like, let's say like Hunter,
like dropping the kid off at the fire station.
He's spreading the seed and he's just like holding it down, and he drops the kid off. Are you gonna send like Papa Gibbs and Ice to go get his ass, or like what?
Jail.
Yeah.
Throw him in jail.
Wait, hold on. Doesn't that disincentivize like
to me that's like close to child endangerment. Like you're dropping off a kid who has this genetic disorder that you don't know how to most people don't know how to take care of, right? The odds that someone's gonna adopt this child, right, and take on and incur this risk is kind of, I think, slim to none. When we have like children right now that you would say are like good and fine that aren't getting adopted, and so like it's you are just like putting this child in danger. You should have just aborted it. Like if you think I think abortion is murder, but I'm just gonna pass the buck on. You don't know what's going. You don't know if this kid's gonna
but it's
survive
better than dying, right? It's probably.
But it could die. The child could die.
Right, but probably the possibility of living is probably even better than certain.
I mean, it's the fantasy that you think, right? If you have this genetic disorder that's like life threatening or whatever it may be, like it requires a lot of surgeries, you're an infant, whatever. Like you don't know. You're kind of gambling if this kid's gonna like, live. So like
it's a possibility and a possibility.
It's Schrodinger. No, it's just Schrodinger's cat at that point. You don't know if the kid's dead or alive. You put it up for adoption. You don't pay attention to it, right? You're not looking at it.
Okay, I'm gonna say
no. I'm being serious.
No, I know you're being serious.
Yeah.
Sorry. Two huge issues that I have. First, I don't think that we're recognizing the second order effects of the policies that we're saying. When we're saying like, oh, someone drops a kid off at the fire station, they should be arrested because they're endangering the kid. That is the one safe legal opportunity that these parents have. That is the other. Any other route is endangerment. What we
should have better. Well, I mean, like if you're going to have like an adoption and blah blah, blah, you should probably have like better things than dropping your child off at the fire station, right? There should probably
just have more better
adoption facilities, adoption drop-offs, whatever it may be. If you want to have like babies be like put up, I don't think dropping them off at the fire station is the best way to do it.
Wait, okay. This goes to a
Well, I mean,
second
yeah,
point that I have,
obviously.
which
I
is
don't-
like
It's not the best way, but that's
obviously
that is the point.
obviously
the
it's
lesser
not
evil.
good that there are parents dropping kids off at the fire station. Obviously, it's not good genuinely at all that kids are being adopted. Like
Yeah.
I was having this conversation with a friend of mine, and she was like, adoption is terrible. I'm like, okay, I've got an adopted brother. Obviously, that was worse than him staying with his parents, but his parents were drug addicts and in jail. Like, obviously, adoption's going to suck, but it's the least worst option, right? Like,
Agreed.
that's just a lot of these situations when it goes to dropping a kid off at the fire station. That's the least bad option, and it's a shitty option. But I can't think of any better option.
Yeah, and my issue is that like you give the child the bad option, you give the child the bad hand, and essentially you get off scot-free. You suffer no consequences, you suffer no penalty. You just gave someone
Sure.
else a problem, and that's kind of like the issue.
I think
is that I don't think the kids are the only ones suffering in any of these equations, and whether or not being in an adoption facility is like the least worst issue, so on and so forth. The parents are the ones like not paying, like having any consequences.
I think the issue here is that we're talking about two different things, which is one, what is the responsibility of the parents, and two, what is the policy positions that we should take as a state? Because obviously, if we just want to shit on parents who leave the kids out on fire stations, yeah, they probably could be doing better. They probably could be doing better things in their life. I'm willing to say that. Whatever. You might disagree. But the second thing is, what policy positions do we have to disincentivize certain behaviors? And we have to come to the conclusion as a society that there are going to be bad parents who don't feel like they can take care of their kids, probably because they made poor decisions, but those people will make poor decisions. How do we deal with those situations?
Now, for the
average,
it
seems like it's fine. Wait, hold on. It seems like it's all we're doing. If all we're doing is just arresting these parents, well, then the kid is shit out of luck either way. In your
now, if you
policy
apply
prescriptions,
if you apply this to like the average parent, but this is kind of specific.
I understand exactly your issue.
Yeah.
So, is your issue the transfer process of giving anonymously the kid to an organization, or is your issue something like the parent drops off the kid like their cargo and just leaves without really notifying anybody?
Both, right? So I think the idea that like you get to just drop off like your kid and just like boom, you suffer no consequence, and you just put all this burden on the child
for abandoning your child. I think the sentiment.
Yes. For abandoning your kid.
So
there's nothing
even
there,
if you directly hand the child to like a staffer or person.
Yeah. Now you go to a staffer, right? And especially in the case with this where there's like a potential genetic disorder that's being passed on, right? You're giving it to a staffer. You're giving it to a worker who's then the kid's just gonna be put in a system with like 30 kids, 40 kids, 100 kids, however many kids are in this system. Like I don't know the specifics for each system or where they're at. That's going to depend. But then like the kid's not going to get the care that they need.
Yeah,
right?
Obviously. But like,
yeah, well, okay. So then I think that the
like,
parent should suffer some consequences.
Okay,
at that rate. Why not?
Because all that does is still offset the damage to the kids. Like you're not offering any substantial policy positions that genuinely fix these issues. Like you're just saying,
I don't think you're really going to be able to fix the issue of like
well, the point is that
being a bad parent isn't something you can really fix, right? As I think these people should to an extent be punished. But that's the kind of the discussion.
Okay. Okay. Can you give me the policy prescriptions that you're advocating for?
I don't know. This is a feeling I have. This is something I've put into policy. This is how you would go about doing it, right? This is just
what's the title of your bill, Ali?
Yeah. But just to my point, wrestling with the fact that society's going to suck, and there are specific things that we can do to change or modify certain behaviors, but that like just pointing to someone doing something wrong and saying bad, and then just like throwing them in jail is actually like a really terrible way to try to fix solutions in society. And I feel like it's very small. It's a very like a small-minded solution when we're just sort of just saying these parents shouldn't do it. Of course, everyone thinks that these parents shouldn't do it. I don't think anyone's cheering on moms dropping off kids at the fire station. But like what like we have to accept the fact that parents are going to feel burdened by children. That's a reality of the situation. What do we do about it as a society? And I think it makes a lot more sense to just sort of have the least bad option, which I think is the current society that we live in. And sometimes it feels a little useless talking about these conversations when it's like, this sucks, right? It's like, sure, but what do we do about that? And it doesn't seem like there's anything tangible or realistic or plausible other than just like,
Hold on, wait. He's saying that there is a negative here that you want to disincentivize, but the problem is that you don't want to disincentivize this because it is the lesser evil. Like
Yes.
it is the better outcome, and so the problem is that we're mitigating for an issue that we don't really want to mitigate for. We want, like, the reason that you're able to drop off your kids at a fire station or anywhere is because they want to make it to where you're not this like super embarrassed person walking into an adoption place or wherever, like, saying, hey, I suck as a parent, so here, like, I'm a fucking horrible person. Like, the whole thing is a process made for you to be able to just kind of give up the kid so that hopefully the kid is going to have better circumstances later on and have the best possible outcome, instead of growing up with parents that don't want them but only kept them because they were too embarrassed.
So I want to let in Corey addressing the fire station thing really quickly. Yes, I think part of it is like the anonymized aspect of it, but like the practical reason why like we drop off children in the States, why we drop off kids at fire stations, because fire stations are everywhere, right? Like, we don't need to open an adoption office in every town. We couldn't do that. We wouldn't. I mean, America would never support it, right? And for like 99% of the year, it might not be doing anything. But fire station is a ubiquitous piece of infrastructure across like every single town, right?
Well, you could do it at a fire station, a police station, a hospital,
station.
like as long as it's any of these things.
Yeah. There's a few others. Yeah, exactly. But like, yeah, these are ubiquitous infrastructure. That's why we say like these are a term for it, enforced caregivers or something. There's a term for this. I forget what it is. I don't
know. Put an adoption hospital. Put an adoption office at the hospitals. Then better. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean,
who's going to pay for that?
A little office doesn't cost much.
Who's going to pay for that? Real quick. First of all, we're going to
All the adoption office at the hospital.
So the pro-lifers don't want to pay for the life.
We already have.
The pro-lifers don't want to pay for life. When the person's like, oh, but I think it could be murder, but no, I'm just going to have it pass it on to the state anyways.
We don't listen.
Who
here? Real quick, Ollie. Who here was adopted? Hold on. Raise your hold on, Ollie. Raise your hand if you were adopted here. Just real quick. Any hands? I was. So listen, I think I turned out fine. And also, we didn't have no extra. We didn't have no extra.
You just said you're a degenerate. You self-admitted degenerate.
Yeah, and I climbed myself up from the muck, baby, and we still are doing well. I'm just saying, there's no need.
You should be so pro DEI, Gibbs.
No, we should. No,
you're literally DEI American.
I don't want the head.
What do you mean?
I want to win despite the odds being stacked against me. Then I can say, hey, I like the way
you're DEI American.
No,
you got picked.
We're better.
You got selected.
We are built different. But listen, Ollie, here's the thing. You're wanting this extra thing we don't need. Tom just laid out this whole very sensible thing. We already have this infrastructure. There's a plethora of options. We don't need all this baby back bullshit, extra adoption center. We can just take the kids from, the funnel system, wherever they're getting it from, the church, these other places, and then we just ship them off to one location.
Wait, Gibbs, I got a better point.
An adoption center right there.
Gibbs, wait, hold on. Here's the issue. Ollie, you're doing this very bizarre thing. Ollie, you're doing this very bizarre thing where you're saying, I don't want to offload this to the government. What do you think, like, when we're talking about these, like, adoption agencies or whatever, that's funded by the government as well? Like,
okay, no, like, okay, one, this was in very specific to like this. However, I'm saying that, like, it's not that I don't want the government to do these things or do assistance or whatever it may be. I'm saying that I don't want these parents to get off with no consequence for burdening their child that they chose to make, right? Whether it be a child with no genetic disorder or a child that they chose with a 50-50 chance, you're burdening the child. The parent suffers no consequence. I would like there to be a consequence for the parent, but to be fair, I think there should be consequences for negligent parents, even if you are raising your kid. But like once again, I'm a little bit extreme on that. So
Yeah, you're. I
that's a
will
me
say
thing.
sometimes you scream conservatism, Ali. I'm gonna say
Me?
that.
How
Yes.
is any of hold on?
I'm a conservative.
What is this bullshit
can you just-
that
let me
you
hear
are
me out. Let me
doing,
say-
Hunter?
That's
What
say
is
what
so
I'm saying.
funny because like
No, let me
what
just say what
the
I'm
fuck
saying.
are
Let me
you
say what I'm saying.
talking about,
The
Hunter?
idea.
How
the
is this
idea-
conservatism?
Shut the fuck
This
up,
is
Gibbs, you're gonna-
National Socialism. That is leftism. If I've ever seen it,
It's
yeah,
shitty-
that
it's
is
shitty.
I don't know
crazy.
where
That
I
is
stand politically. You guys
hold
are
on.
teaching me. I'm a
This is
conservative. Go ahead.
insanity.
Let me clarify.
This is what
Let me
they do.
clarify.
They just try to rebrand
shut the
things, and
fuck
words
up.
mean things, Papa.
Gibbs,
Words
this is
mean
why we
things.
can never unify ever on a debate. One
Because you
moment
say
when we
some
were on the
crazy
same
shit
team.
like, oh, yeah, putting kids in camp and having government control over them, that screams conservatism. Well, you know
No.
what screams conservative? Government telling parents what to do with
Oh
their
my
children.
God.
That's conservative. That is insanity, Papa.
Okay.
Like,
okay.
get
Just
the
wait,
fuck
hold on.
out of
Can I
here.
clarify my point?
Sounds bad.
Go ahead.
I wanna hear it.
I do want to get to
I
our friend Corey,
hate-
but go ahead.
I hate. Oh, sorry. What? Is it
You're
not my
pointing in
turn?
the right place.
No, no, you,
Ali,
yeah,
I hate you. Go.
keep going, Hunter, please.
Okay, sorry. I don't want to. If it's other people's turn, I'm happy to take
No.
my time.
Go ahead. finish. Yeah.
I fucking hate this bullshit focus on justice rather than good outcomes. It's like, but we
Why? The kids can
need
go for
to
adoption
punish
and you
the
punish the
fucking
parents.
Does it solve anything? No. Does it fix anything? No. Does it make the kids' lives better? No, but we must.
Well,
It's
we're not
like,
gonna make the kids'
God,
lives better, right?
it's
The parents
so
are putting them up for
exhausting.
adoption. The parents don't care
it's
about the kids'
exhausting
lives.
Focusing
then, yeah,
so
they- you know.
deeply on just punishing people because
No,
they did
no.
something
You can do
bad.
the other stuff too while punishing the parents. You just
You
want to
don't need
focus.
to
Are
be
you also
punishing
in
them.
favor
on
of
that. But yeah, go ahead.
arresting drug addicts for being drug addicts, like, or like, arresting?
Yeah, obviously that's
getting
bad. They
harsh
shouldn't be drug
punishments to
addicts. Yeah.
users
Just for the
and-
record, no one is surprised the
Why
leftists
not?
here don't care about
No.
justice.
I think that's
No
different.
one here is surprised
I
about
think
that
you're
at
being
all.
a
I
drug
just
addict
wanna
on
go
your
out
own
there.
has really no issue.
We know y'all are corrupt, so Hunter's just openly admitting
Unless
that he
he
doesn't like
tries to go out
justice.
and stab
Well,
people,
no, I
man,
mean,
that's
a lot of
crazy.
like a lot of places are trying
non-drug
to make
addicts
it
go
to
out and try
where
to stab
like
people too, so it doesn't really.
sure, but like what I keep analogizing in
think
my head
Corey
is
wants to
like
talk.
safe use places where like they make it to where like heroin addicts can go like shoot up somewhere,
Yes.
and they make sure that they use safely so that they're not overdosing and they're not dying. And I keep thinking of this when we're thinking of somebody being able to go drop off. It's like obviously this is something that generally we would think of as like illegal if you just go drop your kid off somewhere and just leave them there. But in this case, we make it to where there is a way for you to do this so that it is safer for the kid, because otherwise you're more likely to go drop the kid in a fucking dumpster or in a river or somewhere
Exactly.
else.
Yeah.
You're like
Exactly.
the circumstances that we're mitigating for are making just way worse outcomes in the end. And so even I mean, you say that it sounds conservative, and it does, to just like push for justice and punishment instead of actually having better outcomes. But honestly, I mean, every conservative state has child safety acts
That's
like
true.
this where you're able to go drop off your kids. And you said earlier that like it's the pro-lifers who are all telling people not to abort their kids, but then they don't want to take care of them afterwards. But it is the pro-lifers, it is Christians and conservative people who are adopting at the highest rates, who are getting what do you call it? Foster brothers and sisters, foster kids. I had numerous
Sure,
foster
yeah.
brothers and sisters growing up. Like they are the ones who are actually taking care of these kids. But at
Let's
the
go
highest
to
rates.
our
Oh,
friend
a little
Corey.
much.
Let's
We
go
care.
to
We
our-
actually care. That's
We'll-
right.
I
we'll-
digress.
We'll go to our friend Corey. Corey, please.
All right, so a few things. Well, first, Ali, I think I understand where you're coming from, and even though I'm largely on Hunter's side, and Tom and everyone else's, I don't think they're actually truly contending with what you are saying. At least, they're not addressing, I think, the valid concern that you have. As in, from what I'm understanding, it seems like they have a valid concern of like, a parent abandoning their child seems kind of bad and icky, and there should be some sort of consequence for that. Am I capturing the sentiment correctly? Okay. And I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I think, and that's where like I'm in Hunter's camp of like, this is kind of like, there are costs to having society, and this is like a built-in cost. But I also understand in terms of why Hunter is saying like conservative vibes. What do I mean by that? Because I would argue you are maybe using a red pill talking point to expand, as in one of the red pill talking points is like, so I am very pro-choice, okay? As in like all the abortions all the time, more or less within reason. But one of the talking points, largely from the red pill space, is like, well, they typically tend to be anti-abortion because all these hoes getting off scot-free and not taking accountability for all the sex that they're having and getting pregnant. As in, if they're using abortion as a form of birth control, okay, that's bad. You're not taking accountability. Okay.
Yeah.
And like, I would agree that, if I came across someone that they had like literally a dozen abortions, assuming that is actually feasible, something feels icky about that to me. But at the end of the day, like, I'm definitely not in the favor of like outlawing abortion, as in this is just like
Yeah.
the cost of doing business type of thing. As in, like, I don't think there's any good policy solution to the understandable aversion you have to a parent abandoning their child. Does that make sense?
I just want to
It
throw
makes
out there
sense.
to Ollie, though, with what you're saying, Corey, just in addition to that, I think that y'all also aren't factored in. If this person cared enough to, like, not get the abortion and have all the kid, giving the kid up is a consequence. And that's probably not going to be an easy thing for them to do. Like, even after you give the kid up, like, emotionally, like, right, like you do it, oh, I'm not embarrassed, I snuck it into the place. Like, it's probably going to have some sort of, I wouldn't say positive impact on them, like mentally or like physically, probably. So, like, I'm sure that pregnancy's hard on women, like, in general, right? So they probably have physical consequences. So to be arguably, Ollie, they've already suffered the consequence that you're kind of advocating for. Just to
Gibbs, that is the most empathetic thing
I'm
I've
not
ever
really,
heard you say
I'm not
in my
really
life.
sold on that
I'm
one.
just a
there.
real
like-
I don't think
I
we
was
can.
I'm about
blown
to
away
say
that came out of your
that sounds like a skill
people
issue
who
to me.
dehumanize babies. There are people who treat babies like they're nothing but a piece of an object. So I don't think that really is a valid rationale, to be honest. I do think there's a consequence that's probably necessary. Now, I'm not exactly sure what Ollie is referring to in terms of the consequence he's referring to, but the thing that I mentioned earlier, when there's like this potential undue burden of the, having this kid, having all these medical issues, would you advocate for something like them chipping into the medical cost of these kids?
Oh yeah, I mean, like, if once again, if we're bringing it specifically to this, I mean, yeah, then if you, especially when it comes to this with the MHE and whatever, like, genetic disease that pass on, if you end up making that decision, taking that risk, like, upon yourself, and then having like the kid, and then you're gonna pass it on, then I mean, yeah, I think you are like the kid is at least entitled to have like the medical things paid for at minimum.
Let's
Wait,
get
but they
Corey.
do. If they're wards of the state, then they do.
I want the
Uh,
parent.
Well,
to be the one
it's directing it more to
chipping
the
in.
people who gave up the kid.
Yeah, but
Let's-
the reason they gave them up is almost certainly a financial issue. Like they're
Well, then
they're
why did you
probably
decide to
not
try
gonna
to
that
have
have
applies.
it?
That,
So
that
in this
applies
in
to
this
a lot of
specific
people who
in
have
this
kids.
specific
because they don't want to
situation, it's
murder a
50-50.
child because
No,
they're pro-life individuals.
no. It's 50-50, right? That you're gonna pass on this disease, right? Now you don't want to have the abortion, that's fine, but you really want to have the kid. But you took the 50-50 risk, and then after that risk, if you
No,
lose that, if you
you're
lose
wrong.
that coin flip, you're like,
I
oh
mean,
well, actually, I don't want to be a
your-
parent anymore. Never mind.
Your theory of mind of understanding the people and like their mentality, I think is very off. I think that you need to understand that they genuinely see abortion as murder. They genuinely, and this is something that liberals struggle with a lot. And like I'm a
agree.
liberal, I see it in
It's
my camp a lot.
fine.
They genuinely see abortion as murder.
I understand
And they go,
they do.
I'm not killing a fucking child, but I can't take care of it. So I'm going to have to give this up, and this is going to
Yeah, in one
this is gonna-
scenario,
Yeah,
it gets
but-
to live.
I'm not saying they
So-
have to pay the totality of the medical expense, but just like child support, you should chip in. This is still your kid.
Yeah, but like
This is still the life
Alright.
you created.
I do want to
No,
get back
these
to Corey.
people just get to
I
do
do-
whatever
I
they
do wanna
want
get
and
back to
just
Corey.
fucking willy-nilly.
I do want to get back to Corey. I don't want to be like an hour before we get back to our friend Corey.
That's
Corey,
okay.
please.
the whole point is that you get to do it anonymously because otherwise if they could track this information, they wouldn't do it. They would leave them in a dumpster. And that policies were to be invoked, there would be more kids in dumpsters.
I would like to go out to Corey,
Yes.
by the way.
So, and to
Corey,
expand, and
James.
I do have a question to Hunter at some point, but like,
So-
to build on that case. So, like, again,
I'll let that go.
going back to my abortion example of like one of the arguments for abortion, as much as like, again, like, do I want, a woman having like 12 abortions as I literally using it as a form of birth control? My answer is no. That's not my
Right.
ideal society. But I understand that that is a reality I have to contend with if I want all the positive benefits of having abortion legalized. And again, one of the reasons to have abortion legalized is because, like, if we outlaw it, this is the whole point of like, we don't want women having, back alley coat hanger abortions. Okay.
Agreed.
And so all that to say is I'm on your side, Hunter, but like there's something to Ali's concern.
Well,
But-
And also,
Can I-
Hunter,
wait, hold on.
Hunter,
I
what
wanna-
I don't understand from what you're saying here is
Yeah.
you're telling me that these people are so pro-life that they're not willing to have an abortion, but they are
Yes.
willing to have their kid die in a dumpster. I'm like,
hold on.
where's the
Yeah.
pro-life at that point?
Hold on.
Yeah.
hold on, hold on.
Where's the
Yeah, but
pro-life?
it's-
You're
it-
willing
but
to
hold
have your
on, hold on.
kid.
I
No,
think-
that one-
They don't
I
want to
can understand.
directly be the
You're
one
telling me
doing
they're
the
so
killing.
pro-life?
Before you
Yes.
answer, Hunter, I have a question for you. Okay, but can you just?
Well, I feel like I have like 3 things.
Ah,
that
you
have
do,
been
you do.
thrown
Yeah,
on me.
you should.
So I'm gonna
you
go
should
slowly.
respond to that last one.
Yeah.
'cause that was-
Well, I do have another thing that I wanted to bring up because I wanted to Ollie's point.
I'm not
Okay.
attacking you, by the way.
No, that's fine. Look, I'm not. This is a debate.
I
whatever,
am.
Like, I'm not. Okay, yeah. No, but throw whatever shit you want at me. No,
Hunter's
no.
got
I
tough
would
skin.
attack you
He's
if you're
fine.
pro-life.
Yeah.
He's
You're
a
chill.
fucking
Say what you
liberal. He
want.
doesn't deserve your respect. Go ahead, Hunter.
That part too.
Incredible.
Hand washer of fascism.
So look, firstly, to Ollie's point, of course, if I met someone, if it was a friend of mine or if it was a family member who is dropping off their kid at a fire station, I would, as empathetically and as reasonably as I could, say, don't fucking do that, you psychopath. Okay? Obviously, there is a personal level to engaging with these people, and there's a societal level in dealing with these people. If I want to deal with homeless people and I knew someone who's homeless, my brother was actually homeless for a while. I'm like, here's what you have to fucking do. You have to get a job. You have to do all these things. Like you have to find an apartment. It's not that difficult. Like, you have to be able to do these things in your life. But on a societal level, you have to go, okay, well, we just have to give these people money. And we have to operate on both levels simultaneously. And that's kind of what part of being a grown-up is, like, recognizing that there are societal responses and personal responses. Okay, that's to Ollie's point. So I do understand that personal reaction, and I'm not trying to offload parental responsibility to children. Okay, to shit, I forgot your name. You've only been on like one other panel. Riddell's question. Sorry, remind me your question. I got distracted by the first thing I was saying.
You're good. So one of the things you bring up, which I understand, is that there are people who are pro-life who don't want to have abortions.
Oh,
Get it.
sure.
But I don't see how that equally corresponds when they're also willing to throw their kid in a dumpster and
Totally.
it's gonna die in a dumpster.
Totally. So this is really complicated, and like I'm trying to analyze these people's mentality and perspective, and what it feels like to them is that there's direct murder and indirect murder. And there's leaving a kid in the dumpster, and hopefully it's going to be found by someone, and hopefully
I think you're
officer's
missing
going to
it.
pick it up.
You're missing it.
Yeah,
Hunter.
Schrodinger's child.
No, you're missing it. You're missing it. That's not what's happening. Like,
They're not an active.
let me
participant
try
in
to,
the
like-
Yes,
murder.
exactly.
They
Hold
are
on,
an active participant.
hold
when
on,
they
let me-
leave it.
No,
Should
but
we-
not
He's
to
dead
them.
or not
You
dead?
can
We
disagree with
hope
it.
it's not.
It's
No,
not
no,
a
hold on,
disagreement.
hold
Hold
on.
on, no.
Hey, let me
Yeah.
just- let me
No,
show-
hold on,
No,
wait.
no.
Hold on, wait. It's not a direct participant. It's they are active participants.
doesn't-
They are
it
not
doesn't
a
Hold on,
direct
hold on.
participant.
Y'all
Direct
really
direct
missing
No,
it.
participant.
there is
Part
a
of the
massive
baby's
difference.
death.
Hold on.
I'm not
There is a
justifying it. I'm
massive
just
difference.
explaining it.
I know you're not
Yes,
justifying
there
it,
is
by
a-
the way.
No, hold on.
Yes, he's not justifying, but he's saying that, like, there's a massive difference between somebody who, like, a judge who orders down a death penalty versus the person who has to go and chop off their head, right?
Right.
Like, those two people are drastically different. Just the
Even
same
though
as
they
all
both-
of the people
That doesn't apply
on
here.
all of
That
the
doesn't
all of
apply
the
in this situation.
conservatives
Yes.
running around chanting that they want to go to war with Iran versus the people who actually have to live with the death of all of these, people that they killed overseas.
But
Like,
again,
even
this
though
they
doesn't
both-
apply. The person is making an action. Their
They're
action.
we
We are
agree.
directly
Well,
involved in
I'm
that
going to
action.
distill
I'm
it.
putting this
I-
defenseless
I will
baby
try
in the
to-
dumpster.
scenario.
Riddell,
Guys.
I'm pretty sure you understand, and I've had this debate. Okay, in Canada we have MAID, as in medical assistance in dying, and there are many
Okay.
conservatives and probably even many liberals that are against that, and they have valid criticism against the direction that Canada is going. But I literally had this debate with conservatives in the United States, but as in they're against MAID, but they understand there's difference, and they'll make the case of like, I'm against MAID, but if you just want to withhold life-saving measures, that is okay and permissible, because there is a cognitive difference in terms of that's what the active direct participant versus the intentional pushing of
Even
the
though-
button.
I think you
Even
can
though
lie to
you could
yourself and
really
say there's a
abstract-
difference.
No,
None
hold
of
on.
what you
Yes,
guys
that's
are-
what we're
We-
saying. Wait, hold on.
None
hold
of
on.
That you're lying to
Okay.
yourself and
No,
saying
that's fine. Okay, that's fine. But you
We
need
do
to
need to get
you
to
need to
grips at some
occupy a
point.
theory of mine
Yes.
and recognize that these people do believe this. That's all we're
that's
saying.
Yes,
You can
crazy people
actually say-
believe crazy
Wait,
things.
yes,
My-
you were
my-
asking how could these people exist, and I'm saying
But-
they do.
But
I
it
know,
doesn't make
but
them
I'm not
right.
willing. I can't.
I
Doesn't make
know.
correct.
I'm not
So
fucking
then,
justifying.
I can't listen to crazy to dictate policy. That's
Okay.
not what I'm
Okay.
doing.
Okay,
So-
everyone. Okay,
no,
hold
no,
on,
no.
hold on.
Hunter,
You're
Hunter,
not
you have to
understanding
be
what I'm
this
saying.
is
Listen,
this is my favorite part of the
it's my-
week is letting lefties
my
talk
issue with
because
this,
this
I
is
don't think
this is
any
why
of
the
the-
right is winning because of what y'all are doing right now. Like I'm
The
100%.
right is
No,
not
no,
winning.
no,
Gibbs.
no,
You
hold
need
on.
to contend
No,
with
yeah,
Gibbs.
no,
Not
this is
winning.
why
You're
we're
not
winning.
winning.
Oh, that's fine.
No,
You,
the right
listen,
is
that,
winning
this is
right
why
now.
I'm confident enough to say that in here, knowing I'm outnumbered 6-1 because I did result. Hold on. No, clearly you don't.
Right now,
Nope, you don't.
pro-lifers do not
Well,
think
that-
throwing your child in a dumpster is you not killing your child. They don't
Let's
No,
let
that's
Gibbs-
no.
Most pro-lifers don't think
Let's
that.
let Gibbs respond. Let's let Gibbs
So
respond.
what? This is something that I see happening a lot in both circles, the
I
righties and
understand
the
your
lefties.
frustration, Hunter.
I go to the right side, and the righties don't know how to talk to the lefties, and the lefties don't understand the righties. There is a actual disconnect in like mentalities between the groups right now, and I find it kind of interesting. It's really terrifying, to be totally honest. Because what y'all have just done is y'all have sat here and tried to be empathetic to the righties, and y'all have tried to sit in their shoes, and you've tried to figure out the process. All right. I'm just going to say something. There might be some people that can do the indirect thing. Corey does have a point with the indirect, like procedures, like versus direct suiciding kind of thing or whatever. That's like that is a mental thing that happens, right? And it's frowned upon, etc., etc. And I'm not going to argue that, but I would argue that's probably a small percentage, and it probably applies more to like late care life than it would have dropping the baby off of the dumpster. What I would argue is more likely is like when you have all sides have mentally ill people, right? So what you're going to have is you're going to have someone that's like a teen girl that probably had like some sort of an encounter. She's going to be either hormonal, she's not going to be experienced, she's going to be traumatized, she might just be bipolar, and then like they're going to have a family that's conservative, and like she's going to be hiding the pregnancy, and like not and be overwhelmed and not have access to care with her, and then give postpartum depression, and then like she's going to go kill the kid. Now, as someone who is adopted, there's also the added aspect of the anonymous thing. And y'all are arguing that that's a bad thing and there should be consequences. I would argue this is actually a good thing to have anonymous care, right? My parents, my real blood parents, they were anonymous, okay? And I had to go and hire a private eye, and I had to go do blood testing for like 23andMe and 2 other things to find out who my father was. Turns out the guy's a degenerate, a Mexican that's got 3 felonies in Mexico, crazy fucker, the exact reason why you want a giant border wall, right? So turns out, hey, Gibbs' fucking lineage proves this correct. And I can find zero information about my mother, but she's like, American citizen. But I do have letters from my mother. And it basically, when I turned 18, I stopped getting them because it's like kind of, they did it through the agency. And basically it was like, don't come find me though. I have a family and your presence would disrupt that and it would hurt both of us. Like I would be mad, you would be mad, it would hurt you, it would hurt my family. It was all these things. And so it has given me, thanks to this, has given me a chance as someone who's adopted to have like a clean break. I'm totally my adopted parents' family. Like that's like my family. That's where I grew up. Like, I was like lucky to have like kind of a diverse family, but like that was allowed a clean break. So the anonymous thing is a good thing, right? The issue that you keep bringing up though, Ollie, and y'all brought up with the opening topic is the disease factor, right? If you're going to give up a kid to disease. And I would argue once again, a lot of these times in these pregnancies that I'm talking about, especially the conservative, they're not going to know this kid's going to have the disease, or they wouldn't even have the testing because a lot of these families are very conservative. They're not going to go do the testing. So I think that once again is going to mitigate a large portion of what you're talking about with the knowingly they gave a diseased kid up to like the firehouse, right? And like finally, comes back to kind of what Hunter said at the beginning of my empathetic thing, is there already is a toll. This person's probably gone through a lot, and they're going to take flack from their family. Like you're not factoring any of this in. Like if you're a conservative and you're like, oh, I failed, I can't handle the kid, I had like kid out of wedlock or whatever, and the shotgun marriage didn't work. If you're gonna be like disowned, there's gonna be family problem. You're probably gonna have financial issues from being pregnant. That there's cost money. Like it's not cheap, So you're going all these things, and then they give this kid up, and it's gonna be like all these things you're acting. And then I hate to be like I'm gonna sound like liberal here, but what is the utilitarian good here in justice? Well, justice served, they got the punishment, and then they're gonna have the utilitarian, the kids are being taken care of. So when you're talking about this, like it's just like rationale, like, oh, I want to have the kid, but I'm gonna leave it in the dumpster. That like I don't know that anybody that's actually conservative is gonna be doing that. It's gonna be the kids rebelling from their parents. Oh, I had sex out of wedlock with like whatever, and like it's not these kids are
That's more
actively going to be
reasonable, I
rebelling.
agree.
Yeah. So like, I think that's more what's going to happen. And then they're going to get to a point where it's just overwhelmed, as opposed to like, oh, this person is like some like 30-year-old or 29-year-old woman who's like raised in the Catholic Church her whole life and is like, oh, it's super anti whatever. And then all of a sudden, oh, I had the kid. I'm going to just leave it on the doorstep of the like incinerary. Like, no, that's not what's happening. Like,
Well,
I think
the majority of these are going to be teenagers one way or the other.
100%.
Like whether they're taking them
Right.
to the fire station, or yes, it's somebody who's putting them in a dumpster or whatever. Yes, the majority of them are going to be teenagers who are dealing with like parents who are going to be pissed off at them if they do one thing or the other, or even they hide pregnancies from their parents for long periods of times and then eventually have the baby. But now that they have the baby, they don't know what the fuck to do with it. So they got to take it somewhere. Like there's so many scenarios where, yes, it's going to majority of the time be teenagers who are having to deal with their parents and are afraid of what's going to happen with their parents.
And I agree with that. And I do want to articulate like my point of view here, because even though I offer the potential thing, I don't think it's really something that's going to be implemented, because I don't think this is really an issue in America in terms of people who knowingly have a disease that is life-threatening to the point where the kid is put in an adoption, and obviously a lot of problems can happen. I don't think this is really something happening in America, but if this was ever be streamlined, of course, I do think that's something to consider, because of course that's going to be undue burden to the system. Regardless, my preference in all of this is I'm okay with people, obviously adoption in general, but I would probably prefer with something a little bit more preventative in terms of, when they're doing things or making decisions, they know all the decisions that they can and cannot make before they go through it, especially if they know that this could be a genetic hereditary disease. I think that ensuring that they not only know their options, know the potential costs, but knowing that adoption is something that they can do, and obviously certain types of benefits and incentives to adopt as someone in their situation would probably be something that I would advocate for. But ultimately, the reason why I was debating against what was being said, because I didn't believe the scenario Hunter was bringing up. I believe in the teenager situation more. For sure.
We all believe that, but
that is the same
Hunter's point is still accurate.
We just gave it more context.
Genuinely,
we just gave it more context. The same exact scenario.
That's what I was giving. Yeah.
But they're like.
Yeah. The idea that it's a 31-year-old Catholic woman, that's not what I was trying to get across. I think that.
Well, it seemed like it was an isolated, like, moral conundrum versus yours was more conditional based off family.
No, you have to consider the type of person who's going.
That's not what was said to me, so I don't know why I'm considering
in
that.
the first place.
I was told
we're saying,
isolated moral conundrum.
Yeah, no, we're saying that like the type of person who's going to drop off a kid at a fire station in the first place is already like in a very bad scenario where they're already like up against the wall to where they're willing to go to extremes like dropping off their kid. Obviously, they had the kid, so this wasn't. This doesn't seem like everything's going according to plan for this person in the first place.
I also do want to just say that, Riddell, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but like when you're like, here's what I advocate for, which is like a higher emphasis on like knowing whether or not diseases are insured, if everyone has the opportunities. That's largely the system that we currently live in. And like, I can speak from experience. I had a kid who we got some blood work done, and my first child he had like a 2% likelihood that he had like Down syndrome, and more information as like the kid grows older. Luckily, I didn't have a kid with Down syndrome. And like they tracked that very carefully and like gave me information on all of the opportunities. And obviously, I get to be pretty grateful that I had decent healthcare enough to get like very consistent support as I go through. And if we want to talk about having more, universalized healthcare, like definitely I'm in favor of that. But like the main thrust of the conversation, which is like, should doctors be more informing of parents of challenges that occur during childhood? Yes, but that is also what doctors are currently doing. So sometimes I just think we should give a little bit more credit to the society that we're currently in. Like that's all I'm saying is like. And whatever, maybe you already agree with that. It sounds
I would agree with that. And I would actually touch upon what you said right afterwards, which would be expanding medical care in general. So people have more of the opportunity to access something like this.
Yeah. Let's let Corey in.
So going back to the question that I wanted to ask you, Hunter. So, we're on the same page in terms of like how you outlined it in your opening statement of like, in the scenario that was outlined in the video, you don't view it as unethical. And, I largely agree with that also in my opening statement. But does the calculation change for you if it's like the parent has the 100%? It's not a 50-50.
Yeah, there is
100%.
It for sure shifts. Yeah, and it also really depends on the type of.
That's what I was going to go into
disease.
the direction of like, so let's say using the extreme example of like a complex regional pain syndrome of like.
Yeah. Stuff like that where it's like genuine. That's just like chronic pain or something like that.
It's generally considered one of the
debilitating.
most painful conditions. Like,
Yeah, that shit. It's like fair enough. Like you really got.
Although it's not purely genetic, but there's a genetic component. But like,
no,
yeah.
sure. There's obviously going to be a gradient, and obviously like it's going to be extremely rare when we're talking about like a 100% chance of like deeply debilitating chronic pain. Yeah, that I would probably say just adopt. But there, like, I probably have a higher threshold than most people.
But you are
you just said earlier, Hunter,
wait. I'm not. But you're understanding pushing back against the sentiment of like people seem to have like this foregone conclusion, like you're disabled. There's like a chance of equality of life is. Like,
I think we'll have this idea that like if you have Down syndrome, it's like fucking no go. You got to cut that. And it's like most of these. I mean, like they're probably not going to be able to live on their own. It's probably going to be very, very difficult. I empathize a lot with it, but they're also almost certainly going to be happy people. Like the idea that life isn't worth living is pretty bullshit.
Yeah, well, you're saying that, but then you're like, oh, it's seriously painful. Okay, cool. What if this seriously painful disease teaches them like, I don't know, patience, so they become Master Oogway? Like, you're saying this shit. Like, I mean, like, there's a reason why some of the most like influential people of all time in history and philosophy are people that had some kind of major debilitation.
Sure.
I think that's key
We can't
here.
use acceptance to determine the
Oh,
rule.
no.
Sure, but the one thing about humans is we are exceptional, and you only need one exceptional human to advance society in a massive
Also,
way.
fuck everybody else. But
Yeah,
that
it's law of
one
numbers,
person-
bro. That's kind of how it works. Yeah.
Gibbs, I think I agree with
It's
you a
sales,
lot
law
more
of
than you think I
hints.
do. I said my threshold is really high. I'm saying if you fucking pop out of the womb and you have a thing in your brain that just goes every time you take a step, there's going to be searing pains in your brain. I know you're talking about like Nietzsche or something who had like chronic pain. Yeah,
Or
chronic
Beethoven,
pain.
who couldn't hear. Like, I mean, there's all sorts of examples.
That's not the scenario that
Those are like
I did not
big deals. I mean, obviously they suck. Obviously, I empathize a lot with them, but they can live happy lives. I do think that there are some very, 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 very rare diseases.
What, Helen Keller?
Yeah, I agree with you. What are you
That's
talking about? I agree with you.
It's not even the same ballpark of the scenario that I
know.
outlined.
Like Helen Keller is absolutely, obviously, easily capable of living a good life, living a happy life.
I mean, here's the really one. What's his name? How
If
about hockey?
Yes. Okay. If I reframe it as in like we have like with almost like greater 90% certainty that your child will experience like the most misery pretty much most of the time, I think most people would agree that that is not a good outcome.
How much not misery do you think Stephen Hawking experienced on a day-to-day basis?
What are you talking about?
just throw it out there.
You're giving the weirdest examples of fine people. Like, I'm not saying
you think he was fine? Like,
hold on. Relatively speaking, with the diseases
up until
we're
like his
talking about,
mid-20s.
Obviously, yes. We're talking about fucking like.
The guy was a literal meat sack, bro. His life was literally the worst it could be.
Gibbs, I agree with you. I need you to think about this. I agree with you.
I know.
I think Stephen
so why are you
Hawking
fighting me?
can live a happy and good life, fulfilled life. Okay? People with similar diseases than him. You have to go to like the fucking bottom of the barrel.
That is the bottom of the barrel, for the record. Like, he's a literal meat sack.
but
No, it's not. That's not
What
what,
are you
that's what they're
talking
saying.
about?
That's not
There's
the
things that
scenario.
are
What-
No one's saying, hey,
you're playing
if
this.
you have
Shit
Stephen
where,
Hawking
like,
in the womb, are you going to
Every
continue the
time
pregnancy?
you pee, you
No
get
one-
Yes, you
daggers up
should.
your dick, and you die at like age 7. There's shit like that. Like, you could.
What if they have a
That
good
shit is like, I don't know, man. That.
Well,
What if
wait,
they're
Gibbs,
prodigy?
Gibbs, are you
Yeah.
anti-abortion in every circumstance?
I mean, listen. Here's my abortion stance.
Wait,
I don't have a
wait,
womb.
Wait, no, I'm
That's
going
my
to use
stance.
this. What if the parent knows the womb that
Such a
they have the
lib
next
sometimes,
Hitler?
Gibbs.
Should they go?
I just don't have a womb. I'm not
the
gonna make
next
this
Hitler?
decision. Listen, women got the right to vote for a reason. I'll let them
So, yeah,
decide.
but answer my question. If the woman knows,
You don't gotta
the woman knows
answer. You don't
that
gotta
they have,
answer.
that they have the next Hitler in the womb, should they go through with it?
Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's second.
Wait, Gibbs. Gibbs, I saw a video last
let's do
week.
it.
I saw a video the other day of it was an old Charlie Kirk video. It was a lady. She tells him, she goes, "Hey, this child right here, my dad raped me, and this is the product of that kid." And you're like, "Yeah, hell yeah." You
Hold
like
on.
support and clap for that.
I would
Well,
too.
yeah,
Obviously,
yeah,
you guys
based.
have the
I mean, hold
dumbest.
on, based.
I saw
Yeah,
that.
like-
I saw that video, and every liberal is like, "Why are they cheering for?"
Well, because
incest and rape?" I'm like, "Are you
what-
fucking stupid?"
Because yeah, what
Do
she
you
did is
really
honorable.
can't-
She like got had one of the worst awful experiences happen to her, and she still chose to raise this kid, despite every day she could look at this kid and be reminded of the worst
Yes.
thing that ever happened to her, and
Yes.
she's still bringing this kid to
and so
life
she
and
should
giving
be,
him a
and she
shot,
should be
and
used,
she should
and
be applauded.
used
Yeah.
To then what? Tell that to all the. So then the women who do choose to get an abortion should feel shame and bad because
What?
that
I didn't
should
say
be
I didn't say
the
that.
right?
Hold on.
can't
One
celebrate
can
That's
be,
something.
that's what ends up happening.
No,
That's
one
what-
can
oh
be
my God.
true without the
That's what
other.
happens.
It's literally like anytime
That's
there's a
what happens is
housewife who's
videos like
having to
that
be a
get
housewife,
used.
It's an
vi-
attack on feminism.
Wait,
100%.
no.
Videos like that
Well,
get
what
used
Ollie
to
is
then
saying is
prop.
not-
find out. We got a lot more conservatives.
Yeah, so like
here.
propagate the fact that these are like children's are a blessing, and you should not like to Gibbs' point. You should never have an abortion for any reason
Well, I didn't
because
say
like
that.
everything
Yeah.
is.
Well, what's
No,
your,
no,
well, then what's
Ali-
your line,
Ali's-
Gibbs? You haven't outlined
no.
anything.
Ali's
ahead, bro.
spitting here, right? Like Ali's on the number. Like I agree.
Remember, I'm not
but-
the empathetic one, for the record.
One second. I know. I
Sure.
agree.
Gibbs has been spitting this whole time.
Well, hold on. I agree with what Gibbs said, like in terms of like the compassion, right?
Mhm.
That a person can show towards a child who's obviously an innocent child who didn't do anything, right?
Mhm.
And still loving them despite like seeing in their eyes, like the rape and whatever, right? So I can agree there.
Rape or whatever.
at the-
disgusting.
No.
Disgusting.
And this person's like 50% that person. They're gonna literally
Typical
start
way for
looking
a
like
man to
you're
say
you're
it.
yeah, they're gonna start literally looking like the person that did this to you, like at some point. Like
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's also like it could have happened any which way because it would have been his grandkid one way or the other. Anyway, but the point is, the what Ali is saying here is also true. That like those anecdotes get brought up, right? They aren't simply exist in the ether separately, right? So that doesn't matter, right? Like it's not like they simply clapped, right, and then they forgot about it and they left it alone.
so
What
that's
happened
her
was
fault for
they-
doing something good that like other
No,
bad people are gonna
no,
use that as a weapon.
Doing something good versus something bad,
two
right?
things
Doing
can
something
be
good
true.
versus something bad.
No one.
I
no
feel like
one
two things
here-
can be true
no
here.
one
though.
here
Insane.
Yeah, this
is
is pretty
blaming.
insane.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no one here is blaming the woman, right?
It sounds like y'all are blaming the woman.
At least I'm not. Sorry, let's do
No.
a check-in, right? Are you blaming the woman?
No,
The mother? Are you blaming
Okay,
the woman?
you're doing the listen. Y'all might
Okay,
not be
great.
directly
So we're
blaming
not-
the
well,
woman,
you-
but y'all are basically going, "Oh,
We're not
because this is an
indirectly blaming the woman
no." It's because
either.
y'all like,
No,
"Oh,
listen.
this example
Hold on,
happened,"
wait, wait,
but and
no,
there
no,
people
no, no, no,
applaud
abortion
it.
have been
Yeah.
bad.
No.
Gibbs, can I try?
That is
Yeah,
not
Pete,
what he
yeah,
said.
I don't think I can
There
communicate here
are
on
two
this one.
different things here.
I got you.
Like, to be honest, that is what it sounded like, Ali, when you're talking about like people are clapping for her. Oh my goodness. Whereas like Prime is giving a more
Yeah, I'm judging the
specific example
clapping
where
and
he's
the
saying,
cheering.
hey, they're going to use
should
like
be
an
applied.
anecdote against other people to be like, this woman who got brutally raped, she could have the baby, so why can't you? Like that's like the Prime's talking about people like using a specific anecdote to try to now apply to everybody versus like Ali, it did sound like you're saying like, yeah, why is everybody celebrating this? Like why would you clap for this thing?
But I also
No, it's not even like why would you clap, but like the video of celebrating it, right? And like right now to like
Yeah, but celebrating it
Gibbs'
isn't, like,
terminology.
I'm
and
not
Gibbs'
like
terminology is like we're all framing it as an attack on her doing something good, right? And then my argument is that videos like that, the cheering, the so on and so forth, gets flipped into like, well, if you got an abortion in that situation,
So we
that's
just
something
can't
bad.
celebrate
wait,
something
hold on,
good.
hold on.
Got it.
Hold on. Firstly, I think that it's bad to start throwing this video and going, see if she could do it, why couldn't you? And
That is
start
bad.
shaming other people. I do think that that's a bad thing that happens.
That is
If
very
anyone's
bad.
doing that,
Compromise.
I condemn them. They shouldn't be doing that. But I'm going to speak very personally.
That's what the
here.
video is.
Just no, it's fucking not. No, it's fucking not. It's not.
Okay.
I've seen this video. I know what you're talking about. It's so not.
Yo, can we see the video? Because I have no idea what video you're talking
Okay.
about, to be honest.
Okay, I'll recollect. I'll give my.
I'll look for it.
Yeah. But I'll try to give my recollection. Okay, it's essentially it's a Charlie Kirk debate, and
Good start.
yeah, I know. Sorry, it's always weird and hard for me. Sorry. I'm getting distracted. There's a woman who's got a kid, and she's like, "Hey, this kid was a victim of incest and rape. I was raped by my father, and I had this kid." And Charlie goes like, "Hey, like thank you for having him regardless. Like life is precious no matter what. Like I'm so horrified by what happened, but I recognize," and like the whole crowd starts like cheering and clapping for her. Now, I'm going to speak very personally. I have a niece who was born of rape, and it's a horrifying situation. And I had a lot of empathy for my sister, and she debated having an abortion, and that's something that I totally understand. It's something I completely, and I'm actually fairly like kind of pro-life, but do I understand someone having that inclination? Duh, of course. Like that's a horrifying realization. But also, my niece is like 6 years old right now, and when I look at her, I don't think of him. She's been able to craft her own life. She's been able to become her own person, and largely we have left behind that horrible piece of shit that my sister used to be married to. Like that's the realization of the situation. And like, yeah, it's a fucking hard situation. Okay, she basically doesn't have a dad. Like there's no part of the situation that's ideal. Every single moment that's coming out of this, it's gonna be fucked regardless. But I do think that like my sister being able to take care of her kid and moving back in with her parents, and like my parents being able to situate her, like that does seem like the best situation out of these horrible, horrific circumstances. And like recognizing that that's probably the best situation, especially with people who genuinely think that abortion is murder. Obviously, this is the best circumstance out of that. And I know you guys would just say, just get an abortion, but that's really hard and really easy to just sort of throw at people. Why don't you just get an abortion? That's a really fucking hard decision to make. And a lot of people really grapple with it and really struggle with it and go, maybe I feel really uncomfortable doing this. I actually do think that like we can build a life together, and applauding that isn't fucking like, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, also
No, I
like,
agree,
yeah,
but
I think,
Hunter,
I think
wait, wait.
for that situation, I just want to be clear, and I know you're not directing this on me when you say you guys. I'm pro whatever she decides is best for her. That's her decision. That's
I
definitely
found the video.
my position.
Okay.
Real quick, I will say I co-sign what you think. I do think we should celebrate people who are able to get past hardships. I think that is a very important thing, and that's a very good thing. I guess the interesting thing that I'm sure now that you have the video that is worth talking about is like, what was the description? What was like the title of the video? That I do think that can.
I just had to find it randomly.
It was
I couldn't
propagated
find,
on
like,
Twitter,
specific.
mostly.
Yeah, and I just saw.
Oh,
Like,
so it was just something
clips.
you just saw on Twitter.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I do think, which I should also be an understanding point. Like, for example, like Kirk applies to this, like Michael Knowles would apply to this as well, who are like in no scenario that you can probably insinuate that there is something bigger that they're trying to do with this video, and a bigger political propaganda push that they are typically try to push regarding abortion when they talk about it in general. But I agree in a vacuum to like support the woman.
I mean,
I do want to
throw this out there.
In this video, the question that was specifically asked to this woman was, what do you think of people who say that children of rape aren't human or something like that?
Okay, well, first of all,
I think that's a weird question to ask. I don't think that's I don't think that's how
hold
people
on.
frame it or whatever. And
No,
that's
no,
kind of
no,
what
no,
I'm saying.
Hold on. Y'all are once again. I got to throw this out there.
Human?
You know, like,
yes,
hold on.
because that's they're like, it's a fetus. It's not a life.
Hold on, just throw this out there though.
Well,
Like,
That's
if you look at just look at history
you have
though.
to occupy their frame of mind a little bit.
No, but hold on.
I'm not like attacking you when I like roll my eyes. I'm like, that's a fucking dumb.
No, but hold on. But once again, you're missing something really important here. Like, this is y'all are like
Gibbs, whoever said it. When I heard your statement, I thought you were you were saying that they thought even when the kid is born, they still think it is unhuman.
Right.
That
because
was my
it's hard.
perception.
Like,
But hold on.
That's what I was.
Okay.
That's what I got.
I just want to throw this out there.
You go,
Like,
of course, once they're born, they're human.
Okay.
And they're
I
like,
agree.
that's
Well,
what
but the
talking
question
agree.
is a
I agree
child
with
of
you. I agree
rape,
with
not the question is child of rape, not fetus, right? So when he says child of
You're
rape,
fucking doing this.
hold on. But hold on, Ollie. I'm telling Ollie, everybody.
so angry.
Hold
so
on.
quick
If
when I'm talking,
everybody,
man. You
if
gotta
everybody,
breathe, dog.
I want to just throw this out there. All right, listen.
I apologize.
We only recently have developed these civilized morals, right? I want to just go on record saying I don't think any of us on this panel, statistically, would probably even exist today if we were just counting like all the people in history that are products that are born because of men forcing themselves on women in history. Like, I just got to break it to you. I would probably say the human race would probably not exist. Like, almost.
I mean,
Yeah,
okay,
and like-
what I'm saying is,
Right,
you guys are
and-
making it a virtue.
I'm not saying that's a good thing. So hold on. I just listened. Hold on. I just listened to you for like 20 minutes. Hold on. I'm gonna. Yeah. It's okay. So okay. Now, so when y'all say when y'all say things like, "Oh, they're not human," well, I guess we're all not human then, because guess what? We're all products of this and some. Well, sure. And so when y'all are listen, y'all are saying this, and people said it. I've heard it. So when we're sitting here going all the way down this list, no, what y'all are doing is the exact opposite. Y'all are seeing an example of someone's telling an anecdotal story, right? And then this person in the audience, who is like Hunter said, is in line with this. They're celebrating what she's going through. This is something that's happened throughout history, and it's never been acknowledged. Like, it's like, oh, okay, cool. And they're acknowledging, hey, you've done something great. You have taken care of an innocent child that was not the product of this. We are applauding this. Now, what other people have done, like you, I think y'all are arguing, oh, because someone filmed this, and probably there's some infiltrator or something, they filmed this or they saw this, people celebrating this, y'all turned it and gone, look, these people are celebrating this, and now they're going to use the shame. You're preemptively already attacking. That's what you're doing right now. No, that's what's happening. You're preemptively attacking. And you're, no, that's what you literally just did this, Ollie. Hold on, just let you go. Let me finish. Because what you're doing is you're going, oh, these people are celebrating this, and now someone, you don't even know who someone, you said there are people, and guess what? You're right, there are people that'll do this. But you're already, before these people do this, you're going, someone's going to use this to say, oh, look how they didn't go and sit there and say, oh, you shame this woman for not doing it. No one said that. No one said that at this thing. They all just applauded her, and you immediately went to, hey, they're going to shame the future people that don't do this for their kids and do their operation. That was your immediate next thing, and you preemptively have done that before anybody has done. You didn't even say in your video someone was sharing this and saying, hey, they're coming after it. You just said, oh, there are going to be people that do this. Like, you're preemptively prepping for the attack.
So my issue is that videos like this, and especially in that sphere, get used to make it seem like that what she did was some type
doing
of
it right now.
That's what he just said.
You literally just did what I said.
Yes, you're.
I mean, who else is going to use the video? But my issue is that this gets.
You're doing it right now. That's who's using the video. You were using the video.
So this is hold on. This is why earlier my immediate response was saying that, like, anytime there's like women who come out with a bunch of TikTok videos showing that they enjoy like cooking and cleaning the house and crap like that, and they like they wear the nice like 50s style dress. There's immediately a bunch of women who are like, people use this for conservative propaganda though, and it's like, but you're hating on a single woman who just enjoys her fucking life and like doing nice things.
All
for
you're
her husband
doing,
and cooking and shit.
all
like
you're
that.
doing is you're telling that
preemptively
woman,
mad at this.
You're telling that woman, hey, that basic thing that you do is actually conservatism, and she goes, oh, conservatism doesn't seem that bad actually.
Except for the fact that we're making the endurance of this situation a virtue for this woman, and then it gets passed on as a virtue.
It is a virtue.
Women.
It is a virtue.
So then other women should follow suit. Correct. This is something that is for the good.
Wait, you understand? Like,
and then women who get abortions from their rapists should be shamed.
Somebody
Jesus Christ, no, it's
wait, hold on.
The other one isn't a virtue.
I can't believe I got both Tom and Hunter on my side. This is
go
great.
Try to save people, okay? Someone who runs into a burning house to try to save other people. This is something that we all celebrate afterwards, and we say that this is a virtue. They put their fucking life on the line for everybody else. But we always tell people, don't go running into the fucking burning house. Wait for the professionals to get here.
I scream at people on the sidewalk.
Yes,
I tell them,
you fucking piece of shit running in there saving their lives. You're going to incentivize this now to where other people are going to run in and try to save people's lives.
Everyone's going to be shaming people on the sidewalk for not.
That.
Yes.
Okay.
Fucking 9/11 heroes that's fucking bullshit.
I mean, yeah,
I don't think that's perfectly analogous
right?
for some very obvious reasons, but like I hear
it's not like Roe v. Wade got repealed or anything,
I watched the video, right? I think the video was worse that was described. So like I'm fine with I'm still fine with the kid and the baby and the mother, right? That part's okay, right? But you guys didn't say what happened after that, right?
They were clapping.
Fucking Charlie Kirk. When this wasn't like done by an infiltrator. No, like these angles, like right next this person was part of like Charlie Kirk's filming crew, right? Not infiltrator didn't do this. No. They were happy to put this out. But
for sure.
Yeah. So what happened afterwards, right, is that Charlie Kirk says to the woman, he asked her, right, like, hey, what message would you have for people who say babies conceived in rape are not human beings? Like, no one fucking said this.
Oh my God, we went over this already, Prime. We
No,
acknowledged
I don't
this
think
happened
you meant
in the
fetuses,
movie.
but said
No, you
babies
didn't hear.
conceived
I
in
don't
rape.
Just talk about a fetus.
We
though.
did not
I'm
go
being
over
honest.
this.
I don't
No,
think
Yes,
it's
we
that.
did.
Literally did a whole spiel on like
I
why
screamed
how
it-
represented
I
as humans could
I
come from rape.
screamed at
Like,
Ollie about this. Because
No,
he
no, no,
came
Yeah,
out-
we literally had a
Hunter,
whole thing about
I,
this.
Hunter,
I
I
agree.
disagree
We
with
didn't
you though. I don't think that really is a thing that people say. They do talk
Wait.
about like.
Well, no, he's
personhood.
straw manning.
When
It
you're
is
talking about-
definitely a
hold on,
thing
wait,
people
hold on,
say.
just let me get this out. I think that like when we're talking about like normally the argument is personhood, not human. But even if we give them
Sure,
that and
but
they
that's-
say that it is humanhood, like normally they're not saying that. Like nobody says babies conceived of rape are not human. They say that fetuses aren't human, but they don't specify that a baby conceived of rape isn't human.
Okay,
That's not a
you're-
thing.
You no,
Nobody
no,
says
no,
that.
no, no.
Yeah, that's-
Sure, of course. But what, like, in their
Not
frame
across
of
the
mind,
Charlie.
if you're a conservative, you go, "That's a fucking baby." I get that it's 10 weeks old in the womb. That's a baby to me.
Or even a single cell.
and then
it's a baby.
Yes. But I'm just giving one example.
Yeah.
One example is a 10-week person.
I'm hearing
and
you.
then liberals say, "Hey, you can abort that person because you can kill them
No,
because."
I understand.
Okay, cool.
I
I'm
understand,
just
but
saying
it's a
you
straw
have
man,
to
though.
accept. Yeah,
Hunter,
sure. They're
No,
talking
no,
past
no,
each
no,
other.
no,
wait,
I
but
agree
hold
they're
on.
talking
The
past each other.
Hunter, the disagreement is that one, Charlie Kirk and a lot of these other people are smart enough to know the difference. They've had a lot
Fine,
of debates
fine.
on this. They
I
do
agree
know the
with you.
difference, and
I'm
they
fine
are
with this.
propagandizing it by straw manning it.
I'm
right?
fine with this. I think that's fair. But
Yeah.
we
And
are.
do you think he used the term baby very intentionally instead of saying fetus?
Yes, but I also think that he
Well, everything's a baby
also
to him.
genuinely believes that it is a baby.
I agree, but
Yeah,
that's why
okay.
Kirk used the terminology
Cool,
that he
cool,
used.
cool, cool. I agree that he could do a better job of creating nuance in the situation and actually steel manning the
Well, I
liberal
think he
position.
did it purposely.
But I think yes, of course, he's a propagandist. He was a propagandist. I agree.
Yes, but the
So
people
then I was
celebrating
right
it
when I
is
said
a
this
little bit
video will be
different.
used. No?
Okay. However, you guys are doing the exact same thing you're criticizing Charlie Kirk of, which is straw manning the other side. You are not providing nuance to the conversation, and you're not really tackling what conservatives genuinely believe.
I'm just talking about Kirk, though. I agree with what you're
Or
saying.
Kirk, no, Kirk is expressing his genuine belief.
Yes.
That's the point.
Yes.
He is expressing.
And
I don't
he's
agree.
doing it
I think
without
he's awful,
nuance.
but
Yes.
he is
And
expressing his
his
genuine
belief is to demonize women who get abortions,
Oh my
even if it's.
fuck. I'm gonna
Oh my
no,
God!
wait, wait,
How
wait,
can you
wait,
say
wait,
that of
wait,
Charlie
guys,
Kirk and
guys,
straw
hold
man?
on,
God, you're sitting voters to the Republican
There's a-
Party every
there's a-
day, Ali. I
No,
love you so much.
genuinely.
There's a problem.
Gibbs,
No, hold
like
on.
I
Wait a
like
minute,
this.
wait a
I'm
minute.
freaked out, and
Not-
Gibbs is celebrating over
hey,
here.
Hey, guys. First of all, you got a problem here. At some point, we get it. You have to be within their frame of mind, right? Like I've been agreeing with you for much of the conversation, Hunter, right? But at some point, okay, we got it. We understand their frame of mind. Now, living in that frame of mind, we criticize it. Like we understand what you're saying, what your beliefs are. We can acknowledge those things, and then we can say, okay,
Sure.
knowing that that's crazy, and
I'm
that's
happy
what's
to
happening right now.
I'm happy to criticize it, and I'm happy to have an abortion debate. But I do.
I don't think you understand what you're doing though. This is what this is why I said you're preempting, right? And this is I think the part. If this is some kind of Charlie Kirk TPUSA like troll job to get y'all to preempt, it's the best propaganda since Goebbels like himself, right? I mean, and I think they're pretty smart guys. I don't think they're that smart. No offense, but because what y'all are doing is y'all like preemptively attacking. You're saying people are going to use this value that conservatives value and other people value that aren't conservatives. A lot of people believe life is precious that aren't conservative, right? And they're going to say, okay, this is something a good thing. This woman's doing a good thing. And that conservative props up. Now, what you're doing before anybody does anything, right? Even if you believe Charlie Kirk set it up to frame it this way, before that even happens, what y'all are doing is then taking this and attacking. And you're going, look at these evil fucks. This is how they're going to use this happy thing. And so independents and regular people see y'all do this. And y'all just look like bitter assholes. And it sends people to the Republicans because the Republican, and these people in the middle are going, how can y'all just say this? All these people are doing is celebrating a good deed. And then now, if they saw this after some Republican commentator had used it and was like, oh, attack these women, they're all like are giving up their kids or attack these women that are having abortions, then that's when y'all would be like justified and tactful, like politically. But that's not what y'all are doing. Y'all are preemptively doing it, and it makes y'all look like douchebags. And I'm a big fan. So thanks.
To be clear, I haven't been agreeing with like Ali and fuck,
Riddell?
I forgot your name too. Riddell. I'm sorry.
You shouldn't have taken the names off screen.
I remember.
I mean,
And also,
I
I haven't been preemptively attacking. That's why I need to respond. You guys are.
I'm not saying you specifically. It's more of a
let me
you.
finish it. So the point is, all right, maybe then your criticism is aimed Ali, and he could defend himself. But like, so like, I agree again, not attacking the individual, right? Even though I think she probably has some pretty odious beliefs herself. But still, this would not be the time to do that. So agree there, right? But like, the reason why Ali brought that up is because like these anecdotes have been used in exactly this way in the past. He's predicting that like, hey, they will use the same thing in the future. He's seen the pattern. He's like, okay, this is probably the next thing in that pattern.
Sure.
And there's nothing wrong with identifying that.
I think that it is a poor tactic. I think it's a poor strategy, because rather than just wait for them to make the leap and then go, what the fuck was that? And then now we're fully justified because we saw the leap. If you just go, what the fuck before they go crazy, then we look psychotic.
I hear you.
But don't you think it's also necessary to address on one of the big thing that he said, in the sense that he is using the term, and you may be right in terms of saying that a lot of conservatives think fetus and baby is synonymous, but there's a lot of people who do not. Yes. And then people are going to have a preconceived notion that these people that are on this side for being pro-choice or want to kill babies. So we're just obviously no. The important part is addressing the critique of that's not what these people want. That's not what these people think. And then there's a big difference in terms of like how people think about fetuses and babies.
Riddell, what a fucking great point that could have been helpful maybe 20 minutes ago.
I'm really excited for midterms.
You could have done, instead of criticizing that the video was propagated, criticize the way he used language to facilitate a pro-life argument.
I didn't see the video.
No. The initial criticism though was that the people were celebrating the video. Yes. That was the initial thing that we were talking about.
That's what I was critical of.
I did not see the video. Then I did see the video.
I brought up the video.
I brought up the language of Charlie Kirk. Okay. That's the first thing that I brought up. What do you say?
I brought up the video. And I brought it up in a simple response to Gibbs when someone, I forget who was, I believe it was Corey who asked, Gibbs, are you just against abortion in all situations? I believe it was Corey who asked Gibbs that. Yes. And then Gibbs said, well, listen, man, my answer to that is I'm not a woman. And so then I brought up
Gibbs likes to dance around when
I brought up the like daughter incest rape situation, and then I just described the video, and then so like which brings up the point. If I see this video now, just like I saw it randomly on Twitter, that means there's already going to be like little rumblings, right? Like Hunter, you were saying you saw liberals going like, oh, how dare they clap in support for this? Yeah. And it's like there's so this is already like kind of like little conversations are happening. If you're seeing it and I'm seeing it, So like there's already little rumblings.
Yeah, don't we look psychotic though? Because I actually retweeted the video and I went, why are liberals' theory of mind so fucking bonkers that they couldn't obviously, because what they were saying was, why would you celebrate incest? That were the comments that I was seeing and I was responding.
That's pretty fun.
So I think the issue. Yeah. Okay. So I think the issue is what I was trying to say earlier is what that video gives, right? I'm not saying anything about the woman. What that video gives is that it's virtuous to endure the rape that you went through and have the child. Because a child, regardless, is a blessing, and even if it's of rape, it can still be a miraculous, beautiful thing.
Those are all good things. So,
I know they're okay. I know they're all good things, but we're kind of in like a heated climate right now, where if we're going to consistently host these up as good things, well, then like we are demonizing the women who would get an abortion.
No, we're not.
Oh
We're
my-
not.
okay.
And
I
we
think-
are
okay.
demonizing them.
Watch.
I don't
Is a
agree
woman
with
getting an abortion after her rape a good thing? Is it a virtuous thing? Is it something we should like
No.
that? Like, is it
I don't
good?
think it's a virtuous.
Okay,
thing,
so
no.
So it's a reasonable
that or
thing.
it's neutral?
Hold
Because
on,
when
it's a
people-
reasonable
when people
thing.
hear that,
Unvirtuous.
because when people hear that like
It is a
argument, they're like,
virtuous
"Oh, well, that's bad."
Okay,
Right, and so
I have
therefore the
different
other
opinions.
thing is good. The other thing is the
No, hold on.
abortion then gets demonized.
Ollie,
right?
Ollie.
I wouldn't say
This
it's
is why earlier I
immoral,
gave
though.
the example.
You're
of
not.
the
You're
person
smarter than
running
the
into
people I'm
burning
talking about who
house.
would demonize it.
Yeah, but
That's
hold
the
on,
issue.
Ollie. You're really missing something here, though. So, like,
Yeah.
this is it's like y'all are you're just like not getting it, right?
Fucking
Like,
shadow boxing.
so, like,
You're like,
okay, just
there's
because,
someone
okay,
else.
listen, is working out good? Yeah, working out's probably good, right? Is being the best athlete in the world great for that guy? Yeah,
Probably,
but
yeah.
probably, right? Cool, but is that
You're not Michael Jordan,
But
you're a
if you're
piece of
not,
shit.
yeah, if you're
Right,
not Michael
exactly.
Jordan, you're a piece of shit. That's what you're saying. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
you
Well,
guys
that
can
hurts
do
my
this to
feelings.
athleticism or like kind
I
of like
can do
individual
anything.
choices. But when we're talking about abortion, when we're talking about this being a national conversation, when we're talking about the things that are happening, yeah, when you say that like enduring the rape and keeping the child is a virtuous good thing, ultimately you are in
Ollie,
the opposite end of the
Ollie,
conversation
why are you
demonizing the woman who gets the
incapable of
abortion.
Wait,
recognizing
In
wait,
a
do you
climate
think
where
that
people
you
are
think that
trying to
pro-choice
eliminate
people?
abortions at all?
Wait, hold on.
then
Do
these
you think
conversations
all
happen.
pro-choice people would agree with you and
depends
say
on how
like
you
keeping a child?
characterize it.
Hold on. If you're, let's just say I'm
I'm a pro-life person.
yeah. So
You
yeah,
guys
okay. Let me ask you this here. Hey,
Yeah.
since you're pro-life, all right. Do
Yeah.
you think that keeping the child rape and like raising them and then having a good life is a good thing?
Yeah, I would say that's a good
Oh, okay. So what you're saying, like everybody's this uniform thing. You're like not even talking about people on your own side. Like some pro-choice people are gonna say, "Hey, this actually is a laudable thing." And so when you're saying like, "Oh, it's gonna be used," you're like I said, you literally are doing the "that's bait" meme and just like going running with it. Like I don't know why you don't understand this. Like just because like one person's Superman doesn't mean like, oh, okay, I can't, I'll never be as fast as
Wait.
Usain
No,
Bolt.
here's
Should I
the
never
point. Here's
run?
the point.
Like again? Like that's dumb.
Wait. Here's the point. Here's the point. Because Ollie is kind of incapable of grasping onto metaphors. So I'm gonna break it down and talk about abortion.
Do it slowly, please.
Thank you. No
Do it slowly,
problem.
please.
Can you say it louder when you do it?
Because
Louder.
I'm noticing the common theme is you're
Yeah.
misunderstood on this panel, not me.
Okay.
You're the one who's constantly misunderstood with the people.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know if
Wait,
Okay.
I'm
no,
the one.
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
be clear.
no,
I'm gonna be
go on.
clear. I'm gonna be clear.
Just by you.
I
The
You're
find
the one
least
who's constantly
misunderstood.
frustrated.
Frankly,
Why don't you
I'm the least
understand me?
misunderstood.
Why don't you
find it-
understand me?
I find it extremely empathetic and not, I wouldn't say justified, but I would never criticize or yell or bemoan someone who gets an abortion after rape and incest. That is completely understandable.
I never said you
not
would.
good,
Pretty reasonable thing.
but
never said you would.
you're saying that people who treat this as a virtue are necessarily saying it's
It
unvirtuous.
gets used. It gets used to demonize women who do then get
Okay,
abortions.
why don't you
especially
find
because
those
those
uses and then we
type-
can
because those
criticize
same
them?
people who typically see that as a virtue are heavily anti-abortion and would use this type of propaganda to then push their narrative.
But why not just criticize the people who were using
Yes,
it against
exactly,
them? Why not
exactly.
just
Why don't just
criticize
find
them?
those
That's not
people?
what we're talking about.
You can
Okay.
isolate the
To
type
be
of
fair,
way that
I
they're
didn't bring this video
propagating
up
it.
saying, "Oh my God, look what they're doing." I just brought this video up as a reference to like a conversation.
I
This got
understand, but we
turned
can-
into
we
this
can
like whole
stretch
deeper
this
thing.
out.
Guys,
just
this
think
is what
that,
the
like,
left wants. They
anybody
want to
who's
destroy
pro-choice-
American values.
Look,
Any value, they're
anybody
going to come
who's
for it.
pro-choice or
It's
anybody
good to
who's
raise
pro-abortion-
children. That's bad now, according to
Hold
Ollie.
on,
This
hold on.
this is wonderful. Thank you for this panel. So much prime.
Hold on, real
I
quick.
am so happy.
To Gibbs,
I'm-
to Gibbs' audience, there are reasonable liberals. Please listen to me. You don't have to be radicalized against the left.
Oh,
every
wait,
time you
oh,
fucking listen
oh
to
my
me.
God! I'm sorry. Oh my God,
Yeah.
Hunter, what is fucking
we're the
wrong
good
with
ones.
you? Look at
What?
yeah,
We're
yeah,
the
we're
good
the
ones.
good
You're the
ones.
good
Look at-
ones.
Like
We're
no,
the
no,
good
no.
ones. Get over
No.
Accept it.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Hunter.
That's
no,
fine.
Fuck you, Hunter. No,
It
no, now
doesn't
it's
mean
my
you guys
turn.
are necessarily the
Go
bad
ahead.
ones.
Prime,
It just means
throw it
you're
at
all the
me.
good ones.
You
I've been dishing it
fucking-
out. I feel like it's fair to get it.
It's been time. Yeah, it's time. Yeah, it builds up. Your liberal, like a worm behavior. I go to the conservatives. Oh, I'm a reasonable liberal, right? Don't worry, guys. We'll look crazy, right? Yeah.
That's a spot on Hunter impression.
It's pretty good.
It's
Loki is pretty
Yeah,
good.
That's pretty good.
yeah, like appealing to these people saying, I'm real, unlike like the left, right? The left is crazy when the left are the only ones actually having ideas, reasonable ideas to actually tackle the problems in our world. Yeah, you heard me. Gibbs, right? Like this to say that like this is why liberals are always so comfortable like reaching out to conservatives because
we
guess
are them.
what? Your values are
them.
1-to-1. Of course, yeah. There's so much
There's no
overlap with
distinction
you
between
and
the right and the
conservatives
left.
because
We
you're
live in a
practically fucking
American
conservatives.
uniparty.
Yeah, you're fucking worms.
Yeah,
Fuck
I
all
love
you
Trump.
guys.
my favorite
I
kind.
consider myself
me.
adherent to liberal values. I don't think I'm conservative, so
Yeah, well,
That's because you're a secret leftist.
Secret leftist?
Yeah.
I actually hate. I hate a lot. Of
What Prime does is he chooses whether or not he likes or dislikes you, and then says,
No.
"Are you a leftist or are you a liberal scum conservative?"
Piece
And
of
if you-
garbage.
That's
piece
the
of shit,
choice.
human
It
skull.
doesn't matter about self-identify.
I just want you to know you're all
unless
leftists to
trans.
me.
That's the only
Well-
time where self-identifying matters. Then, because I can identify as anti-Trump, but Prime doesn't fucking care. He goes, "I can see through you, and I can see your XY chromosomes and recognize that you
Okay.
are pro-Trump."
Well, how can you
No.
see it though? That's the question.
No, okay, Con, Riddell,
He's got
Riddell,
X-ray
okay.
vision.
We'll
So-
find out if you're a fucking liberal worm. We haven't heard
Yeah.
enough of your opinions yet, right? I don't have an opinion. I'm
All
not
my opinions are
calling you-
correct. So.
I'm
That's what I think too. But you know,
yeah, another sign of a liberal worm, right? Self-assurance and self-confidence, right? Smugness.
All day, every day. I learned it
is
from Kobe Bryant.
is endemic to the liberal mind. But we will find out. Like the more we share, right?
The
And
mask
more
will
we-
slip eventually, Radell. And all
Exactly.
the
Yeah,
hand washing
no,
will be
yeah.
revealed.
I don't need a mask.
You-
That's why you know my first
you-
name.
Yeah, you'll be if you are a liberal, one way or other, it'll happen. You'll start defending the fascists. That's just endemic.
No,
to
I'll
their
never
kind,
defend the
right?
fascists.
No,
we'll
but
see,
here's the thing. I have never defended fascism, but ask Prime if
absolutely
I've ever
have.
defended
You
exactly.
absolutely have.
Exactly.
You absolutely have. You'll do it again. You'll
every
do it
day
again.
you wake
Of
up
course
and
you will.
your main objective is to defend fascism.
Of course. you
Wash
will.
his balls, perhaps, if fascism perhaps.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Anyway, so I can pull back. It's okay. We're good. Let's
Yo, who's
move
next?
that.
Hey,
Well, I did have a
genuinely,
question.
though-
I didn't- I
I've
didn't-
got to wait. Hold on. I've got a Trump hat. I'm gonna go find one.
Well, you didn't
Okay.
finish your
Well,
point
I
on
did
the
want to say
video,
first, like
Prime.
the problem is that we're extending it a little bit too far because it's almost as if we're saying that like just because somebody gets an abortion now, the people who are pro-eugenics can use any of the pro-abortion rhetoric to be pro-eugenics now. And it's like, yeah, I'm not going to criticize anybody who's pro-choice or wants to advocate for people who are raped to be able to have an abortion. Just saying that like, well, now the pro-eugenics people can use your stuff to propagandize for eugenics. Like, no, I'm just gonna criticize the people who are pro-eugenics instead. when it
Right.
happens.
Right.
Okay.
It's, you know what it reminds me
but
of? Wait, hold
I
on,
do
real
want to be
quick.
clear. You can criticize tactics. My only issue here is that the term good is too simplistic in general. So you can really come to a lot of opinions. Like they were bringing up some that I probably would agree with, because you could say someone who survived the hardship is good. And then you come with all these type of like perceptions on, when you say if they deem this good, that you're thinking all these people who are employing something that actually is morally good is also evil. So I probably would kind of go a little bit more detailed with it, like those people who are trying to make it this a holy art thou type of scenario situation, where they're saying that this is something that the only people who are not godly are the only ones that would do an abortion, because look at this holy child right here. Like if they start doing that, I'm like, that tactic is very manipulative, and I would criticize that. You could criticize that for sure.
Sure. Well, okay, wait, hold
So
on.
that's
This
just like an example of
reminds
a
me-
tactic
This
you
is a
can
really good
criticize.
example of something.
But that's
that,
again, we're saying you're stretching it. To
Yes,
that.
yeah.
Like
This is a
criticizing
really
Not
good
an
example.
stretch.
You guys
It's-
remember
I'm
you-
assuming that's what Ollie was probably.
Yeah, here's what it reminds me a lot of.
That's why
Reminds me
we're
of the
upset with it.
OK symbol. You guys
Yeah.
all remember this? The OK symbol, when like there were some
Welcome to
people
the
on Reddit who
Republican
were
Party,
like,
boys. Come
we
on
should
now.
use this as like fascist, like a fascist dog whistle. And the liberals are like, okay, gotcha. We're gonna scream every time it happens. And they screamed every time it happened, and we looked fucking delusional. We looked insane because they're like, look, there's a fascist who's using this OK symbol. And then it became a meme that every time you use this OK symbol, people just started screaming. And then
Well,
people who
and
weren't-
just to be clear, hold on. Let's be
I
fair.
understand what you're saying.
Conservatives do
Sometimes
this as
we-
well.
sometimes
Like
things get
literally,
blown up way too much.
anytime
Like-
I bring up like slavery, doesn't matter what I do. If I bring up the slavery whatsoever, conservatives immediately start going off saying, white people did not invent slavery.
That's
They
true.
did not. You're a
They
fucking
did.
liar.
Well, hold on. The Democrats invented slavery, and they
culturally
never changed.
appropriated
So
it from the
you are
boys.
absolutely
Oh my
correct.
goodness, the
It
amount
was
of
the
times I hear
evil
that in my
liberal
comment section
Dems.
in my chat is so annoying.
Yes,
It's-
And
or
they
you
know
that
the party
Irish
switch was a
people
lie.
never-
It was
You've ever-
culturally
you ever
appropriated
used
from the
Hitler
Arabs,
or a
right? White people
Nazi
never invented
as-
anything. They
Yeah,
got it from
I
someone else
agree.
always.
I agree.
Yeah,
The
that's true.
leftists
Yeah.
in the time, the leftists back then, the Democrats, they definitely didn't invent anything. They stole the slavery from overseas and they implemented. And now, just like the white people back then, they're doing the same thing now, and they're saying, "Who's going to pick our crops?"
Nobody
Who's
says
like right
white
now?
people
It's
invented
times
slavery.
haven't changed at
Nobody
all,
says-
boys.
Nobody
I wanna
says
go-
white people invented slavery. Literally,
Yeah.
nobody says.
Yeah.
By the way, Tom,
We all know
agree
it was
with
the
you here.
Arabs. We all know.
I want to let in our friend Corey has been waiting. Just before we do that,
Corey's
Yeah,
been
the
talking the
super-
whole time.
he
True.
never shuts up. I know. $2 from my listening library. He says $2 from liberal scum. Dem against Antifa. Love the content. Thank you, my listening library.
You accepting money from liberal scum?
Anti-fascist movement. Oh, Prime is not proud. I'll take it from conservatives. I'm taking it from conservatives before. Fuck that,
Fair
right?
enough. I respect it. How much
And if
do you-
any
APAC?
conservative wants to test that, give it a try. We'll see if I give
What
it
if
back.
APAC donated money?
He takes money from Tubi. I mean,
You're like, wow, I love Zion, bro. I'm so excited. They gave me a new penthouse in
That'd be the
Tel
only money you
Aviv.
have to give back, Prime.
No, I would have. No, actually, no. It depends. Actually, no. I thought about this.
And it does depend
like-
how much money they give you. That's not.
No. No. Actually,
Well, he can
really
donate
does,
it to
right?
another cause.
Because, like, yeah, you could just like donate that, like to like
The
help
cause
the
is the
cause.
Rolls Royce
like-
you're about to put in your front yard.
It- but like yeah, but like if I could help Palestinian families with this money, absolutely, yeah. Like I'm gonna do
Yeah.
that, right? That wouldn't get to them otherwise. I would put Zionist money in Palestinian hands, hopefully for some good. But thank you for the kindness, my listening library. I don't think any less of you because you give me money regularly. So thank you so much. Let's
W
go to-
capitalism. W capitalism.
Hold on. My opinion of Hunter would rise significantly, but I don't see any super chats from him.
I refuse to give them
Let's go to
because I know they're going to Palestinians, who I think should all I don't know, explode in a fiery. I don't know.
Thank
That's
you for
stupid.
that.
Anyway, continue.
Let's go.
There's
to our
truth
friend
in every
Corey.
joke.
Yeah, I know, right? I can't help. but
You've been
defend
outed. You've been outed recently, Hunter.
I've
So
been outed.
as aren't you? You're
Oh, as
Mossad
a Mossad agent.
as per Dan Bilzerian's
Oh,
campaign.
you saw that? Yeah. Dan Bilzerian said I was a Mossad agent. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, you come from rich handlers. Hunter
wish
is
you were
is,
that
is,
cool.
is part of a rich handler group. Did you know this? We're
See, y'all thought
handling right
I
now.
was joking
But
when I told y'all this
Mossad
shit a
sent
while
him
back
to
in December,
you,
didn't I?
Prime. They heard us. They heard us, Prime. We got too close.
How the
Hey,
fuck?
guys,
I told
How
you this
the
shit was
fuck
coming. None of y'all believe me, but here
Is
we
a
are.
presidential candidate tweeting that I'm a Mossad agent? That's fucking
No,
insane.
congressional. He's not. He can't be president. He's Armenian. No.
Oh, I didn't say president. Sorry, I didn't mean presidential. Congressional
Yeah.
candidate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wish you were.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe we should check his.
name.
Maybe,
Hunter Kozak.
maybe we should
baby.
check his papers, by the way, before he runs.
True.
I'm just saying.
Let's go to our friend Corey, please.
So going back to my line of interrogation, Hunter, that I started, I don't know, an hour ago. Okay. I was like, okay, as in you had a line, as in like, yes, if the parent knows that, it's guaranteed that they're gonna have a child that's gonna have the most painful syndrome ever. It's like, yeah, it seems like you're in favor of not carrying through with that pregnancy. But then adding in what Gibbs and I brought up in our opening statements of like, would you then make it mandatory if there is genetic engineering technology? And also, how far does that extend? As in,
Yeah,
that
I think I'm pretty cool with genetic engineering, getting rid of
Across the-
diseases.
well, for everything, as in,
Yeah,
like,
I think negative traits. I think it feels very
Well,
bizarre to start
yeah,
gearing towards
negative
positive
traits is a
traits.
little
And
confusing.
what is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
distinction is a hard question. Yeah, there's
So,
going to be
like-
some line where I'm going to feel uncomfortable, but like
Okay.
I think that it's okay to go Down syndrome off, right? Like when in genetic engineering. I think
Wait,
that's
why
what
should they be
they're-
able to choose? Like, what if, like, I want to have the designer El Jefe baby, but then,
Well,
like, Bob wants to have,
so-
like, Mr. Downey. I don't know. Like,
I am gonna get into the weeds also.
Yeah,
like,
please do.
Because like
Definitely
I foresee
we're
if
right.
in fact this technology ever comes available,
Yeah,
I foresee some potential conflicts of like
yeah.
what if there's like a disagreement between like the mother and the father, or like who has the ultimate say, right? As in like if the mother wants to genetically engineer or the father doesn't, or vice versa.
Well, I
or,
think
yeah, go
I
ahead.
think that
They
those
want-
questions are already being asked and answered constantly. Like, what if the mom wants vaccines and what if the dad doesn't? Right? Like there are conflicts
in
between
utero.
parents.
No. He's just
No, but
talking
just
about
I'm just
general,
saying,
like,
Yeah.
in there are parenting conflicts all the time that get resolved all the time. I don't think that this is like the biggest concern. What if parents disagree? I don't know. They've been disagreeing for forever.
Yeah.
What if a mom wants to get an abortion? Like, there's definitely conflicts of like deep ethical, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't see that as a
Yeah,
concern.
that's something the parents will have to figure out for sure.
Yeah.
But anyway, continuing
will.
my line of questioning, as in like, so use negative traits and like you brought up Down syndrome and all that stuff.
Mhm.
And it's like I understand it's difficult to flesh out, but like is there like any disease or condition that you can foresee or that you're aware of? Like actually for this one, it's mild enough that like probably not required or should not be mandatory.
What about dwarfism?
I think it's genuinely probably okay to. I think the few ones are ones that like could have some upside, right? Like maybe autism. Like maybe it's okay that there's like some people with like autistic behaviors because they're really good at like coding or something like that.
Oh my god.
Sorry, whatever. I don't
It's
care
kinda
that I said
cooking,
it.
bro.
Yeah. But just like, I think on a realistic level, obviously, like there's a lot more debilitating forms of autism that I think that it'd be fine to gear away from. I think the question that we should be having is if you could take a pill that would ensure that your baby gets as healthy as possible, wouldn't you take it? And if not, what is the what is the distinction between genetic engineering and that? It seems like we're just a lot better at that than.
Well, yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
again, I'm going to sort of maybe try to get into the weeds because like
Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree
yeah.
with the
Please
pill
do.
makes things easier, but that's where at least again, if let's say for example, it sounds like let's say if a parent knows, okay, that their child is going to be born with let's say cystic fibrosis.
Yeah.
It seems like you're probably on board with that. Like, yeah, that should
I
be
don't know
made.
cystic fibrosis enough.
It's
No.
but it's a very severe. They typically require like lung transplants or they
Like
have very
holes
severe
in
lung
your lungs or
issues,
something like that?
and
It's
they
a
have
pretty debilitating disease.
yes, and they definitely have
Okay.
higher mortality rates and life
Sure.
expectancy. As
Okay.
I think the average life expectancy these days, I think, is like 50 to 60,
Okay.
depending on where you are, actually. But let's say given somewhat severe consequences, but then if it's mandatory, but then if that requires a medical procedure and the woman refuses, like, how do you, or like, it should be like, you either terminate this pregnancy or we have to strap you down and administer this genetic engineering.
I think that it's probably like in a perfectly ideal world, in which everyone does the thing that they should be doing. Yeah, they should genetically engineer against it. I'm usually against government mandates because it tends to restrict autonomy, which it seems like people really value and seems like something that would get a lot more negative consequences because people would really freak out and not trust the government, and there'd be a lot of like social corrosion. But on the basic terms of like should they do it, I would say yes. Does that make sense?
I agree. I think I understand, but like if it needs to get to the point of like this woman is refusing your mandate, and it actually requires like it's a medical procedure, not a pill. And I foresee it's probably going to be.
Wait, sorry. Are we saying this is in vitro and these are like we're doing?
Yeah,
we're doing.
It will
we're
probably be
fixing the
in
genetic?
vitro. Yes.
That's a good question. Because I'm comparing this to what if a kid needs life-saving surgery and the mom refuses, and in that answer I'm like, fucking forget it, who cares? Like no, the mom doesn't get a choice. that like you got to take that kid and do that life-saving emergency. I don't care about your religious beliefs. Put fucking blood in them. I don't care.
Yeah,
that they're
and we have
Jehovah's
cases like that in
Witness.
Canada of like, Jehovah's Witnesses and
Yeah.
their children. Yeah.
Because they
absolutely.
don't. It's against their belief
Those
system.
fucking pesky Jehovah Witnesses. Holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
I
like,
love when the Jehovah's Witness come by. I tell them come on in, and I'm like, let's have a fucking discussion, and it's the highlight of my day.
Let's
They
get
leave,
degenerate.
yeah,
I'm
they
gonna come
leave,
on
they
in.
leave railing lines and doing crimes, and when they came in to be spreading the word, it's crazy time.
I'm a big
But-
believer in fuck your freedom of religion. Like, if
Yeah.
you're hurting other people, I don't care. Waco, Texas was fully justified. Sorry, Gibbs.
Well, like, yeah, if it's a
You might be
procedure,
able.
The
might
Brass
be
Davidian claim continues. God damn it.
Yeah, no, but like if you're harming another person, and so like it seems like it's the same situation in that there's a life-saving surgery, and that like the mom is refusing, but it also feels different.
I
So there might be something intangible. It's kind of like that direct indirect thing where like sometimes we just kind of have to let indirect murders happen and be okay with it, because clearly there's something psychologically different, even though like ontologically they might be the same thing.
as in
Does that
like
sort of make
strapping
sense?
this woman down and forcing the medical procedure on her, like something seems off about that, or
Yeah,
like you have to
yeah,
accept that as
yeah.
collateral damage. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
and
Let's-
it's a good question. It's a good question.
I'd like to pull this back to I think your questions are valuable. Talking about hypothetically if we have this technology, and we've done it before and we'll do it again in the future. But I think there's plenty to talk about like now.
Sure.
So-
Shifted. Sorry, I'm
What
not
do you
trying to
think
bog
it is
down.
now?
Go.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you, thank you, Fred. No, I appreciate you're cheerleading me here. Okay.
Sorry.
Hunter concedes all moderating responsibilities to you, Prime. Go for it.
I'm just trying to whatever. I'm trying to be okay. Continue.
You're trying to be helpful. No, that's cool. That's cool, friend. This scenario that I'm talking about has come up before. We've talked about this before. Our friend Corey will remember this. Our friend Gibbs should probably remember this as well. We talked about this before, but I want to bring it up again, right? The deaf community. The deaf community, in case you don't know, has its own culture,
Mhm.
like a parallel culture to the rest of us. They got their own entertainment, they got their own celebrities, probably like their own social media influencers, I'm sure. They have like a completely parallel culture to the rest of us. And a very interesting thing is that some deaf people want their children to be deaf. Because they know if they are born hearing, right, that they won't be able to. They'll try, right, to like integrate them, but like they're just going to like integrate with a wider society, right, with all the rest of us. They are going to be separate from them, and like that'll put a barrier up. So to avoid that, it's like, hey, I want a deaf baby. And maybe having a baby, like, sure you have a baby with another deaf person, or something, whatever methods they use. So like, is that ethical? Is it ethical to say specifically that this child will lose one of their senses, will never have one of their senses, because what you want them to appreciate the same media you appreciate? You want them to laugh at your jokes? Do you want them to what? Just so, I don't know, man.
Or more or less be
you
forced to
take-
use sign, right? And therefore,
Well,
Right, 'cause that's
they'll grow
really
up-
weird fucking thing about this conversation. Sorry. I
also-
I interjected and then I apologize. Like that's fucking use. That's like the apology was useful.
You're good.
Obviously fucking not, because the kid could just, it's actually really good to be involved in multiple cultures, and the kid should probably learn ASL, or maybe not ASL, maybe a different type of sign language if they're in a different region.
I like remember
Fucking
this conversation a
Learn
little
to talk to
differently.
your
though.
parents.
Do you remember? I feel like there was maybe some people said that, but I think that I thought the predominant thing that they were saying was that they didn't like the genetic editing because it would like preclude them. Oh, if they're deaf by like genetics, they're gonna go and fix that. And they're saying, no, we shouldn't do that. This is not like a burden. This is like something that is like a culture. We like
That's
continue
another
this
part
on.
of it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so not necessarily like going in there like, hey, we're gonna change the gene to make them deaf. I mean, I guess they could do that, but I feel like going in there and change it so they're not deaf when it's like a gene. And this kind of comes back to the mutation thing, and like the other thing I was talking about is like I have severe concern. I'm sure that we'll have to do some sort of eugenics for space colonies, right? I'm not exactly sure. I'm sure like just like or some kind of genetic tampering for like living on different worlds. I'm sure it's just gonna be necessary. Like that's not really my field of expertise. But like I have like very real concerns whenever we start going in here and start playing with the genetics and like we don't know what the long-term ramifications. Like I mean, for how many decades did we not really know what the appendix did? Now we're like, oh, it's like I guess the current prevailing theory is what? That it's like keeps good bacteria in there and stuff, and that's why it bursts if it goes bad. I don't really listen, like I said, I'm not a biologist by any means. But like they're like, you know, how often do we find out we didn't know shit about this thing that we thought? And the minute we go there start tampering, oh, okay, well they have like a 4% likelihood of this thing trade. Let's like cut it out, and then we realize later, oh, well we cut this out of everybody. Oh, it's something we need. Like I very concerned about that. I think that's something we should be worried about.
Yeah, and to be clear, I wasn't talking about genetic testing. I was talking about natural births within the deaf community. Just in case there was any confusion.
There's
Yeah, so I mean,
no,
I would
talked over
say
you already.
that-
Go ahead.
all right, I would say I pretty much co-sign what Hunter was saying. For the most part, I think it would be kind of crazy if a parent is doing something to the kid to make them deaf. They can want it all they want. Of course, there is this want for your child to be like you and be in the same environment as you. That feeling is undeniable. But at the same time, the child will assimilate to what you got going on, learning sign language, because that's how children work for the most part. And they'll be able to communicate with you and all that stuff. And then, of course, they're going to go out and experience the rest of the world, which is perfectly fine because they're an individual. So I don't really think there's a good argument.
Can I push
modify
back on you a little bit here, friend? Two things. One, I need you to define doing something to your child, like because and what I laid out, like they just the parents were just fucking, right? They fucked, and then they have a baby. As far as I know, that's the way that.
Oh, then what's the point of them wanting the child dead? Like
for all the reasons that I said previously.
No,
bullshit reasons.
No, he's
Are
saying
they-
how
Wait, I
does
think-
the-
I think-
how
I
does
think-
the child
about it.
become deaf.
I think
Yeah, how
I
do they
can.
become
So
deaf?
if you have a deaf child, right, you probably don't encourage them to get like a hearing aid or something. You're against these things in like within the household, right? So you would keep, like I would assume, like obviously you would want a deaf child, but you can't make your child deaf. But I would assume it would be like not regulating their deafness, so
Sorry,
they like you wouldn't
sometimes
genetically
people
cure
have
them,
congenital
wouldn't get a
deafness, that's the
hearing
thing,
aid, so on
right?
and so forth.
Yeah.
But you
There
could
are
also
children
just
that
have
are born deaf. That is true.
Yeah, you can be born deaf, right? That's why I was
100%.
going like a
Right.
yeah. So you don't have to do.
They
a
wouldn't
thing.
cure that deafness.
Yeah, you don't have
So-
to do a
argument
thing.
is, yeah.
Saying it needs to be
I'm
cured is
trying to
insulting
understand
to
the
him.
hypothetical, to be honest, because
It's not
From-
hypothetical.
or I'm trying to understand your query. My thing is, you're asking me about like the parents and how I feel about them wanting the child death. They can want it all they want. If they can't do anything about it, then what's the
Sorry,
I don't think
sorry,
you should
sorry.
want it either. I think that's my
Okay.
opinion. I think that it's bad to want it.
So like it's
That's my hot take.
it's wanting and then making it happen. Why? Through fucking, right? So like if it's like if the genetic math, right, equals like if you have two deaf parents who have like this congenital deaf disease, right, and you have that means your child has a 90% chance of having.
You're
that
just taking the same
congenital disease.
scenario from the initial one and then just saying, but what if instead of them having this debilitating disease, they instead are deaf?
Yeah, I mean, if
Exactly.
they want to have kids, they can
No,
have
but
kids.
it's slightly different for a really important reason, which is the culture that is there's not a cancer culture, or maybe there is, I don't fucking know, but there's definitely
very
a deaf
niche.
culture. Yeah, very, very. There's a deaf culture for sure. Like, and I do know that like there's a lot of different habits. It's not just speaking a language, like it is a culture that's wrapped up in it. Like the way they treat names is very sacred. I don't know if you guys know a lot about like deaf culture, but like there's also like this really big advocacy about like of like communicating literally everything that you see, because it's not your job to filter what other people see. They have a lot of sacredness when it comes to names. Like oftentimes you spell it out, but if you have like some people have like symbols or something like that, once you get a symbol that can only be invoked upon you by someone who's deaf, like there's a lot of like very interesting cultures to deaf
Like
communities.
saying the N-word.
What? I missed that. What are you
Like
saying?
It's
I'm
one
not
to
allowed
one.
to say
Exactly
the
the
N-word.
same,
I'm
to
not
be
allowed to
honest.
use that person's symbol. I'm not allowed to do all sorts of
No,
things. Fuck
Is
that.
that,
No,
he's
no,
not
you-
used
no,
by
no, no,
symbol.
you can't.
Exclusionary
You
behavior.
can use you can use their symbol, but you can't be given a symbol. If you aren't part of the deaf community, they spell out your name. You don't have a symbol. Does
Will
that
they
make
beat
sense?
me up? That's the question.
No, you'll be. Come on.
Like my
You think they
friend's
can do
name, they
shit
did
to
like
you?
Emily,
No.
they did like E, and then like her.
No, no,
hair
no,
flip
but
was
They won't be able to hear you
To
coming.
my-
You'll be fine.
To my point, I think a lot of deaf people are like, I want my children to be a part of this. This is a really beautiful thing. Like there's a lot of understanding. It's a completely different culture. And to their point, I think that it makes sense. But I don't know. Do you guys know what Polari is?
No, first time.
It's a language by gay people back in the like 1950s when it was criminalized.
Would you say you're
To,
an
like-
expert in this language?
No.
Studied extensively.
Can you tell
Even
me
if you-
some words?
that would
On the
be
field
okay.
studies? Yeah.
No, but there
Wait,
was
how
a,
does it work?
there was a
It's
dis-
a good
there was a
question.
distinct underground gay culture, and because it was criminalized, there was a lot of like culture and language that they genuinely spoke
I understand what you're
to
saying.
sort of like
Yeah.
go under like police officers' eyes. Now that's a really cool situation that they have a unique culture, but that
Mhm.
doesn't mean that we shouldn't legalize gay marriage. Does that make sense? Like even though that disrupts their culture in a sense, it also lifts them up in the process and like sort of like I don't
That's
know.
that,
I
yeah,
find
that's,
that
yeah.
word-
Very,
Well,
how
I
very
think-
white savior of you.
wait,
Very
wait,
white
wait,
savior of
wait,
you.
wait,
man.
wait,
He's
one
gonna
at a
lift him
time.
up.
Literally,
My
hold
stance,
on.
real quick. My
This
stance,
exists
real
White
quick.
savior,
Yeah,
on
hold
left
on.
and right.
I do want
The
to put
liberals.
it out there.
One at a
Now
time.
that I understand probably what you're asking, if they want to have a kid to be in their culture by fucking, I'm okay with it. I don't care. It's your choice. You want to have a kid, go ahead. I do think the same logic applies, like understanding if the possibility of your kid being deaf, you can consider adoption. But in this scenario, they won't consider adoption because they want a deaf kid. If that's their choice,
They're gonna
whatever.
go
But
seek
wait,
out
wait,
a
wait.
deaf kid.
To press you on it, like if we have the technology to correct it, would you make it mandatory for them to correct it?
Make it mandatory for them to genetically
Which is
alter
really,
their
which
Well-
is really the
relieve their
conversation.
No, that's
condition.
not-
There are
that's not-
fixes.
So the Forever War.
That's what he just
input.
asked.
I'm still asking it.
So the Forever
that's
War.
before,
If you've
yeah.
ever read the Forever War, it
I
actually
would not make it
discusses this in
mandatory.
depth.
No.
So there's if you read the Forever War, there's a lot to do with time dilation, right? But when they come back, one of the times a third of the planet is like gay because of like whatever the reason, right? And then by the time he comes back the fourth
Weird
time,
books you're reading.
it's a quintessential sci-fi.
So I go into a world and everyone's gay.
Well, it gets worse. Well, it gets worse. So then, hold on,
and
he
they
comes.
describe it in detail.
Well,
and it was
they don't
unreal.
just
You're
hold
very
on.
familiar with this
Detail.
world,
Hold
Gibbs,
on,
like an
hold on.
expert?
I would say I am an expert. I'm an expert. Yeah. People will wait till the ending because there's a kicker. Well, anyway, these guys come back. They come back. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna spoil. But they come back. They come back. They come back
Wait,
again.
What is he talking about? Just in case I.
It's novel, The Forever War, right? It's not time. Really good book. It's an answer to
I'm not gonna read
Stargate,
it. Go ahead.
Starship Troopers, and Ender's Game, and all this, right?
Bring it up
And
once Prime has his mic has his.
long story short, they go a fourth time, and then 80% of like the planet is like gay, right? Because it's a population thing. And so when they comes back the fifth time, they like has something to do with clones. But long story short, they like basically ask everybody because they have the ability to change their polarity, right? And they're like, oh, like some people want to stay, some people want to switch. But it turns out like that this was some sort of mutation thing, and then it becomes like this big like ethical question, like, oh, okay, was I like designed this way because of like genetics, or was it like on purpose? And so like, well, should I change? Am I duty bound? And so it's like it's kind of this big thing at the end of the book. They twist like the little polarity change, but it also has a lot to do with like governmental control, mainly is the kind of thing it's going with. But it was interesting because y'all are talking about this. It's been something that's been talked about, since Stonewall when Hunter was down there marching.
So you brought
Well, I
that
think
whole
somebody
fucking
said
hypothetical
earlier-
just to go,
Wait.
hey, someone else had this conversation too.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a
Somebody
fucking.
said
It was
earlier
all
that
to
they
set up
thought
that
it
joke.
was-
All right, it was all to set the whole joke.
Hey,
Wow,
man.
fucking
Okay, hold on.
great job.
All right.
You got the
y'all
whole room
laugh.
laughing.
Tom?
Somebody said earlier that they wanted, like they thought that it was wrong for them to want them to be
Me.
deaf, and
I
I,
said
I don't
that.
think that. Okay, I don't agree with that. Like,
Mm.
I think that anytime, like, it makes sense that anytime somebody's part of a culture, that they want to share those things with other people, and
Sure.
that like the barrier there, obviously, like I can give like a really horrible example that I've personally been through. Like when I was younger, my younger brother was just like a grade or two behind me the entire time. And he was kind of like a fat little dork. And so I started bringing him with all of my friends for early on. And as he matured, he started to gain his own friends and we all hung out together a lot. And eventually, I started doing a lot of drugs and then became a heroin addict and just kind of like separated myself from like everybody. And there's like a part of you that just would, it's like, damn, dude, if only my brother would just be a fucking heroin addict too. Like, this would be fucking dope where he could still come hang out with me and all my buddies. But like, there's a whole different culture, a whole different fucking life, a whole like, you know, we're getting into drug dealing and fucking guns and like, you know, all sorts of insane shit all the time and getting arrested, going to prison. Like, there's all of these things that are like part of you, part of your identity, part of your life that like you would like to be able to share those experiences with people in like a very real way so that they can really understand what it is that you're going through and like even the parts that you enjoy, the fun parts, the crazy parts, like the stories, the experience, like it's all a thing that you would like to be able to share with other people in a way that they can truly understand. And so I think the want for that, it makes total sense. And it's just part of like human existence that like we want other people to have that like real empathy and really understand like what we're doing and be able to share that with them.
Sure, wait, hold on. This was a response.
But then,
Can I go?
hold on, I want to respond. Hold on. Okay, two things. Something I just before we move away from this point, right? Rodell was saying earlier, well, like, you know, the kid will naturally, they'll like start to sign and be a part of, you know, the culture, right? Like, even if that's the case for the child, right? Which I think is actually quite, you could expect that the kid can probably interact with the culture like that. You can't say that about the grandkids, right? You can't say anything like past that. Like that happens where people with immigrants too, right? Immigrants come from, you know, the old country, wherever that might
engaging
be.
in the culture is not the same as experiencing it in the same way, though. That doesn't like
and too, you know, I agree. No, I agree, and I'm agreeing with this. I'm saying that like the farther you are from that culture, no matter how you slice it, right? Like the least likely you are, right? And especially like we were talking about grandkids. Will grandkids care about like signing to the parents, right? Maybe not, you know. But if they're deaf as well, well, then they're definitely going to, you know. So there's something to keep in mind. But like,
Sure.
to our friend Tom, yeah, like, I hear. First of all, I didn't know that about you. I'm sorry, friend, that you know you went through those experiences, and I'm glad you're here alive with us, you know, and well.
You really didn't know that about me? I
had no idea.
Like, yeah, being an addict, going to prison, like, you know, I've got like a very long rap sheet.
You have a tattoo? No, let me tell. No trolling. Go ahead.
You said you went to jail, but I don't think you ever told me. I was like, oh, you went to jail? Like, yeah, but I didn't no clue as to why.
We thought it was for speeding tickets.
You look like a fucking dork. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
I didn't
fucking dude.
That's all prime.
I thought it involved.
You did heroin and held a gun before?
I thought it involved sheets, you know, white bed sheets, chanting in the forest or something. I don't know. But no. You understand though, friend, right? Like even in the midst of it, right? As a heroin addict, I'm sure you understood that your brother shouldn't be involved in that, right?
Well, yes, I was very protective of him. Like but I do understand that for like I knew numerous other like siblings who did. Yeah. They literally did the shit together. Like they would go like they would buy shit from me together. Like this was a normal thing. For my brother, like I did everything I could to keep him as far away from it as possible. But at the same time, like that also that like stigmatized me more and more. It's like kind of like that misery loves company sort of thing. Like you also want them to be what the fuck? That is not get that shit. Get that somewhere else.
What's that?
But because it is like a common thing with
AdmiralGibbs
like
showing his
alcoholic
empathy
parents.
as usual. Empathetic Gibbs.
Alcoholic parents like often end up drinking a lot with their kids and you know like you know getting their kids. It's just that there is like this is a very common thing in every way possible. Where you experience things in a certain way, you end up like, wanting that with other people. It can still be wrong to. I'm saying it's wrong to do it. I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's wrong to want it.
Okay, I think
fair.
Well, I think that we were talking past the distinction without because of course I understand that on a very instinctual level you're gonna want this for your kid, but I do think that it's good, and I would hope that the parents recognize that that want should be overridden. That like essentially they should not.
Can you expand on that? As in like you articulate some reasons why? And I say
because you're
particularly in the context of deafness.
yeah, you're essentially crippling this kid. You're
handicapping them.
You're
Wait,
like
how are they
you're.
crippling the kid?
It's a literal. It's a lit. I
Giving
don't know
them
how to
death.
describe
Like
this
how are
disability.
they
death.
crippling the kid?
Well, you.
By just having a
Oh.
kid, they're crippling.
No.
Okay,
They're saying that
wait,
you
no,
could
no,
have
no. It's a
cured
good-
it.
it's a-
No,
wait,
no,
hold
no.
on.
We're saying
Because
that
we're
you
talking about
could
two
have
different
cured it and
things.
you chose not to.
No. We're talking about two different things because I think Riddell is pointing out that we were just having a conversation about whether or not you should want it, and you know that there's a possibility that you could pass it down to the kids. I think from a purely ethical standpoint, I think it's bad to want specific characteristics about your kid because it makes you prioritize certain kids over others. And I
That's
think
fair.
I think accepting kids just sort of as they are, regardless of how they
Oh,
come
I
out,
think you're doing
is
the
rather
thing we were
important.
talking about earlier is extending. Like, I think that it's normal to want certain things. I think once you start acting on those things, to
I agree with you. I agree with you.
enforce
Yeah.
them, that's
No,
where
no,
it
and I
becomes
think-
Yeah,
I
we
think
all.
we're
Yeah,
just
normal
eugenics
for,
is
like,
bad.
a dad to want a son, like as
No,
long as
I
he's
ag-
not, like,
I
treating his
agree,
daughter
but
differently.
you should probably go like yeah, but I'm gonna be happy with a daughter and I'm gonna love her.
Yes,
regardless.
yeah, of
like
course.
that's all I'm asking for. And maybe if you're like, man, I really want a kid with.
Very
Yeah, I think that's. I think. Hold on, Hunter.
Hold on. I tend to be suspicious of people who have really hardline preferences like that.
Well-
Like if someone is talking so much about how much they want a son, and they're like, "Well, sure, I love my daughter too." I'd be like, "You got to change your."
Hold on,
tune."
hold
I
think
agree.
that I think that's
That's
reasonable
it.
to an extent. Like, hey, I want to have a kid. I want like a son to carry on my name, or I want a son to like do these like father son things, or like, oh, I want a daughter so I can bond, or you want one of both. Like, I feel like that's a reasonable. Like, if they're like hardline about it, maybe it's unhealthy. You know, if they're like on kid like 45 and they don't have fucking son yet, look, brother, I'm sorry, you're shooting out daughters. It happens to some people. Like, whatever. I think that's fine. You know, even to a fairly extreme amount. But I tell you where it becomes a problem is when, and you know I can't miss a chance to do this, is when you have someone like Counterpoints out here talking about we gotta have eugenics. Like that is a
Move
real
on.
problem.
Move on,
That is a
dude.
real problem.
Move
Fuck
on.
this.
You're obsessed.
Yeah,
I think
listen.
you
Well,
love
yeah,
Connor,
well,
actually.
I know. I think it's important as
That's
someone
why
who
I
grew
brought
up
up
in
the gay book
no,
earlier.
as someone who grew up
It's all
in
Connor
Texas. Listen, what I tell you, I was not white enough for the whites. I'm not brown enough for the browns. When I hear white supremacists, I think we need to call them
You're
out.
white
Every
enough for the
hour.
whites.
Yeah, no, you're not. You're not. I'm surprised they
You're white enough
they
for
do
me.
they do the purity
he's
testing.
not. I feel the pain.
No, I'm
Gibbsy.
telling
I
you, this is
feel
the
your
thing.
pain.
And so when I hear white supremacists, I think they need to be called out every turn.
I
Y'all
hate
can call it,
something like
y'all
this.
can call
I
it
don't
an
want anything
obsession.
like that.
But when people start advocating for eugenics, and he's just the like, easiest example because y'all all know him, like that. This is something you got to watch out for. Like I think, like listen, I won't lie. I think maybe when we do space exploration, we might need some sort of eugenics or genetic for like maybe certain planets attributes. That might be my exception. But when we're talking about like, oh, we need to preserve these characteristics, that's when we need to start being concerned about this kind of shit. Like that's kind of where I'm going with right here. Like, sus.
So I just want to push
I think
Hunter a little bit
eugenics is bad.
more. So
Please do.
you mentioned that you view it as bad if a parent wants that, especially I'm focusing really on the deafness aspects, and I think it's
Yeah,
somewhat unique. But like,
I just want to be clear because this has been misunderstood a few times.
Sure.
I'm just saying, like, there's going to be a line at which their want is probably a problem. I think it's fine to just
I
sort of
agree.
abstractly say, yeah, it would kind of be nice to have a kid with deafness just because they would be invoked in my culture. But then also recognize, okay, but my kid's going to be part of the deaf culture because I'm part of my deaf culture. I'm going to teach him sign language. And they're going to be part of it. They're going to understand it. I'm going to give them a name. They're going to understand it because I'm going to tell them. Like, there's just going to be a line at which I go, this is a little weird. You got to calm down a little bit.
yeah, I don't
That's all.
necessarily disagree. But
Okay.
if, and I don't actually know like any of the stats, but if there
Mhm.
are no significant differences in life outcomes between deaf and non-deaf people in the United States,
Ooh,
like why?
I would be
or-
very surprised by that. Honestly.
so would I.
Yeah,
but let's say
that's
But
definitely
in
not-
that-
that's
in
the
that
entire
world-
reason we're having the conversation is because there
Yeah,
are
but I
There's
don't
some
know.
type
I-
of disability.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Well,
But
what is your question?
let me
What is your
finish.
question,
Let me
guys?
finish.
Okay.
I foresee. I don't know for sure. I'm sure there's maybe some details I'm missing, but I would largely, let's say, I'm sure there are some disparities and differences in life outcomes.
Mhm.
But I would, and this is just my intuition. I could be wrong. I haven't looked into it, but I think it's largely just like a function of like whatever how society is overall designed and sort of a lack
Sure.
of not lack of, but let's say
Yes,
an increased
that's
resource.
exactly-
and
No, I
funding,
agree
as
with
in,
you.
This is not something that can't be
For sure.
overcome. Probably.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So like if in
And-
10 years, let's say, broadly speaking, we can say that like life outcomes or 10, 20, pick your timeline. If let's say, I don't know,
Are
there's like a
equivalent, yeah.
5% difference in life outcomes, but no real substantial one, does that change your calculation?
Yes, it
or
would.
let's say
It would for sure.
Okay. All right. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
like the distinction that I hold is that it's like a disability, and usually disabilities need to be very accommodated for. It's usually hampering your life, your work situation, your school situation. Obviously, the big concern when it comes to like being deaf is like education is really, really difficult. Like you kind of need to go into like your own like sort of deaf school. You need to have hearing aids, which are like everyone sort of treats hearing aids like they're these sort of like fix all situations.
Yeah, magical
They're
solutions.
really
I agree.
fucking hard, and they're like
Unless you
can't
get like
really hear.
bleeding edge technology. Type
No,
thing.
for sure. You can't really hear, like it's still really muddled. It's going to be difficult for you to really follow along. And I think kids tend to have really poor education outcomes just because they're not accommodated for it. Obviously, that's a problem. Obviously, that's something, you know, I want to help fix. I'm going to be a teacher in about a year. Like I want to help with this stuff. But like, yeah, and I'm dealing with the world as is. And I sort of recognize these kids are very disadvantaged.
And I understand baked into you, like you said, a disability. So baked into that, like there's some differences in life outcomes. So I understand that changing the calculation. Okay.
I would say so, yeah.
But then, but you do also seem to understand the intuition of like a parent desires, you know, some passing on something or some part of their identity to their children.
Right.
And I agree with that. It is pretty suspect. I have the same intuition of like someone who's staunchly like, I must have, you know, a boy or girl, nothing else, or any other outcome is bad. Like, I agree. That's very strange and bizarre. But I'm curious, like, how would you react? As in, like, again, if or when we get to the place of, okay, if your wife, okay, like is pregnant, and you know, I don't know, like the color of your eyes and all that stuff. But let's say your wife now, it's like, as in you've gone through all the genetic screening, okay, and like the doctor comes in saying, oh, your child's gonna have hunter's eyes and all that stuff, and the wife is like, can we like change that? And what if your wife says also, we change the skin color of our child? I no longer.
Sure.
Would you be on board with that? As in, like, I want if your eyes are blue, I want the brown eyed.
Yeah, Uncle Ruckus designing babies or what? Like,
sure.
He's got reverse the
I
logo.
mean, that's where this conversation gets to pretty quick.
Yeah. So I'll answer it. I think the most reasonable position to be, which is obviously the one I have, and that's the most reasonable one. There's nothing inherently that you can point to wrong about this, but we should really be focusing as to why people want to do this. If you want to change your skin color, why the fuck do you want to do that? Like what?
But that doesn't answer
what
my
the
question.
fuck?
Wait,
That doesn't
I think you know
well,
why.
certain privileges come with
You know
and
why.
certain hearts
no, this
come with
is
others. So like realistically,
my
if you want
kid
to
to
have the
look like me.
conversations, like a black child versus a white child versus an Arab child versus a Mexican child, who has the easier life in coming up, and it's probably going to be the white child in America. So like if you could,
right. Well,
give your
this
child
is
the easiest
exactly
life.
why. It is exactly why in my opening statement I said that, like, you know, I also think that if you're two black parents, you probably shouldn't have a child together either. But like, this is why I said that, is because I feel like we're getting to a, like, you know, a very slippery slope when we start to, you know, denying like where you have bad societal outcomes, just, you know, based on these negatives, to where, yeah, well, because systemic racism exists, if you end up being black, you're just going to end up having a much harder life. And so you have to,
What is it, South Park? You're gonna like just use the scale, like make them black and have life difficulty? Like, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, every conversation we have
that
to
South Park game,
get
like that South
filtered
Park
through
game.
the media that you
yeah, it was
watch.
the South Park game.
Yeah, of course.
I asked
You're like,
question.
this is
So
the
far,
book
my
I
question hasn't
Of
been
course.
Hey, so I'm pretty
Right,
much like
It's called culture. Embrace the American culture, brother. Like, come on.
Sure.
Corey,
It's a
take it
what
away.
it
Answer your
The
question.
only
Sorry, go
time
ahead.
I think editing
Waddell?
genes is a probably worthwhile conversation is when like life-threatening diseases are probably on board. Other than that, we're entering very dangerous places, especially if, you know, certain powers to be is able to manipulate certain things. The other scenario that it would be perfectly okay to edit the genes of the human being is if we're fighting against an alien army like Halo and we create Spartans. That's the
Based.
only other alternative.
wait, you seriously think that that's like, it has to be like life threatening? So like in the future, if they actually do have designer babies where they're able to edit the
CRISPR.
genomes to make it to where you get the outcomes that you want, and you're able to pick and choose a lot of different things, you're saying that for people who could end up with like kids who are a lot better looking, maybe they get their dad's, you know, smarts instead of their, you know, mom who's a dumb
Mom's
blonde.
dumb.
like,
Well,
yeah,
you know, one drunk man
they- like
is
I-
smarter
I
than
think-
500
I think that
PhDs.
is-
you're saying, oh, wait. You're
Go ahead.
saying that you would be against all of this unless there is something life threatening, right?
Yes, because oftentimes when we have conversations like this, there has to be the understanding of the larger implication. And the larger implication, of course, would be a situation where certain people are going to be able to edit genes more than others, creating a very clear divide of the human race that will just expand more and more
That's
and
why I'm
more and
against
more.
gay marriage, because I feel like people are going to be starting to marry animals any second now.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah,
Very
it's
slippery.
like-
why
that's why I don't give my
yeah,
kids
it's just what-
chocolate. Is 'cause
Wait, no.
soon I'm going to be feeding them cocaine. And it's
no.
really it's a concern.
Hold on. That I think is a real link. That probably is a real link right there somewhere.
I'm trying to get somewhere.
Coco,
Okay.
Coco.
But wait, Hunter
Coco.
hasn't answered my my
This-
question.
And the same word?
I'm sorry,
Oh,
I thought I
okay,
did.
okay. Sorry.
I don't think that you did.
No,
As
that's
in-
fine. No,
mean-
go ahead. No.
And
Well,
after that, I do want to get to Tom. Yeah.
All I heard is like you. I may have just not heard your answer.
No, that's fine,
but like I think your response was like we should be asking questions about why people want these things. But I did not hear any sort of like, would you support their decision or not?
Well, sorry, if it's my wife, that's the question.
Yeah.
I would go, why the fuck did you why do you care about the skin color? And if she gives like a pretty milk toast, excuse the pun, answer, then
What if
that
what if their
seems
answer
to
was like, I
convince
just
me.
think it looks better?
That's psychotic. Yeah, I would be very concerned about that.
You don't want to give them
Why?
some like mocha, like
That's
Islander,
Because
like
I don't. I
supermodel
feel-
skin tone, natural
I-
tan.
Wait a minute, hold on. When she says blue eyes look
That's
better than green
blonde
eyes,
hair.
would that be
Yeah.
fine?
What if they
No,
just
what if she
blonde
said like,
hair?
I don't
Yeah,
want
like-
I don't want
That's the
your
master
eyes on
race,
my
obviously.
child.
Obviously, I would hate that. Wait, what?
Why? Why?
Yeah, she
though?
said you
Why?
got ugly eyes. We're gonna use mine,
And-
my baby.
And if
Oh,
the
yeah,
procedure
yeah.
doesn't go right and it ends up with brown eyes, throw them in a camp.
Well, then we got to talk about then we got to talk about who genetics were used.
Drop
you
them
know?
off at the fire station.
You're
Exactly.
you're asking a good question because like
full circle.
because I don't know the answer to your question. I'm going to just think out loud.
And,
'Cause
then,
you're
I
asking
don't know it's a
fair
valid
question.
answer.
No, sure. But I just want to sort of expound on this. I saw there was this this abnormality that exists, this mutation, where some people get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep and like are extremely productive, and it seems like there's no negative consequences at all that they get. That
Well,
they,
except for
they
insanity.
just don't get that sleepy. No. Like they score perfectly fine, and it seems like their body just needs 4 to 5 hours of sleep, and there
Those
doesn't
people
seem to be.
exist.
Yes. I think that it's fine to start cranking that up. Like once you start once genetic testing, everyone gets that shit. Everyone's getting
I think we should be
That
able to
seems
pick her eye color.
fine
What if
to
you want
me.
red eyes? I'd be like, hey, you get red eyes. That guy
and
got purple.
Yeah. And that is where I draw my line. And I don't know why, Corey. And I think you're asking a good question because I don't know what exactly is the distinction. And it might just be because like there's a good answer, which is like productivity seems to be better, but like an
You're
aesthetic just
optimizing
feels
for
very
something,
arbitrary.
But the reason
Yeah.
why
Cosmetics to you
I
are
asked that
negative?
question
Well,
is because
it's
like,
obviously
well,
societal.
I'm not done.
outcomes.
I'm done. Okay. As because like this is all in the vein of like even what Tom brought up earlier of like we have, and I'm not saying like this is good or not, but like the intuition of like we want our children to resemble us in some way, and I'm disrupting that and especially like if it's in the context of, like now your wife who you've chosen to love is like I'm going to edit our child so that it's a rejection of you. I think that, and you seem to have a visceral reaction to that. I think that says something. Now,
Yeah, I agree.
now I'm not saying that your intuitions are wrong or bad.
No, sure, but
right?
we're here to look into them, and I would say that like yeah, it seems like the functional aspect really matters. That like when I give the sleeping thing, it's like well, obviously we would want everyone to be more productive. Like that seems like a necessarily net good, but when we're like without a lot of I don't know. It seems like a functional distinction rather than an aesthetic one, and I think an aesthetic distinction would definitely start feeling a lot more uncomfortable.
But that's where, and that's why I was pushing sort of like, and I understand I was muddying the waters of like, in the scenario of like deafness, there's no major differences in life outcomes, but I can foresee a place of like, if there's only really a 10% difference or even like 15% difference in overall life outcomes between deaf and non-deaf individuals, I can understand a parent wanting their child to be deaf. Just as
I can understand it as well, for sure.
Let's go
What
to our
if
friend
I
Tom.
want my son to become bald?
Well, that's abortion.
Then you want your son to be made fun of their entire life.
First off, are you dumb or are you dumb?
But I mean,
well-
overall, from like what you, unless you want to expand upon what you were saying earlier,
He might be a really good swimmer if he's bald. Hold on, y'all bash
Well,
him
I was
Michael Phelps.
like a torpedo.
Yeah, but you could just fucking shave your hair. What are we talking about?
No, that 0.1 millimeter of hair follicles is really so much
It
drag.
ended up helping him win. Exactly. So I don't know what we're talking
Can you
about.
get
they
that
were-
laser?
No, he
on?
had hair.
Cap
He had
for
hair.
that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
He wore a swim
cap.
cap.
You only
They
can
wear
do that
swim
when you have
caps.
hair.
They wear
That's how it
swim
works.
caps for that. So
Look, I already answered
No
mine.
need
which
for a
is
swim
hair
cap
is
at
like
that
an
point.
aesthetic
With,
rather
like,
than
the-
functional
the-
distinction.
Now
Well,
I would say you
proportion.
to me you satisfied
Yeah.
the answer to my question.
Tom.
I did forget where me and
Hunter.
Rodell.
David.
No, Riddell. I forgot where me and Riddell were at the time, so I'm honestly.
Well,
blanking.
you were questioning in terms of are there things
I remember
that
you were
say is-
stupid and I was smart at the time. But I don't
Does that help,
remember
Riddell?
that. Outside of that,
Like,
I don't
was
know.
there another Riddell in here? That was definitely not me. So you were asking the question if I would be okay with a certain type of gene editing beyond something life threatening, and I said no, I wouldn't. I just don't trust our current like human societal structure that would not create a bad precedent moving forward. Because it's either going to be privatized to create a very distinct divide between humans that's very clearly going to benefit the ultra wealthy, or it's going to be governmentally controlled, and that's equally as very threatening and as very dangerous. And I'm sure we can all imagine why that would be. So.
You know,
I don't
Well,
trust.
I
the
think-
you make a
I-
good point. They could edit out the
Where Corey
inbreeding
was
from the
going
like
is
blue
my
bloods.
where Corey was going is exactly where I was kind of going as well. But I also feel like even just on top of that, like just the a lot of people already take these things into consideration when they're choosing like partners and mates. Is like, oh, this person has like good genetics, like, and they're smart, and they're like, this is the type of person that I would want to have a baby with because our kids will have better outcomes and they'll probably be smarter and go to better schools. Or like, oh, this guy is in the NBA, and so I would rather get with an NBA player because then our kids might be more likely to be 6'7" and be able to get into the NBA later and have good, be athletic. And so I think that like already these things are taken into consideration, and it's kind of as Corey said that like a lot of this we have icky feelings about it because there's already societal negatives currently, but without those stigmas existing, that this doesn't feel as weird. And that like when Corey was saying earlier, like I think it's the problem that we should probably be focusing on at more than like the outcomes of these children. Like if we can fix these issues, then that's not a problem anymore either. If two white parents wanted to have a black kid because they would have creamy, chocolatey skin and it's just prettier to them, like that wouldn't matter as much without the societal problems. But I also wonder if doing those things also starts to change those stigmas at the same time, like the browning of America and the fact that like, people are saying white people are being genocided. Well, also part of this is like we all just start to look more alike, and that like over time we might lose the like defining factors that give us a lot of tribalism currently. And so I just wonder if while it does feel icky currently, and it feels like it is creating more of a division, I also wonder if it might actually create less of a division in a lot of areas as well.
Well, that's interesting.
I wouldn't bank on it. I think it would probably exasperate the stigmas that already currently exist, especially when we consider the people.
Riddell, I think that you're right, like at the like initial part, right? But I think there might be something to this, right? So like I made the joke just kind of like joking, but like now that I think about it, like yeah, so remember how we had the kings and queens and all this shit, and they're all like cousins and shit because they're all the blue bloods back in the day. They all married each other, right? Because and we have genetic disorders that stem from that now. Well, I don't really see why they wouldn't want to keep doing that now, right? If they could do that and get away with it, and they had the genetic thing, they probably would do the arranged marriages to like people in the rich circles and like separate. Now, that would maybe work for a time for them, right? But I think if the tech, and this is I guess where I differ, I think the free market would get the tech everywhere. This could also eliminate problems where you have like places like, I don't know, like remote areas where you only have like cousins and shit to date or marry, and you can fix the like problems in those areas, which would give opportunities to lower class like people in these areas. By lower class, I just mean economically, right? In like these rural areas, like you would be able to uplift these. So it's an area where your IQ is predominantly, I don't know, 64 or something, right? Then you could go in there and you could erase this, and suddenly their IQ would be like at like 120 or whatever, like the normal, and then these people would have better,
like the
and it would become
Donald
widespread.
Trump never would have gotten elected, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Actually, their
Get rid of
IQ would
old
not be
people,
120. It would be 100 because it's adjusted based on the average IQ.
True.
The average IQ
Sure.
would increase.
Would rise.
But you get the point. I mean, listen. I've already admitted I'm no biologist. I'm just saying, me and my humble learnings. Well, I'm just putting forth some
So
theories.
I think Riddell's point is that we end up more Elysium than we do like universally. Everyone like Gibbs, you're saying that we would just mass produce this and
I think
everyone
it'd
would get to
become
use
too
it. Well,
much-
then I
it's
don't
too much money to
necessarily
be made
think
doing
that's
that.
there's too much money to be made in
Yeah.
what?
And like
In
say
curing
like,
diseases?
well, okay, if you have more healthy people, then there's people going to spend more money on shit across their lifetime. If these people are intelligent, they're probably going to make more money. If they're more physically healthy, they're going to be able to be more productive. Like you're going to have better like genetic, like when I put quotes, better, like right.
Yeah,
But
It's
once
like
we
it's
have
getting-
free
isn't the
healthcare,
cynical
Yeah.
argument against
Well,
like,
right, and you would
hospitals
hold on.
and
You wouldn't
cancer
even. You
treatment
would.
that they don't want to
This
cure
would
the cancer
actually
because
hold
if
on.
you
This
cure
would
the
enable
cancer,
free
then you don't
healthcare.
have sick
Yes,
people.
it's the cynical and
Well,
stupid.
hold on. This would actually. This actually would enable free
The correct
healthcare
one based off
because,
how
like these
society
people,
currently
it's going to be
works.
cheaper
that's-
because
yeah,
you're not going to
you
have
say
all
it's
these
stupid,
genetic.
but that's how it works.
No, but
That's
you're not
what's
going to have all
going
these.
It's
No.
not
So
what's
this
going
would
on.
this would eliminate some things. It might enable free healthcare because it would be cheaper overall because you would have less genetic diseases to fight. You might be able to make people immune to certain things just by like tampering.
We
with
can
the
do
gen-
So
that
then why,
right
so then
now
why
to
don't we
make-
have free healthcare?
Well, we don't have it
we
yet.
have
But this
free
could
healthcare.
cause
free
it.
healthcare,
and they don't
everybody will
want
be
to.
able
Hold on.
everybody will get free gene editing.
Yeah,
want
and
the
AI
fucking-
is going to give it to
You want
us.
the black pill on why we don't have free healthcare?
Post-scarcity.
The real black pill? It's
Let
that
me hear
most
it.
people genuinely like their healthcare and they
That's
don't want
based.
to disrupt it.
Okay.
That's
So-
genuinely
you can
why.
have
In a world,
public
in a
access.
in a wait,
Thank you,
wait.
Hunter.
So in a world where your black pill is
And
that
I'm in
people
favor
are
of universal
selfish.
healthcare.
I know in a world where your argument is that people are selfish and they want to keep what they already have, then why doesn't that get extrapolated into like the future, like the next world that's coming?
That's what
where,
I'm
like,
saying.
We have all these tools, but some people aren't going to have the healthcare to have access to these tools, and unless we have the universal healthcare, which doesn't seem to be the trajectory that we're going in, which is why we don't which is why the assumption that if we have this this machine where you just lie down and it gets rid of your disease and it hires your IQ, that it wouldn't just be a universally used. and
Hold on.
mass-produced
Who
thing.
makes more money, Don P or Amazon? Amazon, right? Like Don.
Who's
P,
Don P?
He's like
Yeah,
he's a
Don-
famous
Don
niche
P.
designer, right? Okay, so he makes a lot of money. Like he's got huge margins. Well, who makes more money than him? Well, Amazon makes way more money. Why? Because they're able to sell mass products at like a cheap
Don be
rate.
a person or a
You're-
company?
Yeah, he's a person
you're
and a brand,
treating
right?
this
So
like a commercial
like,
product.
you're
I'm
comparing
treating it
exactly.
like a
That's
company.
that's exact. Well, he is a commercial. He's a personal product himself, right? He owns
No,
video.
you're treating
Like, the
treating
point is-
idea of editing your genes as a commercial product.
Yeah,
where
exactly.
I'm
That's
treating it
exactly what it is. Nobody's
No,
gonna do
I
this if
would
there's
be
no money.
More like how the medical industry currently works.
You
not a
okay?
commercial
Hold
product
on,
that
pop.
anybody can
Like
access.
okay, let's say like I don't know.
And or
Pfizer-
even
Wait,
if
no,
they
no,
hold on.
could access it-
Hold on. If Pfizer,
Gibbs, hold
Pfizer
on,
makes this, go ahead.
Gibbs, hold on, wait. His point is that it would be closer to like plastic surgery than it would.
Which
be
is
just
getting
like
more
a
and more
general-
widespread. And I think as it gets cheaper overall. So you're proving my point.
Right,
It's
but
more and
then-
more
but it's
people are
still-
doing
it's
plastic
still
surgery.
It's still
Covered by
en
healthcare.
masse unaffordable.
Well,
And only certain
currently, yeah,
people
but
can
hold on,
afford
but hold on.
plastic surgery.
It isn't getting cheaper. Yes, the average person is starting to be able
But
to
like
afford.
not in a real way.
No,
Yes,
yes.
wait,
Hold on,
There
Ollie.
are
This is what I'm
plenty of
saying.
people making like 60K who get Botox. That's for
Right?
sure.
Yeah, and there's like plenty of people that make 60K. They get fake
Botox
tits.
isn't
Like
plastic surgery in the way that we're
fake-
talking
okay,
about.
how about fake boobs? Fake boobs. I know plenty of. I know lots of nurses who make 50K a year and that get fucking fake tits. Okay,
They get
like
good fake boobs.
Yeah, solid.
Or
Like-
shitty
Yeah,
fake boobs.
obviously, they're
solid.
gonna be better the more money that you
Oh
spend.
my
Sure.
god! Which is what me and
Fucking
Riddell are saying
Hold
is that
on.
there's gonna be people who
Hold
can't
on.
access
Hold on.
this. This is gonna be a universal machine.
Ollie, hold on.
Jesus.
I will explain this to you in a way I think you can understand. Right?
Right.
Yes, maybe the
That's
better
not
one,
what
maybe the better ones are like 20K, right? But the ones that are now are not the same as the ones 10 years ago that were just pointy points, right? Like that looked like something out of Laura Croft Tomb Raider
No, if
64.
you get shitty
Now
ones,
hold
they
on,
are.
hold
That's
on,
what I'm saying.
hold on. Now,
They want
hold on.
to
Right
become-
now at Walmart, they have an 85-inch TV. It's a smart TV, and it comes with all the hottest bells and whistles. Right now, it's like some generic brand for $950. That same TV, 3 years ago, was $4,000, $5,000. And 20 years ago, that bitch didn't exist and it was 300 pounds. So my point is, as tech advances, it becomes more. Hold on, sure, but you're saying this, but there's a gap that gets bridged at some point. Once it goes mass, it becomes more profitable to go
like
massive than it is to go.
years.
No, not in 1,000 years. Not the way technology's fancy. It becomes more profitable mass than it is to go niche, and that's their analogy with the Don P versus Amazon. You're talking about a designer shit versus like mass production, and mass production will eventually catch up to where there's not a significant discernible difference between the Roku TV and my fucking $50,000 fucking fancy TV. That's why people don't buy that no more.
There's a
That's
difference
why they buy
between
like
a Samsung
$2,000.
wall and an 85-inch.
Sure,
Roku TV.
but is it a
People know
massive
there's
quality? Yeah, but it's not a
There's
massive
difference-
quality
there's a
difference.
difference
It's very
between the
small.
technology
discernible.
and the stuff that the very, very wealthy have versus everybody else. That you're just
But it's a
really
small
not
difference.
understanding this very
But
stark
the stuff,
divide
the
that gets
poorest
created.
person
If I
now
was-
lives better
if
than
I
the
was
Emperor
able to
Nero.
use
Like
the
you
example
understand
of
that, right?
liking jeans, it would start out. Maybe it
They
starts
don't.
out something
Yes,
is
they
like
don't.
Okay, maybe not the poorest, but the average low class person in America that has a trailer lives on par with probably Emperor Nero, right? They have air conditioning,
I
they have
hate
food
this
all day.
argument.
Like
I
this
hate
is
this
this is just how
argument so
advanced
much.
tech advanced, bro. Like
Why do
I'm-
you hate it? Wait, hold on.
Does
Ali,
the
why do you
average
hate it?
person live like the billionaires do?
Because
Ali, why do you
because
hate it?
one, it doesn't matter if people in the past lived better and according to some statistics, and then two, the perception
statistics,
is that
this
we
is just
aren't.
fact.
The perception, which matters, I think, more is that we don't live better. That we don't. So if we can have all the
That's not
stats
true.
and the
That's
economists in
totally
the
not
world
true.
that
That is
say
not
that, like,
perception.
oh, look how good we're doing and look how fine everything is, but the fact is people don't feel like things are doing
Hold
fine.
on, hold on,
So you
hold
can
on.
say, yeah, we live better than Emperor Nero, but that doesn't matter. Like,
I mean,
that's
hold
not-
on.
Hold on,
I
hold
Do
on,
you
hold on,
think
hold on,
you
hold
just
on, hold on,
dispute
hold
the
on,
fact that
hold on.
people live better than Emperor
Gibbs,
Nero now?
wait, hold on. That's not even true. Self-reporting data has largely increased based off of how people feel about the current economy. Has largely increased over the last, obviously, fucking 200 years.
Wait, much less than several thousand years.
Right. Well, that we don't have data back then, but I think we can.
What about
largely
over the
assume-
past
All those
30
tablets
years?
are-
I mean, I think we have
Wait a minute.
data. Your life is better than the
Sorry.
slave in Rome.
I
Your
don't-
life
I
is
don't
better
wanna-
than the
I don't
average
wanna-
person in
Obviously,
Rome.
economically, it's better.
Sorry,
but people are,
I don't
are
want
feeling
to.
much
I don't want
more
to. I don't want to
depressed
go on this hard
nowadays.
tangent, but I'm just going to say something really. This is a ridiculous argument. This actually, but for different reasons. Like, hey, if you're an emperor, right? You have at your beck and call, like hundreds or maybe thousands of servers. I don't know.
Did you have air
I can
conditioning?
go get.
You
I
didn't have air
can go get a
conditioning, did
fucking
you?
taxi for my
No.
burrito
I can get
right
an
now.
Uber right
Oh,
now.
no,
That
they
means I
don't.
live like a king.
We don't have
Yes,
emperors
yeah,
die of heat
genuinely.
exhaust.
Man,
Genuinely, I live like a fucking
No.
king. The
Yeah,
fact
yeah,
I
you
can
live
get
like
an
a
Uber
king.
is fucking
Yes, yes, yes.
crazy.
You
When's the
live
last
like a
time?
king.
When's the last time an emperor
Oh,
died of heat
shit,
exhaustion?
Yeah,
We have
literally.
we have
Oh my
examples
God,
of emperors
I'm
die.
smarter than
Hold on,
The
we have
idea that I
we,
can
we
go
have
to a
examples
party
of
because I-
chef
emperors
to make
dying
me
from heat
food,
exhaust.
and then someone drive it to me and give me the food is more.
The
relevant
modern
than
wonder
anyone
is
has
not
ever
living
experienced.
like
Having
royalty.
air conditioning is
Genuine-
like
yes.
Air
Yes, you're
conditioning.
living better than
I don't get what
royalty.
we're
Air
Prime.
conditioning
I
alone.
am.
You have internet.
I
You
don't
have
know.
internet, Prime.
Yes.
Prime, you have internet. You're living better than
Ollie,
everyone
you're joking. I'm
before
agreeing with you.
1983.
Yes.
Like, what are you? Yes.
But hold on,
yes.
hold on, hold
But
on.
the perception isn't.
Yes,
the perception isn't there,
absolutely.
So it doesn't matter. Okay.
Hold on, hold
But
on,
no one
hold
feels
on.
like that, so it doesn't matter.
Hold on, Ollie. All right, let me just ask you a
No
question.
one feels
Let me
like it
ask.
because
No, hold
you
on.
keep
Let me just
screaming.
let me ask you a
keep
question.
screaming that we shouldn't feel like this. You're like,
Oh, is that
everyone,
why, or is or
Yeah,
do people,
Ali
or
did
people
it.
like not
Ali
afford?
did it.
Yeah,
No,
people can't
no,
afford
people
their
like
rent.
you.
People can't afford to buy houses. People can't afford to go on vacation. There are
wait,
things
hold on,
that they
hold
can't
on,
afford.
hold
But
on,
yeah, you're
hold
right.
on,
It's
hold
just
on.
us screaming.
You're self-defeating your own purpose because you said
I'm
economically
big fan of
people
this.
are doing better, but they're not feeling it, which means that they
Yes.
are affording rent. They
No.
are affording groceries.
No,
Because
they're
you
just
said
getting no,
that
they're
they
just getting
are
paid
doing
more,
well.
but their rents are higher too. They get paid more. GDP goes up, but
Obviously,
their
when
rents
we're
are also
talking
high.
about
So it's not really
inflation, we're-
adjusting. It's not really going with. in
We're
accordance,
obviously
right?
taking into account the CPI. We're obviously taking into account rent. When we're talking about it, we're obviously talking
Hey,
about the CPI.
yeah.
People are content. People are content with the way they're living in America right now. And how they're living.
They're not
no,
content,
I
but
wonder
they're
why.
okay. But they're-
hold on.
they're
Wait,
economically being able to
hold
afford
on, hold on. Okay, so the problem is that yes, like people are making more money, and there are more things. Like even when it comes to rent and things like
And
that,
everything's more
it is
expensive.
more affordable in a way. But it's
Not
because there's
relative to
too many
income.
things that are required to live today, where you need a laptop, you need computers, you need cell phones, you need cell phone service, you need a car, you need car insurance, you need like
Correct.
so many other
Correct.
things. You need Netflix, you need cable TV, you need like so many other fucking things to
You need
just
Netflix.
exist. and then you also need to pay your fucking rent and all this other shit. And so you
Yes.
do, like, there is so much more that you have to pay for. Whereas like when you were a fucking serf, yeah, you just had to fucking pay your rent. Like that was about it. But
here's
like,
the issue.
And
You
and
compare
also
Justin to, like, a
there's
serf.
a very clear, like, consistent comparison model that people are consuming on a consistent basis regarding these creators, regarding these elites, that they're looking at their lives compared to the others, in addition to certain value and cultural loss that people are losing in themselves and the communities they're creating. Like, there's a lot of reasons why people feel the way that they feel right now.
And it's not an
And
economic issue. It's a
it's in
genuine.
part,
It's a
it's in part
nihilistic
an economic issue. It's in
a
part an
fucking-
economic.
We're depressed.
Oh my
It's
God.
not
Because
that we're.
We're depressed for no reason. Just you know,
Yes,
we
this
just
is-
chose yes.
but
Yes,
there are
because
no,
because
Americans
they're
are just
fucking
whining.
sucking our brains out.
No,
It's
actually,
because we're
this is
looking
the-
at
you
like
We
can't
see the rest of the
remove
world
something that is embedded in
thriving,
science.
and
For
we're
like-
just depressed
Wait,
for no reason.
Hunter,
we're in a horror
this is a
machine.
dumbass
Hunter,
excuse for,
Hunter,
like,
the
fucking
problem.
4 levels. Hold on. I'm gonna step in. This is a dumbass excuse for like 4 levels.
Go ahead.
Like first of all, like understanding how people are feeling, and their economic hardships, and saying, oh, all of it's in your head. Some of it might be in your head. Yes, media affects how people feel about
Right.
themselves in their current situation.
Yes.
Without a doubt, that is actually true, right?
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that people aren't actually facing more hardships today than previously. History isn't a line just simply go up, right?
I
In
agree.
terms of human satisfaction.
Wait,
That's
hold
not
on,
the
hold
case.
on, hold on,
And
hold on. You can't say
then-
that. You
and
can't
then,
wait,
hold
hold
on,
on.
like I
But you
said,
can't just
you've
gish
got-
gallop. Let me take it one step at a
I'm
time.
not gish gallop. I said one thing so far, right?
I know. I'd like
And
to
then you guys
respond to it
go back-
before you get to the second thing.
Come on,
Okay.
Hunter's the moderator. Remember.
Obviously,
It's his
obviously, fucking line goes up is not a good argument. However, if I can point to a line going up, then it is a good argument.
I get a
And I
question.
can point to so many fucking examples. For example, median household income that has largely increased over the last 40 years.
Well, I mean,
I
What
can
about
look at
median
world
household
poverty
costs?
levels.
Hold on,
What
you
about
can-
the costs
hold
that
on, you
also
can-
It's
increase?
fucking adjusted for CPI. I'm going to fucking
Hold on,
kill
hold
you.
on, hold on.
Ollie,
This is
what are you
this
talking
this is
about?
even
What are
easier
you
than that. This is
talking
even
about?
it's even easier than that, Hunter. Hold on. This is even easier. Like real quick. Okay,
It's
I
obviously
hold on.
adjusted for
I just
CPI.
want to go. I'm gonna go on here. Y'all are like saying these things, and like I get the perception and the comfort, but like there is like a level that y'all are just like bullshitting, and we're seeing this in real time right now with the difference in air conditioning between Europe and America and how people are handling it. We're seeing that literal real time and how people are struggling. I'm gonna name 3 people: Frederick Barbarossa, Constantine the Great, and Trajan. All 3 of these people are famous for allegedly dying to heat-related illness. Right? Can you name the last time the leader of a major country died since air conditioning has been invented from a heat-related illness? I can't, because it's probably never fucking happened. And so when you're sitting here saying this shit, even in the middle of like the poorest country in Africa, their leader has got air conditioning. It's crazy, but they got it. And so all these people got air conditioning, and it's improved the general life of people worldwide. And y'all have the audacity with a straight face and go, "Oh, this is a stupid argument. The emperor
Oh, that was
lived
straight
way
face. I'm
worse."
laughing
But
this
like,
entire
wait,
time.
with
I've
yeah,
been
with
laughing
you're
this entire
laughing,
time.
but like y'all are sitting here going, "It's a stupid argument. These guys got to adjust for CPI. These guys got to." No, if you just talk all these things that Tom just talked about, all these other requirements, those are luxuries. Those are benefits to living in this society. And you can argue that this thing, but the fact that you need those things are benefits actually, because we've advanced so far technologically that we are able to have these things to live what we call a normal life. But all these things could be poof gone tomorrow, and our life would be dog shit. So when y'all sit here and say, "Oh, it's perception," or whatever, perception might mean something, but like, I'm sorry, Prime, the only one making a stupid argument is you.
Wait,
Okay,
wait,
wait,
I need to throw something
Gibbs,
else. I need to
Gibbs,
throw
wait,
something
wait,
else.
hold on.
The
I need to
entirety
correct
of
something real
Americans
quick.
that feel
Hold
bad,
on.
they're
You
also
do
making a
have to
stupid
take into
argument, right?
consider the context that people are in. Okay, so like when it comes to like a quality of life, obviously the context that you're in the moment, what it is that like makes somebody poor versus what it is that makes somebody rich. Like your quality of life is based on what is available to you, right? So like when we're looking at people who are fucking cavemen, we're not going to say they have a lower quality of life because they didn't have a fucking cell phone, but it wasn't available to them. It wasn't even a possibility. When we think of quality of life, like it is about what is available to you in the moment. But with that said, like objectively, our quality of life is better because we have these things, and we have much longer life. And because we have much longer life, because we have things like vaccines and shit like that, now on top of that, we have a lot more people living in the same areas to where economies are having trouble with the fact that there's so many fucking people who are all spread out to where there's a lot more people to feed and a lot more people to deal with. And on top of that, you have
Refrigeration is another
technology
example.
growing at such a high
Okay.
rate.
So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
go
step in. I'm gonna step in finally because it's so fucking annoying. This is a dumbass argument. Holy shit, right? Like, yes, appliances, right, are helpful. No one's saying appliances aren't helpful and that they do things. They have functions within our lives. We can recognize that. Specifically, though, the comparison is between a regular person, right? A broke ass person like Prime, right? And then an emperor, right? An emperor who has
Who probably couldn't drink water, by the way. He had to drink the alcohol.
Who has slaves, who has servants, who has manpower that they can deploy against them, who has protection.
And their life is still worse than ours now. That's the crazy part.
I listen to you. Okay, so this misunderstands how privilege works, how wealth works, and what protection provides you. Right? You know what else would have?
Could they die from waterborne illness?
You're not protected.
Please,
We're not talking about privilege, though.
Please, no, hon. We are. We
No, we're
are.
not.
That's the thing
Nobody
that
here's
you're-
talking
No.
about.
I'll explain this. I'll explain this perfectly. Prime, can I? You go.
Yeah,
and
Prime,
then I'll
shut
go.
the fuck up and let Hunter explain.
I
this.
just said
Yeah.
Prime go.
Okay, so like, you know what else would have like raised the average life expectancy if everyone else
Boiling
had been
water.
living like Emperor Nero. If they all had those other people, hey, you know what? If the water's contaminated, you know what you can do? You can send people to like gather water for you at long distances.
Well, they couldn't do that.
For you. You can just you can. And
No,
they did do
that's
that.
why. That's why they used
exactly the thing
alcohol.
that
That's why they
happened.
mainly
That's
drank alcohol.
exactly what
Nope.
happened. Right?
Well, did
Come
they-
on, in some places, in
Mo-
Europe,
most
for-
places.
and for people of privilege, right? If they had access to fresh, you could actually just
And
get
were they
that
taking a
delivered
larger
to you.
risk? Hold on. Were they
You can
taking a
do
larger
that.
risk?
Yeah.
Then
That's
they
the
Hold
thing-
on.
That's the thing that you can do. Stop it.
Okay.
Stop it. No, not okay. Not okay. So wealth and privilege protects you.
okay.
That's a thing that happens, right? Like it.
Does smallpox
you have
exist then that doesn't exist now?
another-
No, yeah, I did.
another-
Of course.
I didn't. Hold on. Don't tell me. I'm not the one who hangs up anti-vaxxers, right? Don't tell me that like what the benefits of vaccines are. I get that. I understand that. But you know.
So wait,
a way
so
that
the vaccine?
do you know-
Did
do you know
smallpox
one
exist or not?
way- Do you know one way that diseases are spread by being densely populated?
Oh, so having like
villages
hold on, so
Hold
like
on,
having
hold
servants and
on.
shit
Oh my
would
God,
make you
Gibbs,
more likely to
I
get
listen
smallpox.
you talk. Gibbs, I listen to you talk.
I mean, you're
gonna
just
finish listening to me
contradicting
talk.
yourself.
Holy shit. Knock it off, please. You know what else spreads disease?
Slaves.
Living in densely populated areas, right? Where like your filth isn't properly managed. When you're rich, you don't have to live in a densely populated area. Your filth is managed, right? Because you have the infrastructure they don't do it. Not as good as the modern toilet. That's true, right? The modern toilet is better than what they had. That's true. But that doesn't mean that like not having that that doesn't mean that not being rich and having all those privileges, access to labor to manage these things for you didn't mean anything, right? And it doesn't mean that like
you're proving our point, though, Brian.
the life of the
Can I go
average
after?
Schmo now to an emperor, like you can get access to not only like fresh foods, you can get access. I mean, to
Yeah, but-
women.
But Prime, you're proving our
You can
point.
access-
We can do this without all these things. Like if
Hold on,
the
hold on.
poorest person can have better food than the emperor just by going to the refrigerated part of this grocery store,
You
that
may
means
not have
that
access to better
yes,
food.
you probably do. You are safer.
Everybody does.
Everybody in
No,
all.
you might
Well,
not
yes,
have
Prime.
that.
Yes,
You don't
Prime.
even know
Hold
what-
on,
you don't know how to
you are-
even
you are-
measure
How
this.
many
It's
times
crazy.
do you think they had people coming in and inspecting places
Yes,
where
exactly.
the fucking king was getting his food from to make sure that they were doing everything with sanitary, where they were
Yeah,
washing
he's
their
just
hands
fundamentally
first,
wrong.
that they fucking the right pesticides all over the place. How many fucking inspections do you think were done before he got his food?
I'm gonna go on a
Oh
rant.
my
I'm gonna
God,
go on a
this is
rant.
so
Wait, hold on.
stupid.
I want to respond to Prime. Okay, so here I've wrote 5 different things down. I have a lot to say to Prime.
Don't
Already.
understand privilege.
Okay, cool. First, privilege. The reason why he keeps bringing up privilege, I can explain it really easily. Prime is a communist, and the way that communists
I'm
think
not
about
a communist. Stop it. Hold on. I'm not a communist.
Okay, what
Don't
are
call
you?
me a communist.
A
Not com-
leftist? Can I call you a leftist?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Prime is a leftist who hates liberals. And what a defining feature of leftists who hate liberals is that they see wealth as zero sum. They cannot
Yes, the wealth
fucking
gap.
imagine the idea that all of us can be raised unilaterally all together. He sees that there's a
No,
king and there's
that's a lie.
serfs. Okay.
That's a lie. Hold on. That's
Okay,
not true.
Wait, hold on. I want to
Hold on,
continue.
Hold on. But
Hold
no,
on.
no, no.
You had your
But you
chance
said
to
no,
dish
no, no,
out.
no.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
Dish out.
Oh, okay. You wanted me to respond to one thing at a time. Okay, then I'll do it for you. Then
That
I'll
was the joke.
stop
Go ahead.
you. Okay, great. Right?
Good save,
No, I
Hunter,
don't
good
believe that.
save.
I believe a rising tide can raise all boats.
Great.
Actually, I believe like the literal opposite of that.
But that
And
didn't
I've
that
said
didn't happen.
all the time.
So it
I've said
hasn't been a
all the
rising.
time.
It hasn't been a rising tide over the last 2,000 years.
Refrigeration doesn't exist, boys.
No,
Hold
no,
on.
no, no.
Has it been a rising tide over the last 2,000 years in regards to wealth?
Not evenly distributed. No.
So it hasn't been a rising tide. Some people have gotten much
hold on,
worse.
Sorry. This metaphor is doing too much for you, right?
Okay.
You're just saying rising tide. Have good things happen
You
between
invoked
now
rising
and then.
tide.
We actually have to have metrics to discuss this, right?
Yes,
like
I agree,
You're just
like
making
median
shit up.
income.
So you're just saying
I would point to
no.
median income.
Hold on. I can,
Maybe
hold on.
less
Once
disease.
again, right?
Sanitation.
You don't have to explain to me how a fucking appliance works and how useful
It seems like we have
and
to.
how air conditioning works. You don't have to explain that shit to me. No, I got it. Thank you.
I mean, you seem confused.
Refrigeration. Oh my god. Mind blown.
Hold on. That is.
Refrigeration
It
didn't
is.
have it back then.
We
You should
should
know that.
Hold on, we're
Oh
able.
my
Hold on,
God.
hold on. We're able to
Well, you should
We're
just
able.
shut the fuck
How,
up and
like,
accept
how-
everything that's
hey,
going on because
Well,
you
we're
need
able.
No,
liberal
we're
Hold
saying
on.
that
The
all
poorest
the time.
countries.
Saying
The
living
poorest
under Trump,
countries.
but I mean, Trump isn't the worst emperor in the
The-
world.
hold
so I
on,
don't know what you guys
the
are really
poorest
complaining about.
countries
The
now
best
have.
ever to be
Literally
alive.
had fresh food delivered to them all the
I
time.
do.
They had
Hold
everything.
on. People that are
Isn't
starving.
slaughtering you guys, isn't putting you guys in the
Right
guillotine.
over there. The farm isn't even
Town
far
hall.
from them. Right?
Hold on.
I don't know.
So you don't.
Trump isn't
seem
that
to
bad, I don't
even
think.
understand that, right? Like you keep saying,
More
well, there's
pleasantly,
appliances.
just my
I
head.
get that there's appliances. And I
So
think
there are
people
people-
our
are
lives
people's-
easier. They
Mm.
can mechanize some of the things
Wait.
that were
So the
benefits
tide
to
did rise.
Yeah. So wait, how often do
right?
foodborne illness
But,
kill
like-
people compared
But, like,
to
I'm
now?
saying that,
Like
you
it's
aren't
just
taking the
fun.
full- I'm ignoring you, Gibbs, because you're just
Sure.
talking over me.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
you've been talking for 30
how,
minutes.
Gibbs, shut
how
the fuck
often does but like this doesn't take into account all the privilege, all the power it is to be a king. That's what he's specifically talking about.
That doesn't matter.
A king.
What?
Specific. Yes, of course it does.
No,
It
pride.
matters.
If I am saying, hold on, if I am less likely, if I am less likely to, hold on, if I am less likely to die as a peasant in America,
because it was an emperor. That's why it
But-
matters. Like the wealth of privilege.
Nero
Hold on.
had a
Responding
lower
to
life
obviously.
expectancy
Not-
than I
yeah.
do.
yeah,
That
that's
is the fucking critical issue.
doesn't-
yeah,
Nero had a
yes,
lower life
absolutely.
expectancy.
Yeah, he was more likely to die of disease. He was more likely to.
Is your only access right that you're looking at? Then great. Then fine. Then you
Prime,
got a point there.
Prime,
Now,
no, Prime, no, Prime. We're talking about. We are too. You are not. You are not. Hold on, Prime. You're wrong. You're actually doing the opposite. You're okay. Fine. Let's go through the metrics. Are you okay? We're gonna go through the metrics. All right. If the Emperor of Rome and the average person of Rome, just look at both. Okay. All right. Compared to now, if I'm a poor person in the United States, let's say making $45,000 a year, am I more likely to live longer than the person who has the most privilege and the most wealth in Rome? Check. Yes, I am. Am I more likely to die from something like foodborne illness because of sanitation now or then? And as the emperor or as a poor person here or a poor person there? Well, it's once again more likely to die then. Check. Worst quality life. Am I more likely to be able to have higher quality food at less income?
no.
Here, hold on. We're going to go through all these metrics. Am I going to be able to spend more of my income income, my disposable income, and eat better food now, or as a poor person then versus the emperor. Okay, maybe the emperor beats a poor person now here, but the average person then is going to be broke versus a poor person now, maybe once a month, can go to fucking Ruth Chris if they wanted to, or they could go buy a steak and cook it themselves. Maybe some of these people back in the day, they often didn't even eat meat for months at a time because they couldn't do it. So once again, check the average person's life, way more dog shit, and they're on a poor person now on par with the emperor. Third, let's keep going here. You talked about disease. Well, you talked about the slaves. Oh, guess what? That actually makes them more likely to die of disease because they have slaves. And guess what? They didn't have sanitation. They had more people packed in a dense spot. Guess what? Compared to now, I could be the poorest person in America under a bridge, a hobo, and guess what? I have less likelihood to die of smallpox or Ebola or any of these things that were very common. So once again, your life is better now as a poor person than the fucking emperor. So we can keep going down this list by every metric. When you're talking about privilege, yeah, you're talking about maybe.
So then why change anything?
Okay.
Why
We're
do we
literally
not complain
changing.
when
This is
Democrats are in
tech.
power or when Republicans are in power?
Hold on, wait,
hold on.
please. Hold on, wait. Ali has said this like 10 times now, and it's driving me fucking crazy.
Yes.
Ali, we are advocating for things to improve still. We're not saying things are perfect. Nobody's saying things are perfect.
But you look
We're
like
saying
a king, so why are you complaining? You're just depressed. That's the argument that we
some
that
things
we
are
move
better
forward
because
the
you
gap
fucking
between the
lied.
poor-
Fucking
under
improved.
Trump, you look better than Emperor
But-
Nero.
No, but
What
hold
the
on,
fuck are you
Ali.
complaining
But
about?
you live better under all the last presidents. Hold on, Ali. The gap between the poorest person now and the richest person 2,000 years ago is this.
Stop. Gibbs,
Hold
stop.
on.
Go
All
ahead.
right. So
Let's let
I feel
Tom
like
and
this is
Ollie
sometimes-
talk.
Yeah, I feel like this is sometimes when people like do that. A lot of
W
conservatives will do
moderator.
this whole thing about like slaves will, black people are lucky. They're actually better off today because slavery happened. And it's like, okay, like fine, like, but they're like removing the context of like all of the like pain and suffering people had to go through, and just to make that point. And I get that you guys are you're looking at the disproportionality and saying, yes, like proportionally, there's a bigger gap between one and the other, and nobody's disagreeing with that. But what we're saying is that that gap has still created so much better technology to where we have toilets and running water and all of this crap, to where the government has regulated so many things to where, yes, we have buildings now are made sure that they're not going to collapse. We have fire departments that'll come and put the fire out, and you don't have to be rich in order for the police to come and, write a report or anything. Like everything happens. There are a lot of things that where there is equality. You have constitutional rights. Like these things are much better off in in all of the ways that matter most, but that doesn't mean we don't want to improve in all of these other areas where it's not perfect. We still want to strive for that.
Yeah, but this wasn't in response to like someone was I forget what it was. Someone was complaining, and then Hunter was saying that like, well, Americans live in the best time ever. So you're just kind of telling Americans, the ones that are complaining, shut the fuck up.
When the hell did I say that? When did I say that?
You didn't say that humans are living in the best time ever right now.
I did.
So
Wait,
all the complaints from Americans are just depressed, right? They're just depressed. Economically, they're doing fine. Everything is okay, and that they're just bitching for
No.
Well,
that's
so
not
wait,
correct.
We can
That is
want
not
to
correct.
improve
Hold on.
without saying everything.
That isn't what you were
Let
saying,
me
because I
defend
feel like that's
myself.
where all of this
Let me
came
defend
from.
myself. Let me defend myself.
I do think that's a good line to
quick.
clear out for sure.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Here is my point. Okay. We are more depressed than ever, and yet doing the most economically ever in terms of human behavior. That is what I'm looking at, and I'm interested in that. And that's why I hear, look at all the economic situations that we're living in, that we're embroiled in, and that's making us depressed. No, it's definitively not. I'm more interested. Cool. I'm more interested in the behaviors of like why people feel so fucking depressed, even though they're doing economically better. Now,
the answer is they're broke, but you don't think they're broke.
Please. No, they're not broke.
Okay, I know they're broke because they're not. Because they're spending their money frivolously.
No. They were broker 10 years ago, and they were happier 10 years ago. They were broker 30 years ago. Please. This is adjusted for CPI. I've said this multiple times.
Oh my God.
All I'm just
people. I don't. No one knows what CPI is. Okay.
Consumer price index. We're obviously we're adjusting that for how much things cost. Obviously, anytime I'm talking about price, I'm talking about inflation adjusted. Okay, I recognize that things are more expensive now, and I'm saying still we're making more money. even
Yeah, but
adjusted
people
for
don't
that.
feel like they are.
I agree. I agree.
Okay,
I
you
agree.
agree.
I agree.
So
But it's not because of how much money they're getting, because we're looking at how much money they're
Hunter,
getting.
let me
So
ask
it's
you
a
a
different.
question.
Wait, hold on. It's a different issue. Now that is separate from the conversation about whether or not people's lives should materially get better. I obviously think that there are ways that we can fix poverty. There are obviously ways that we can fix our homeless situation, our housing situation. We can make rents go cheaper. We can make healthcare more cheaper. We can do so many substantial issues that I constantly
and yet we
advocate
don't.
for.
And yet I know, and yet we don't, which is why people have the perception, right? Maybe on paper everyone's getting enough money, but the perception.
No. People aren't getting. Wait, hold on. You keep saying.
Okay, can I finish? I want to finish a statement.
You're saying enough, and I disagree with you. I'm not saying we should.
They're making
pause
more than enough.
No.
Okay. Stop. Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm kind of trying to understand exactly the through line for you, Hunter. Because I agree with like some of the policies. Of course, we got to improve in these different areas, but I wouldn't go out of my way, and I don't think this is what you're saying, but I just want to, at the very least, have an understanding, like perception that we can clear. Is I wouldn't go out of my way in saying that people and their feelings about the affordability as of right now is something that they made up. I do think there are cultural and conditional circumstances that have been embedded onto them, that the things that they have is something they have to have. It's like,
Riddell, can you go to the 99-cent store and buy seasonings right now? Can you go to the 99-cent store and go buy like any seasoning?
Bro, that's
no, really, it's a real question. Like, can you go to the 99-cent store, Riddell? Can you go to the 99-cent store right now and go buy any seasoning? Like
that has nothing to do with.
No, I know, but it does. Just answer the question, yes or no. Can you?
Can I go to the 99-cent
store? Yeah, and buy pretty much any seasoning you want. Like, go,
so
hold on. Hold on. Okay.
No, hold on. That's not his point. Let him make his point.
My point is, so right, you're talking about the economically and the perception, right? I'm saying is they fought wars over these spices, right? All these different things, right? That's what he says. But you're saying, okay, the perception, yeah, people are doing bad. I'm saying that we're right. Yeah, that's Ollie, but right, and he's kind of agreeing with you. I'm saying right now, even if I'm doing poor, if I'm broke, like I could go down to the 99-cent store, spend $5 and come back with garlic. I can come with salt, pepper, onion powder, and probably cayenne or paprika or something. And I can make, a dollar store steak taste pretty solid, right? Now versus, 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, they didn't even have that ability, like necessarily just because of preservation. They didn't even have 99-cent stores, right? Like just because we've advanced so far, like the poorest here, you might perceive that you're doing badly, but in relative action, you are living better than most of the world has ever lived. Like ever in history, and so like when you talk about privilege, when you talk about privilege, you're actually coming from what you're arguing from. You are actually the one coming from a place of privilege because you don't know how good you have it, and you're actually arguing from a privileged standpoint.
Gibbs. Ollie just brought up
but the side,
and that really pisses me off because the 90s had one of the greatest, enormous crime waves.
That's exactly as I was about to say.
It's fucking crazy how many riots we had constantly that we had
fucking
to deal
high
with,
murder rates
and we had
everywhere.
It took so much fucking
people
effort
afford
to
their
get
We're
where we
living in
are
a
now.
time of like the least war, least murder, least crime.
know,
Like we have
it's
the best
crazy.
sanitation. We live the longest. Like everything is as good as it could, as good as it's ever been. And
wait, hold on.
we are still improving upon that.
Ollie, you have to understand that in the 90s, it was also really difficult to buy a house.
Right.
It was really difficult to afford rent, and you had fucking gunshots out on the street. That's also why housing prices were low.
Well, I live in the city, so I still hear gunshots on the street.
It's still lower than. Just please.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to. Sorry. Stop talking. I'm going to finish my points. So yes, there are plenty of metrics where obviously emperors still live better. Yes, indeed, they lived longer. That's the thing, right? Today we have access to a better sanitation. Got it, right? Vaccines. Yeah, I know. I do a show about that, right? Like every Friday night, me and Corey, we do a show talking about talking about the importance of vaccines, talking about the importance of medical breakthrough technologies, right? You don't need to tell me because I got it. I know. right? But there are other metrics that, of course, you're not taking into account. First of all, like as an emperor, right? You get the ability to have personal protection, right? And that like you have a personal guard, right? And you have a military behind you at your beck and call. That's the thing that happens. Now, doesn't mean they're invincible. Some of them were killed, obviously, right? But you have protection. You have an army next to you.
That's the worst example you could have gone with.
It's
their armies were killing them.
No, because we are in the safest. We are in the safest military.
Shut up. Hold on. Shut up. Hold on. Shut up for a second, right? Like people still fear for instance, as an average woman, right? Or as an average individual, especially in certain neighborhoods, right? Depending on which neighborhood you are, right? Yes,
which neighborhood
violence happens to you. Violence. You're still subject to violence. People can approach you and do things to you, whether that being random people or the police, right? They can't do that to you as an emperor. Right?
Okay, so
yes,
wait, hold on. I have a question.
Hold on. No, I'm not gonna hold on.
No. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go real quick.
No, you're not gonna go.
Just a quick question, because we're talking about Roman emperors, right?
No.
Are we talking about Nero? Are we talking about
I
Caesar? Because how did they die? I forget. How did they die?
Personal protection.
In their sleep.
Happened
around 90 years
I'm
old.
pretty fucking sure
Caligula,
that they were literally killed.
Commodus.
Right. Hold on. What did I just
The year
say?
the 5
I
emperors.
didn't say they didn't get
Get 4 emperors.
like emperors didn't get killed. Of course they get. No one would say that otherwise, right? I'm saying that you have protection from random assaults, right? Not from
and they were less safe than we are now. They're less safe because they died more frequently.
Yeah, I mean,
you pick a Roman emperor and they probably died by a rival or some neighboring empire. Most people die lately due to heart disease or cancer because they're living till they're 70. That's the just reality.
Yeah, the gap between
I don't believe that about Roman emperors. I think the ones that you were thinking of are the ones that died.
Who are you thinking of?
Who didn't die. But
I think Nero and Caesar are the two ones everyone thinks
I'm going to
of.
get down.
Commodus, Caligula, year of the 4 emperors, year of the 5 emperors. I can keep going. I got about.
Emperor, they get.
Caligula was assassinated.
I just literally just said that. Thank you.
They get freshly gathered and killed and prepared food night after night, right? They can get banquets whenever they want.
And it was unsanitary food, though. Unsanitary food.
No, there were plenty of food that was sanitary.
I get a banquet every fucking night. I go to the local Chick-fil-A.
Go vegan.
Sorry, excuse me. I am going to get through this, right? Emperor has access to more food at any point in time than a regular person does. Well, if they're regular salary at any point in time.
We have more access to the food now, though. If I go to HEB, it's If I go to HEB, if I go to HEB or Walmart, I have more food choices than an emperor did. You realize that, right?
Old Country buffet is not the same.
No, if I go to a grocery store, it's better.
Point in time, right? And then
I could go get something from any part of the world. Like imported, like literally this second.
Walking to a grocery store is not.
Yeah, it's better. It's better.
I don't own the grocery store.
I don't need to. I have a better food selection. No, hold on. They're using their wealth to pay for this.
Hold on. Gibbs. Wait, just Prime, just one second. I just wanted to mention this. I did just look up like kings in Europe, how many of them died. It says 1,547 out of every 100,000, which currently we have a 6.51 out of every 100,000 for murder rates here.
Well, so not good. I mean, also you're saying the food choice.
Were murdered at also 1,000 times the rate.
Well, also Prime's fundamentally just like misunderstanding something here, because you're saying that they spent their wealth, or the emperors had their wealth, their power to do all this, to have this banquet. Guess what? That's no fundamental difference than me taking my economic check, going to the grocery store, and using my wealth and power to have every option plus more options than they had. I could get Emerald Alfredo from the frozen section, and it'd be better than what their chef cooked like back then.
From owning
selection.
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, selection. Hold on. Selection.
I can
I-
get from anywhere in the fucking.
I get pecorino cheese tomorrow from Italy. I could get Muslim food tomorrow from the Arab market. I could get Mexican food from the taqueria.
We can have food.
Prime, they're just doing it on purpose. They're just doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, because we're winning.
They're not
It's a win.
actually engaging, right?
We are engaging. You're not engaging.
But like any which way, right? Like, yes, you have better selection. I will give you that, right? But that's not owning the food. That's not having delivered or prepared, right?
Why do I need
By
to own it if I can just buy it?
Like army of chefs. No, that's different, right?
So I guess my question is-
And it's still better than that.
I have
No,
a question.
and then emperors get space. That's what wealth allows you. It gives you.
Nobody lives in my
space,
house
right?
other than me.
Space against. Yeah, sure. I give you space
Go,
against
stupid,
the riffraff, the commoners, right? And that space also protects you. It protects you from.
We've been over that. It
diseases.
doesn't.
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
And not from disease?
They died on
It
1,000
absolutely
times
fucking
rate.
does, right? Actually, if you don't have disease spread, of course it does, right? Yes, of course it does. And those
The French
and the
Revolution
emperor's
happened,
servants
brother.
Live better. I don't. Emperor's servants live better than simply like other slaves in other areas, right? Like of slaves of people of lesser status is what I'm trying to say. And so yes, there's like levels to this shit of between your servants and your slaves because they have access to be able to clean themselves, right? And then there's emperors are more likely to reproduce. Yes, because they have money and access to women, access to females. You can reproduce more often.
Wait, so why do we have different lineages of emperors like
that is
multiple
it.
times? Did they just kill the kids? They just killed the kids. Didn't they?
Emperors get to impose their will and not be opposed upon. Right? The best you can oppose
there's
your
a
will.
rival
right?
kingdom.
Sorry, what?
Unless there's a right.
But within your
Or
kingdom,
rebellion.
you can impose your will and
Yeah,
not be
yeah,
imposed
Yeah,
upon.
unless you get fucking invaded, like happened all the
my
fucking
God.
time.
But then
2,000
the
years
other
Or
king is the
rebellion.
invader, right? And we're comparing. Wait, but then the other king that invaded is an emperor that we're also still comparing ourselves to, and we live better lives than them.
Hey,
right?
Hunter.
we live
Yes.
a better
Isn't
life. Than,
imposing
Hey,
your
are
will
you-
different
hey,
from quality
you
of
can
life,
just make
though?
the
I
argument. It
feel
doesn't
like
have
we're
to be
getting
the
off
worst
topic.
emperor. The best emperor to ever live, right?
Hey,
The one
Hunter,
with
are you
all
worried
the-
about a slave
still live
revolt
better
tomorrow?
life than
I'm
them.
not.
But,
Yeah, hey,
yeah,
are you
but
worried about a
that
slave
doesn't
revolt?
matter.
I'm not
But
worried about a
isn't
slave
this,
revolt.
isn't
There
this
was
off
threats.
topic though? Like when we're talking about quality of life, like isn't this totally separate from like whether or not you're able to impose your will and
Yeah.
things like that? Like
It's
that
totally
is separate
separate.
from
No.
quality of
It's
life.
absolutely-
though.
Because he's a,
No,
he's
actually,
a leftist
no,
who
hold on.
sees
No,
wealth
It is
as an
100%
inherent
separate.
struggle. He sees
Stop,
it as an
hon.
inherent zero-sum game.
No, it's
between
not a
the
zero sum.
oppressor
I
and
never
the
stop. Hey,
oppressees.
hey, you're gonna stop. You're gonna fucking stop trying to speak for me.
Okay.
That's not what I believe. So stop
Fair enough.
fucking saying that. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Yeah. No, I don't believe it's a zero sum game. Not at all. But well, hold on, that's a different subject, so I'll just leave that alone for now. But being able to impose your will rather than being opposed on, right? Like, yeah, tell that to, for instance, our undocumented immigrants here, right? Like the country is imposing its will upon them, right? Tell it to poor individuals who get hassled by the cops and then sometimes killed by those cops. For no particular
Dude,
reason, right?
the prisons have air
Either
conditioning?
for no fault of their own, right? Like there is being able to change the world around you, the local world. They didn't have a limited power, but the local world around you, to your whims. Actually, of course, it's a form of
I would
protection,
wager a
right?
prisoner
That's
in the United States in maximum security, if they get stabbed, they're more likely to live than if you were a Roman emperor that got attacked by the Praetorian Guard.
They had better. We have better.
Oh, we
medicine
better.
here.
Oh, we have better. So then, okay. So then, thank you.
I agree.
You're right. So
hold on. What did I say previously? Again, this is you not actually engaging.
No,
Because
I
said
am
that
engaging
previously. I
because
talked to you.
the pride. Because, but you're not.
no,
Here's the
Gibbs,
talk
pride.
about
Not
this every
relevant.
fucking
No, it
Friday.
is relevant because
Record.
this is the point that I'm making, right? Is if you take the person of the worst and lowest of the low in American society, the gap between them and a highest level of a Roman emperor is so small, it's almost being negligible, right? Because we've advanced so far today. And this is someone that at one point in history, due to all the things you're saying, was literally a god for all intents and purposes. They were so high above the average person, they were literally a god. And right now, the average person in America is comparable to that. That is how quality of life has improved dramatically. You can talk about privilege and all these other things, but you're only proving my point, which is that we have advanced so far that this people can be doing dog shit in life here. You can live under a bridge and you're less likely to die from getting stabbed than if you're a Roman emperor. You're less likely to die from smallpox than if you're a Roman emperor. You're able to feed yourself probably better tasting food. If I go to Whataburger, arguably Whataburger might be better than anything a Roman emperor ever ate. You might be able to go down to the Walmart and get some frozen foods out of there, and don't show them what Totino's pizza rolls were. They probably would have started a war to invade that country. But now anybody can do it. And so when you're telling me this shit, you're not really being a serious person. Unless you're sitting here talking about like, oh, the privilege. You're coming from a place of privilege right now every time you argue this. That is the problem.
Argument.
Okay, great.
Well,
All right.
we've kind of definitely reached the time where I do think some things are being a little oversimplified regarding the understanding of why people feel the way they are. So I'm not going to try to do that argument again because it's a bit long-winded and Gibbs is going to interrupt me again. So I am instead going to ask Gibbs a question. Gibbs, do you think that the people who feel like they can't afford anything right now are delusional?
Should ask Hunter.
No.
In America.
No, absolutely
I don't
not.
think Hunter thinks that. I think he was arguing something else.
No. I don't think. I mean, if they're by delusional, like I think they're just like
they're
like
making
crazy.
it up in their head.
Crazy. No, yeah, I don't think they're making it up. I do think that the perceptions are skewed. I think that people have gotten sense of sort of comfort, and whenever they go online and see like Keeping Up with the Joneses, I think it makes people depressed. I think that technology has advanced so quickly, society hasn't really caught up to it, and I think that's driving a lot of depression and societal angst. But like in reality, I would say that yes, they're not delusional, and there are reasons why they believe the things they do. But the facts of the matter is that they are the best they've ever been for most people worldwide.
Well,
So you
Riddell,
think
just
the-
real
you
quick,
think the
Riddell, just real quick, to
Go
put that in perspective, I mean, when like a stat that's brought up a lot is that like 60% of Americans don't believe that they could afford $1,000 emergency, right? That when you're talking about 60%, we're talking, when you look at the bottom 60%, we're including people who are making over $200,000 a fucking year at that point. And people who are making $200,000 a year also not being able to afford $1,000 emergency is fucking weird, dude. This is like when we're talking about putting these things in context is important because somebody who can makes like $40,000 to $60,000 a year, a lot of those people can easily afford $1,000 emergency because of the way that they portion their money, the way that they like the type of lifestyle that they live, whether or not they have roommates, but these are when people who go house broke and want to show off to all of their friends that they have such a nice house spend literally and I know this, I grew up in a very wealthy area where these people they called it house broke. I had to learn the term because it was a very common thing where they spent all of their money on their house and on their cars to impress their bosses and impress everybody else so they could get more deals and shit like that. And they struggled every fucking day and barely had anything in their fucking fridges and shit like that because
Did
they
feel
were
like they had to wait? Did they feel like they had to do that to get deals?
Do you think this applies to the majority of Americans that complain about affordability?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I don't think the house broke thing does. I mean, I think that once again, I think it's all perception, right?
Wait. You said you wouldn't say that, Tom. Would you say that?
Would I say what?
Do you think the perception that you're eliciting in terms of the scenario you gave, do you think that applies to the majority of Americans that complain about affordability?
No, definitely not.
But it certainly contributes to some degree of them who are complaining.
Yeah, so I'm saying we're overinflating it when we're talking about 60%.
Yes.
We're well overinflating.
Definitely, there are people who are broke who are saying that they're broke and they're being very honest with the fact that they can't afford.
But this is the other thing though. Is like I think it's also like perception, like for the region, right? So if you're like making $60K in San Antonio, I could go to the bottle service every weekend.
Majority, or are you not?
Wait, hold on.
I need to get something clear.
So I'm saying I would not say it's 60%. Okay, so when we're saying 60% cannot afford $1,000 emergency, I would say if we're being real and these people actually lived within their means, it would probably be closer to like 20%. But I think those people truly can't afford a $1,000 emergency. It's just that I don't really care when you make $200,000 fucking dollars a year.
I'll
Like, I
I'll
don't
give an
feel bad.
example.
but
There's something
but
called
it
lifestyle.
can-
Wait, hold on.
it-
Well, the
It can,
reason
it
why
can make sense. It
the
can
reason
make
why
sense.
I'm asking
200,000
this is
it
because
depends on the place where that happens.
That's what I was
Sure,
trying
like
to
in
say.
New York
people,
City.
there are people, yeah, and like in San Francisco, right? And people say, like, well, it's your choice to live in San Francisco, but like, if your job is there, if you're like part of the tech industry and your job is there, then you have to live in those that highly inflated
Yeah, but you're
housing.
not
So
struggling
that
for
might
rent
be a
even
reason.
in San
So-
Francisco with $200,000.
Yes.
Yeah, but in
Yeah,
Texas,
yeah,
but
like,
if you
yeah,
if you
people
work
are
like in
struggling,
a,
yes.
but if you work in
People
like
can
Texas
struggle.
at the .com air bubble we're having, right? Like not .com, the tech bubble we're having. Like you can make 60, 70K and you can live like a king. Like if you're making 60K a year in
Yeah, no,
Texas,
I
live in San
yes,
Antonio,
yeah,
I could do
all I'm
bottle
saying is
service every
location.
weekend at the club.
you
Like
could
yeah,
say
yeah.
that.
not
I
a
mean,
problem.
I'm saying it's location.
that's a different bubble
Yeah.
of argumentation you can talk about with these people, and you can bring up certain factors on why they think the way they think and how certain elements of people with extreme wealth have conditioned them to think this way in the first place. You can make that argument, but based off what I've been hearing from what you guys have been saying, you guys don't think the majority of the people have this kind of misguided notion. No, I'm assuming you think they're really struggling. So I just don't really understand.
We're saying
this-
very
this
specific.
Okay,
Yeah,
go
when
ahead.
we're talking about struggling, it's a very weird conversation that we're having because I've got a buddy
Okay.
of mine and he complains about being broke all of the fucking time, and he makes like 90K, and we live in I live in the middle of fucking Utah. Like rent is not that expensive back here. Like obviously it's
Does
a
he have
problem.
credit card debt?
No, he spends all he earns. He has lifestyle inflation, which is a term where you consistently spend all the money that you give. And he plays video games all the time. He spends all his money on magic cards. He likes fucking entertainment. And there's nothing wrong with that inherently. Okay. He is
But that falls in the-
struggling in it. Wait, hold on. He is struggling in a sense because when he looks at his bank account, he does recognize, oh shit, wait, I'm gonna have to move money around to pay rent this time. And that like psychic damage genuinely does something to him because he keeps moving his money around. And yet he's also spending every time he gets his paycheck on like $2,000 worth of magic cards. And like,
So-
all I'm saying is that is some percentage of the percentage of people who are saying that they can't afford a $1,000 emergency.
That's
That is
fine.
so-
And
Hold on,
th-
I
th-
wanna
hold on, hold
respond
on.
to what
That's
Prime
fine, but
said
they
real
exist.
quick.
They exist in the first bubble that I was listening to, and I do think there's a different conversation on why these people perceive the way they do. And I don't necessarily think that their struggle is unrealistic, considering how society is kind of made up. Regardless, I'm still speaking about the majority of the people that do not have $90,000 in their bank account. So my thing is, when we're having this conversation, and the reason why I use the word struggle, which you can use it as a generic term based off interpersonal, like.
Would you
feelings
say
of
that
the
about my
things that are
friend?
going on. But I'm using it in the contextual term of understanding the people who actually are suffering under economic pressures
Okay.
based off current
Yes,
American
but that's
Right, but
that's
wouldn't
why
we
I'm
look
trying
at
to-
that?
Wait,
Yes.
hold on, wait. That's why
Unless
I'm
you
trying
tell
to,
me these
like,
people
mention this
don't
is 'cause-
exist, then I'm trying to
Yeah, but
understand
that's
why
not.
they're-
I'm not.
They don't exist. Hold
I
on,
wanna
hold
br-
on.
I wanna
That's the
break
we're
from
talking
these
about.
two,
Hold
like, on this.
Wait, Gibbs, hold on.
One.
Wait, okay, so there was a period where like I was making like a $60,000 a year plus bonuses or $70,000 a year. I lived so fucking comfortably, dude. Like I could afford my rent so easily. I was buying
Okay.
so much extra shit, nice fucking TVs and everything, and still had so much money that I was putting into fucking stocks and bonds and saving up thousands of dollars. And it was so fucking easy for me. But the reason it was is because I worked in a fucking corporate job in Atlanta and I drove an hour every fucking day to get there and then drove back to the fucking suburbs. Atlanta is the second highest rent in America. It has the second highest fucking rent in America. I'm not
Okay.
fucking paying that shit. I'm driving an hour. And this is one small inconvenience to me to have a billion other conveniences in my fucking life that a lot of people choose not to take. A lot of people would rather live in Atlanta and live close to work and live in a nice area where they have nicer, there's a lot of like prestige that comes with living in Atlanta as well. And so there's choices that people make that makes it to where things are uncomfortable. And I think that we should improve that to make it to where
But-
people who live
But
in
it's
Atlanta,
it's
people who live in
it's
New
si-
York
hold on.
City,
It's
we are
simpler than
able
that.
to
We're
live
It's
overtime.
those
sim-
We're
lives
overtime. You guys,
still.
I'll give you guys all outros.
this the
We're overtime.
majority?
You can continue talking.
I'll
afterwards.
I'll
We're
land
overtime.
very quickly.
Okay.
Yes, I'll land very quickly. Is that I think that we should still improve those things for Atlanta to where we are able to make it to where rent is more affordable. I'm not arguing against that. I am arguing that the rate at which we believe people are struggling is overinflated. Not that it doesn't exist, but that it is overinflated.
Give me a
I
perspective.
just want one
I'm trying
sentence.
to understand your frame of mind.
We'll
I
just-
need to understand how much you think these people are really
That-
struggling.
Well, this
I'm
is the
trying to
difference
understand.
between me and Tom and thing. This is just one sentence. All right, listen. In the world today, there are places in the world where it is a very, and some of them are pretty advanced in Indonesia, right? Where you could go outside and get eaten by a python tomorrow. Like it literally happens to people at night.
Okay.
And guess what? Here in America, it is very unlikely, unless maybe you live in the Everglades, that you're going to get eaten by a fucking python or get eaten by a mountain lion. And these are not problems that we have. And so when you say you're struggling, yeah, it's relative. But if compared to someone in another country, the poorest person in America living under a bridge doesn't have to worry about getting eaten by a fucking predator. And I think that is something that we need to take into account. So yeah, maybe someone's not doing as good as the next one, but it's all perception, really. And I think that's kind of where I'm breaking from Tom and them.
Okay, so I'm gonna give everyone an outro here. You guys can still keep talking afterwards. Nothing's stopping you from doing that.
Find someone to stream out to.
I will. Thank you. Thanks for
That's an order,
reminding
Brian.
me.
Do it.
I'm very thankful.
Hey,
these
as
people
the
gave me-
moderator, Prime, can you make sure that you outro to someone?
Okay, thank you so much.
Good shit.
Thanks all for being here. Thank you. Follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. Follow the channel. Follow the channels on any of the platforms you happen to be on. You know the buttons to do that if you'd like to. Okay, I'll give an outro to each of these individuals, starting with our friend Hunter. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm Hunter Kozak. I make videos on TikTok mostly. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitter. Follow me there. I'm a progressive. I like talking about positive ways that we can meaningfully change people's lives. I know it doesn't seem like it if you have Ollie's framework or if you listen to everything Ollie's saying. Well, you think that I'm just cool with exactly how it is, the status quo. I think there's a lot of meaningful changes that we can be doing to fix people's lives, and I love talking about them. To answer Riddell's question, I don't know if the poverty line is super fair, but about 10% of the U.S. population, I just looked it up, is under the poverty line. Those people are for sure not fucking joking about how difficult it is to live in America. It can be hell. And I've seen a lot of people's circumstances that really freak me out. And there's a lot of ways that we can implement UBI, that we can ensure that there are basic guarantees to those people who are living underneath the poverty line, and probably people above the poverty line too, because something that we don't really talk about is welfare cliffs that really fuck over. Honestly, there's a really good conversation about the fact that the worst people, the people who have it the worst, are the people right above the welfare cliffs rather than the people who are actually below the poverty line, because they usually get benefits like Medicare and
You're
and WIC.
absolutely correct, by the way.
Anyway,
Correct.
Thanks for watching. Follow me on places. Thanks for having me, Prime. Hope I didn't annoy you too much. I'm sure I annoyed you a little bit, but hopefully not too much.
No. You were fine. No, it was a lot of fun actually.
Okay.
Next is our friend Gibbs. Gibbs, I'm very happy you were here.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me back as always. Yeah, listen, I love coming on all these panels because, as much as Dems and Republicans hate each other, they'll never hate each other as much as liberals and progressives. And it is wonderful because they will keep eating each other alive. I'm a big fan. I was also very fun to have the liberals on the Republican side and speaking for the choice of sanity. Big fans of that. If you like what I was saying, check it out. I was on the Social Hour with Sean Kelly. We're going to be on the show should be posted soon. I'll let y'all know. Wednesday, we're going to be debating Destiny and some new person with Dragon Fist. It's going to be exciting. That'll be a YouTube exclusive because Twitch has got him banned. So that'll be cool. So check that out. And we got a lot of new stuff coming up. It's good stuff. Thanks for always having me. And yeah, I'm also going to raid some Big Titty EU off this. So big fan, guys. We're doing this in the manner of Prime. All things good. That's the way to do it. And that makes it as always.
I wanted to say two things. First, in our DMs, Gibbs thought like the topic would be over in a half hour.
Well,
it wasn't.
We did move off the main thing into whatever this is.
Only to the last half hour or so.
I said earlier to somebody that I was talking to, I said this is either going to turn into an abortion debate or something totally unrelated, and ended up being both. So
I did have
but
a hint.
for the most, and the abortion was related. Yeah, abortion was related to the topic, right?
Yeah, it was a good comment.
Yeah. Okay. And then the second thing I wanted to say is that, hey Gibbs, I didn't know all that stuff about your past. I didn't know you were adopted. And I know that stuff about your mother. And yeah, it's really unfortunate. I just want you to know that I want you to know that I love you, Gibbs.
I love
Right?
you too, Brian.
I think you're a good dude. And I enjoy hanging out with you. Yeah, I'll hug.
Yeah. There you
Hey
go.
Tom, join them.
Yeah.
Not to
you
you.
gotta-
Come join us, man.
And I want you to know that, like, if I ever call you degenerate, it has nothing to do with your father. It's
I am a
because you
degenerate.
are uniquely a moral individual.
Well, that's
and
right.
I
That's
think
right.
you
I
live by
did
that.
this on my own. It's not his fault.
Oh,
It
no.
is because my
That's
decisions.
right.
That's right. God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, how could he
Yeah,
have
but-
daddy issues if he didn't have a dad?
That's right. I actually, for the record, my
He had a
adopted
dad.
Checks out.
yeah, my adopted family is my real parents. Call about that, and that motherfucker is a saint. That guy, like now, my mom. That's why he's a saint because he had to deal with her. So that you know what I'm saying. Like that's usually how it works.
But yeah, just I maybe I don't know how it interacts with your life, but my heart goes out to you.
Oh, I appreciate it. I mean, yeah, I don't think about it, so it's all right. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to our good friend Corey. Thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Always grateful to be invited. And I do. So I appreciate Hunter for all the engagement that you did in me and grilling you with my questions. I also have to comment that I do find it interesting that you had valid critiques of I think like Ali and Riddell, like not understanding the theory of mind of conservatives. But then I would say you seem to struggle with a theory of mind of understanding Ali and Riddell as well. But yeah, you
And
can find me
Prime.
and Prime, absolutely. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. Ali, Tom, Riddell, Gibbs, Hunter. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Wealth is zero sum. You can have it, you don't. Okay.
Was that Prime talking? I could have sworn that was Prime talking.
Dude, there's like
That's for sure something that only Prime would have
It's
been
like
saying.
there's two of you.
That was not me. I can tell you that. That was not me.
Let's go to Riddell. Riddell, you've been fantastic over these past few weeks, and we really want more of you. So I'm happy that you showed up tonight, and hopefully you'll show up in the future.
Yes, sir. These are interesting conversations. I don't really get to talk with a lot of people about politics. So that's not really my circles typically. With that said, Riddell, I am the host of the podcast called Purple Political Breakdown, where I talk about politics. Similar to Hunter, I prefer to talk about solutions, talk about things to improve the country. Of course, I'm heavily critical of things that I think are bad, i.e. like MAGA or, other lefties that I really don't like either. But for the most part, I do want to push the country in a proper direction. And I do think understanding certain things in terms of like the issues that we currently have need to be dissected and analyzed and truly really understood on why people have certain point of views, because politics is only important when people understand people, to be honest. With that said, you can check out my podcast on all audio platforms. I also do live stream. I had a recent conversation with a great young progressive Ohio candidate who's running in Ohio. He was pretty cool, and I plan to talk with like more people, of course. I did a whole thing about Supreme Court packing, and that was very interesting. I'm not gonna lie. So with that said, check me out and to see some good conversation.
You pro or against court packing?
Yeah, there's only one right answer.
Amen. I
Check
do
out
think
the
there's some
podcast if you wanna
valid.
find out.
There's some valid things there. I'm not all the way there.
We'll get
I'm
you there, don't
definitely
worry.
pro term limits. I'm pro ethics reform. And I do think the court packing argument is extremely valid, especially when you know for
Hell
a
yeah.
fact in 2016 MAGA started it.
Mm.
So I just want to
True.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally not fascist or socialist at all to want to pack the court and subvert the Constitution. Totally. Yeah.
That's why we've done it.
I
multiple
also
times
think that
throughout
in
American history.
2016, when
So-
fucking shit, what is his? I can't forget.
Exactly. You
McConnell?
forget because
Mitch
it's not a real
McConnell?
thing.
No, McConnell. Yeah, McConnell.
McConnell.
Fake
What'd you
news.
say?
But nothing.
Okay. So let's go to our friend Tom. Tom, I also learned some things about you, friend. And I'm also again happy that you made it through those very rough times. You've always been really fun and positive person to be around. So whatever those times you were dealing with before, it seems that made you stronger. So shout out to you, friend.
Appreciate it. I did want to ask Hunter. I was literally going to ask, what is your position on court packing?
It's based as fuck.
Okay,
Love to
thank you.
hear it.
Do you have Discord?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, he's
Pretty
in the
sure we're all
Discord
on a
thing
group
with you.
call right
The
now.
Discord group
added
DM.
you.
Oh, we
Yeah, the
are in a
group
group
DM.
call.
Did I
Yes,
think I
so
added
the-
you as a
the-
friend.
Tom muted it the moment he joined. He's like, I don't want to hear this from these mother.
Yeah.
Did
true.
you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send you a DM later.
Okay.
So I actually really like the last conversation that we got into, because it is part of something that I talk about very regularly, is that I do think, like, within the populist rhetoric that is growing in America, that we are primed to be unhappy with everything, regardless of how good it is. And especially, I think, like, within our politics, I think that a lot of people think things are a lot more corrupt and a lot worse off within our government than they actually are. And I think it's the same for the economy. This isn't to say that there aren't problems. Like, the middle class is shrinking, and there are, definitely issues with the differences between the privileges that the ultra wealthy have when it comes to lobbying and getting things that they want done that poorer people don't have. And so there are issues with the wealth gap, but that there are issues with a wealth gap inherently, I don't agree with that. And I think that, like, people are able to make it. And it seems as though from after COVID, there were tons of studies done showing that a growing amount of millennials were choosing to work less, and we're averaging about 30 hours a week, which to me was a triumph for the economy, that it showed that a lot of people were able to just choose not to spend the majority of their time at work, that they valued personal time. They valued playing video games. They valued hanging out with their girlfriends and hanging out with their friends and, doing all sorts of other things more than making money. And that, to me, says, oh, wow, so these people are capable of paying their bills on less time working and are able to then have more leisure time. This is a huge W for us. And I like to hear it. I like to see it. It's also causing a lot of problems within our workforce, because we're having less people who are working and causing labor shortages. But we'll get a bunch of immigrants in here to fix that soon.
Hell yes.
Gavin Newsom in office, but
hell yes.
These are issues that I think are very important and really good conversations that I think should be had more, is the state of our economy, how bad it is in reality. And I would say that, like, it's probably about 20 to 30% of people actually are truly struggling to some extent. I think people who make $40,000 a year or less are going to have a hard time, and especially if they have to live in a big city where things are a lot more expensive across the board. They even have to pay like $12 a fucking cigarette carton sometimes in New York. Like, it can be really expensive to live in certain places. But in the words of the great Ben Shapiro, just move. I think smart idea.
Based.
And last but not least, we had our friend Ali, who it's always interesting, like, which topics you end up being the center of. Like, it doesn't happen often, but when it does, it gets pretty explosive. So I like to see it when, like, you're out there fighting whatever good fight is that you're involved in, and like how you approach it, how you argue it, because you usually do it very differently from a lot of how the rest of us do it. So anyway, I was just happy just to watch you work, whether I agreed with you or not. But yeah, shout out to you, friend.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I will say is, listen, I have no problem admitting a lot of you guys are a lot smarter than me. You guys do a lot more research. You guys do research, period, right? Statistics and history, and I am simply what I like to call the voice of the everyman, right? This is just like, I see the topic, I have an opinion, this is my opinion, then I get yelled at for it, and I watch everyone else get yelled at, which probably have kind of the same opinion as me. They have the same feeling as me, right? Which Hunter, like, to your point, I don't have to say anything. I think a lot of people are disillusioned with like the Democrats. I think a lot of people are disillusioned with, like, your basic liberalism. I think your average American, your left-leaning American, is looking around the world and they're seeing other countries develop and kind of get, like, the free shit that they want. They just want the free healthcare and the free college and the free school. I think these things help, right? And I think during COVID, you saw a lot of Americans not go to work because there was a lot of government assistance being handed around and passed around during these. There was a lot of rent stoppages or, like, rent short, whatever it may be. The people had more money. They were able to have more time. I actually couldn't work for like a year and a half during the pandemic. I wasn't going out of my way to get a job. I was going to ride that, government benefit. But like Hunter, what's going on is I think the people online are too smart. You guys are looking at the statistics, and then you're not looking at the average person who doesn't give a fuck about the statistics and only gives a fuck about how they feel, right? They give a fuck about how they feel and what they're seeing. Like to your point, yeah, that your friend's making $90,000 a year, but he's kind of in a loop of like, well, I made this kind of money, so I should be living this kind of lifestyle. This is what was kind of a little bit promised to me. I like magic cards. Magic cards are expensive, especially if you want to build certain decks, you want to buy certain cards. It just is. So people get looped into lifestyle. So it's like the amount of money you make. Yeah, there's the competing with the Joneses, but you don't just get to stop because like, what was the point of making the money? The money isn't just to like, the money's to spend, the money's to buy. That is what America is. I make money, I get to buy. I shouldn't be in fear of losing my job or losing these opportunities and losing these things. But we see that like a lot of people are disillusioned. We're looking around the world. Everyone seems to be living a better life. Maybe it's the propaganda, right? But like you guys are like not in touch with your base. You haven't even gotten to the Free Palestine part yet, right? We've been in so many panels. I ended every time Free Palestine. But like we haven't even gotten there. We haven't even agreed on that yet. And you want like right now, the only reason you're winning is because you have an anti-Trump party. I'm sorry. But yeah, thanks Prime for having me.
Ollie, I learned a fact for you, by the way, just because you liked this fact last time. Are you ready for this? More people die from lightning strikes worldwide than gun homicides in the United States each year.
More people in the UK die from heat exhaustion than gun violence.
Yeah,
per capita. If
I said that one too, and you didn't like that one either.
Gibbs,
this is something I've literally been talking about for like
so
a year.
15,000 people died from gun homicides in the United States, and then lightning strikes.
I'm not gonna lie, Tom. I think I saw you say that.
But if you include gun-related other stuff, it's
and I'm regurgitating it.
Wait, what statistic?
That per capita, more people in the UK die of heat exhaustion than Americans die of
Europe.
I always say it's from more people who die from not having
air conditioner.